Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
The stage is set for Rainbow Six Siege to take the spotlight in Riyadh for the 3rd year in a row. This time, it's going to be even bigger. But before we kick off, let's dive into the journey of how our favourite teams actually got here. In Europe, familiar giants BDS Esport clinched their tickets to Saudi Arabia for the 3rd time in a row. Let's not forget, they not only took part in Gamers 8 before, but they've managed to win it back-to-back. Into the Breach lost their round 2 game against another French qualifier in Wolves, but beat Team Secret and became the UK's only representatives. North American qualifiers, just like Europe, had 3 slots in their closed qualifiers. Dark Zero didn't even lose a single map and made it first. Luminosity had a rough beginning against M80, but all in all, everything turned out well for them. They've beaten our previous Gamers 8 contenders, Space Station Gaming, who will also join NA teams after crushing Sonics 2-0. The list of North American teams ready to compete is exceptional. Brazil loves R6 with a mutual feeling. With such a perfect symbiosis, it could have only led us to one conclusion. They are the strongest region out of them all, where 4 teams will be representing the land of the Amazon. But to get there, FaZe had to beat NIP and Fluxo. W7M Esports struggled at first against E1, but finally sneaked into KSA for the second time in a row after their win over Black Dragons. 2 other spots were granted in the lower bracket matches. These were won respectively both by Team Liquid and what must be the most famous Brazilian esports org, Furia. 6 out of 9 regions were granted only 1 spot each on their route to Riyadh. Down Under will be represented by Team Bliss, who qualified first. Scars will be your Japanese choice, followed by Talon from South Korea, GK Esports in MENA, Lead Esports representing Asia, and last but not least, Team Cruelty, standing for the Latin America region. And there you have it, the 16 teams in all their glory, each one ready to carve their name in esports history. The Esports World Cup 2024 for Rainbow Six Siege is shaping up to be an unmissable event, so stay tuned.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the club championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
First of all, we have increased the depth of our strategy pool by introducing Julio earlier this year, as well as Leader more recently. We have made sure our leadership, as well as our strategical experience, have increased overall as a team. So going into the tournaments, the expectation is to go deeper into the tournament and to be able to go deeper with a wealth of experiences and abilities. I think as a team, we don't really care about other people's expectations. We take it at our own pace, one step at a time. So whatever improvement that we get, we take it as a very good thing. And even if the result might not show it, if we believe that we played good, we played better than before, then it's a good thing. We don't play to other people's expectations. I think the most important thing Julio brought with him is confidence. He knows something will work. He knows something does work. He have done it before. So he gives us that experience, that thing that he did, and we are able to confidently go through with it, learn it, and apply it. As a team, we're still, well, every single team is always in the process of finding themselves, finding their team identity. And for us, I think that is also an ever-changing process, especially with our new member this year. So definitely we're trying to bring more aggressive and more explosive play styles from the regions that our new players are in from. And we're trying to incorporate that with our existing players and experience to find our unique style. Leader is a very flexible player, very experienced player, and a player very well versed with leadership, well, as his name suggests. He gelled really well with the players straight away because he was playing just casually with a lot of them even before he joined the team. And his ability to lead teams, as well as being part of a variety of different rosters in the past, has made him really adaptable to our team environment, team culture, and I think he has contributed a whole lot, even when he only joined the team for like 2 months.
go.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are live for day number 3. This is the playoffs demo. This is where it all starts. We've been through the group stage now, and it's time to start whittling down these teams even further ahead of our grand finals.
Yeah, look, we're now into the top 8. So half the teams are done and dusted with. We've sent them home, but there are still more teams that will be sent home today. We're at this situation where anyone who loses, they go home. And then we'll see who will be the top 4, and then finally the top 2, and then finally the top 1.
Absolutely, we've got a full day of best of 3s lined up here on the B stream. The same will be happening over on the A stream as well. And of course, we had a full day of best of 3s yesterday to decide which teams are going to be making it into those playoffs. We had a great laugh watching the games yesterday. Let's have a quick look at the format, and we can remind ourselves exactly of the process here for EWC. We, of course, started with 16 teams, 2 groups of 8, with best of 1 matches to start things off, and then best of 3 elimination matches. They were played over the first 2 days, and then today we are going to be into the playoffs. So the top 4 from each group advance into the playoffs, giving us 8 teams. Every game from here on out will be a best of 3, and of course the grand final will be a best of 5. Now, you might be asking yourself at home, what is on the line? Well, we can tell you $2 million in prize pool in total, and that of course is going to be split across teams 1 to 16. So every team that attends does walk away with something. It all depends on where you place in that top spot, and you're going to be walking home with a cool $750,000. Now, let's have a look at the teams that attended. Of course, Demo, we've already said goodbye to a lot of the teams that actually made it here in the first place to Riyadh. Of course, this is now slashed by half. Some notable teams have already bowed out of the competition. I'm looking at teams like Wolves there, Demo.
Yeah, if we run through them, Bliss is gone, Talon, GK, Cruelty, Wolves, Scars, Luminosity, and sadly, Ollie, for us, ITB, who lost yesterday in a great best of 3. Look, I think the fellas over in ITB, they should be happy with what they've been able to do, you know, over the past 6 months. I mean, the rise in that team is incredible, but hey, we're left with 4 Brazilians. All Brazilian teams are into the top 8, Ollie. I think they're just stamping down their dominant kind of prowess that they've had over Siege throughout the past, 3 years.
Oh, I mean, we were joking about it yesterday, weren't we? Literally 50% of the playoffs now is Brazilian, and that's not even counting for players that might be, I've not even had a good look or think about it. I don't know if there's any other players knocking around on any other teams. But, of course, let's have a look at the groups. We started off with 2 groups. As we mentioned, we had Group A and Group B. We're going to run through Group A just quickly now and give everybody a little bit of a refresher. If you have been busy the last couple of days, if you're only joining us here on the Friday, then welcome. We are more than happy to have you, and this is a catch-up for exactly what went down. BDS versus Cruelty. BDS qualifying, so getting through into those semi-finals along with W7M and eventually beating them out, and it was Liquid to come down out of that lower portion of the bracket in Group A. They beat out not only Talon but also Team Bliss. That then sent the teams that lost down into that lower bracket. Cruelty, Space Station coming out the winners there, and then going on to beat Bliss as well. A lot of 2-0s, but it didn't always tell the full story. I know particularly for Demo and myself, we casted that Cruelty game. It was 7-5, 7-5, and they looked very close to taking a map. W7M coming through in the second half of that lower bracket as well into the qualified position, cementing their place inside of the playoffs as well. Group B, very similar story here. Dark Zero beat GK, lost against Furia, maximum overtime loss as well. Your hearts bleed for Dark Zero, but they do love an overtime. They ended up losing out to Furia, dropping into the lower bracket, Furia qualifying, and then the bit of an upset team that we weren't really knowing what to expect from them because they'd made a couple of changes, Bleed storming through on their side of the bracket, and that left us with FaZe and Dark Zero. FaZe, of course, coming in on that second round into the lower bracket, beating out into the breach, and Dark Zero taking a cool 2-0 win over Scars. But again, not the clearest cut game. 7-5 in there as well for both the maps. Definitely could have been one that Scars got a map in. And you said earlier, Demo, that we're a bit gutted we didn't get to cast ITB. I wanted to cast all these teams because every one of them's got their own little story, hasn't it? And obviously we've got friendships with some of the players, so it just gives it that little bit of an edge. Of course, we've seen all the teams that have qualified into the playoffs now, so let's have a look and see where they have all seeded. There was a seeding yesterday over on the A stream after everything finished, and that left us with these juicy fixtures for today. Now, the first thing that struck me, Demo, when I first saw this, is that we've got a Brazilian team in every single matchup today. We've got no inter-regional to kick things off.
Yeah, I think that's great, isn't it? It's not often that we actually see that. It happens, I'm sure, a few times. We've seen it at majors and invitationals. So yeah, it's great to see that Brazil are not up against Brazil. Obviously, the semi-final. I mean, we could be sat at the end of the day, Ollie, and it's Furia v FaZe, and then Liquid v W7M. That could be a possibility, and then Brazil are guaranteed to take it home. But then again, it gives everyone else a nice look in, and you're not putting Brazil against Brazil. And I suppose it's more just Brazil versus the world. That's kind of where we're at. Because obviously you've got 2 NA, but then you've just got 1 EU and only 1 APAC.
Yeah, the representation from Europe is looking a little bit lax this year, I'm going to be honest with you. But the good news is, if you're an EU fan, is that it's BDS, and they've won it the 2 previous years on the bounce, albeit slightly different format, not as many teams in attendance. This is the biggest Esports World Cup that we've had so far, so this is really where the competition does start to hot up. But I'll tell you what, Brazil, they have given a dominant showing so far. They were given 4 spots and they've taken maximum advantage of that, and as you say, we could very easily be sat here with an all Brazil day tomorrow on the cards. But let's have a look at the schedule and recap you over the games that we will be covering here on the B stream and the games that will be, of course, going over on the A stream. So here on the B stream, we get the pleasure of covering Bleed versus W7M and Furia versus SSG. We have got some cracking teams here, Demo.
Yeah, I also think we have the patented rights on only casting Bleed. We're the only 2 that have casted Bleed, and we still might be the only 2 who get to cast Bleed here today, Ollie. Furia, we haven't cast it yet, so I'm looking forward to seeing, obviously, the world champs in action. SSG, we've seen a little bit. W7M, obviously, we covered them yesterday, so we are familiar, as we always are with these teams, but I'm personally looking really forward to seeing Furia today.
I am as well. You know, you can't look away from those previous SI winners in that Furia roster. Obviously under a different banner now to what they won SI in earlier on in the year, but still a team that is exciting to watch, and a team that is going through a little bit of a turbulent time at the moment. Things aren't coming too easy for them. If you've been watching any of the show in the sort of build up to it, we've been playing a couple of videos. Ginny's been going out there and talking to players, and she said she had a little interview with Philippox, and he was saying they didn't know how to lose. It hit them quite hard, so they're really going through that developmental period at the moment, having gone from winning everything to understanding what it feels like to lose again. Of the 2 games, we have, of course, had to pick a match of the day today, and I don't think that it is going to come to too much surprise that we did pick that Furia SSG fixture. There's a couple of reasons for this, Demo. I know that the first words out of your mouth was Benja when you were picking this match.
Yeah, I think Benja is looking great. He's in great form. Yesterday he was electric, and I think now for SSG, you can see the improvement is immediate. You know, the Manchester was not good for them. You know, if you actually think about how their major went, they were one of the first teams out during the Swiss stage. You know, this is SSG, a team which, at the end of the day, still the organization and, you know, the way the team's moved around, you know, Faults, for example, they have a hammer. You know, this was a team that was at the top back in the day, but it hasn't been like that for a while. So I think for SSG, bringing Benja in, you can see the immediate effects. He looks as though he's benefiting from a new environment for him. He looks to be back at his best. And obviously for Furia, they're now going into another best of 3 in a big international competition. The last time they done that, they lost it for the first time. So for Furia, it's how do they respond after what happened to them in Manchester?
Absolutely. Well, if anyone at home wants to take part in a prediction, make sure you visit stcplay.gg. You can place your predictions in there. We do love getting a bit of a prediction onto the games. You can go in and every single game will be in there for you to go in and have a look at. But aside from that, it's going to be starting to get close to that time when we're going to start honing in on our first game. You've mentioned there you're excited to see SSG Furia. I've got to rein you back in a little bit, Demo. I want to see that one as well. But before we get into that, we've got Bleed W7M, and Bleed, for me, one of the more exciting teams out there at the moment.
Yeah, look, Bleed have kind of broke that curse where they have struggled a lot to kind of break into that top 8 at international competitions. We've seen them at the past 2 majors go 2-0 up in the Swiss. All they had to do was win 1 best of 3, and then that was them through into the next round, but they failed at every opportunity. This team just cannot win best of 3s. It's impossible for them. I've seen a bit of talk, you know, oh, they're only here because they're best of 1 merchants. That's all they can play as best of 1 merchants, which at the end of the day, you can't say that the people saying that aren't wrong, because they've yet to prove what they can do in a best of 3 Ollie. That's what it comes down to for Bleed.
Yeah, I would agree. Obviously, didn't have the easiest of time of things over in Manchester. They got through in best of 1s here at EWC, so you're going to be looking at that and going, this is the first time we're seeing them in a best of 3. Have they got the map pool? Have they got that depth to go up against a team like W7M that we know, as we saw yesterday in their best of 3, are a very capable side? But for me, the roster just excites me. I like watching them play. I think they look like they have a lot of fun whilst they're playing the game, and of course that is always something to keep an eye on. They've also got some star players, which I'm sure we'll get onto. Speaking of star players, W7M, some of the highest rated players in the competition right now. Of course, given the fact that they have played a best of 3, there's a bit more sample size to go on from there. But yesterday we got the pleasure of speaking to Lobin after their win, and they seemed quietly confident, Demo.
Yeah, I think W7M should be very happy with their performance. I think they've looked very good. I think the gun skill has been exceptional. You can see the impact that Volps has had. We're able to ask Lobin about what Volps has been able to contribute compared to what they maybe had with Cameraman. And the biggest thing he was saying, we give a lot of credit to Cameraman, as you should, because he's, one of those godfathers that we look at over in Brazil as being one of those guys, and Matt Rushmore. Certainly, the difference is that Volps, not only can he IGL to a very high level, he can gun as well as anyone else in the team.
Absolutely, we saw that yesterday. He was hitting banger after banger. Not only that, it was the teamwork yesterday that really shone through from W7M for me. They were very good in that teamwork. We saw them play a lot of Monty. We saw them play around that shield exceptionally well. And we saw the trade game really come out in a strong way for them. And that's something that is always going to set you apart from the competition. Having that ability to play as a unit and fully commit to things. It's one of the things that we talk about. It's one of the trademarks of the Brazil play style, of this split theory, of making sure that if you're in a position, somebody can get to you quite quickly, and you're never really leaving anybody high and dry on their own, which is something that you do see some teams getting themselves into a bit of sticky situation with. But W7M, everything they did yesterday was as a unit.
Look, this is going to be a really big challenge, I think, for both teams. And to be fair, just with how the matchup has worked out, where this is now a quarterfinal game, the winner goes into the semifinals, I don't think there would have been a lot of people pitching both of these teams that actually go into the top 4. So it's actually quite favorable for both of them, considering who they could have gotten. Both of these teams have dodged the likes of Fury, dodged the likes of your BDSs. So I think it's going to be a really close matchup. I think both teams are honestly pretty equal in terms of skill as well, just from what we've been able to see. But I think just based on the history and based on the experience, I still think W7M might just have that little bit of an edge, because they have, made further runs than what Bleed have during competitions.
They have, and they've only had a really one game which was a shaky start against Space Station, and aside from not against Space Station, one game that was a shaky start earlier on, and aside from that, it's all been plain sailing. Let's have a look at the bans then. This is of course a best of 3, so it's bam 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 bam, pick bam bam, decider. First map is going to be picked out, and it will be Consulate. Now, no surprise to see Bank and Nighthaven Labs removed. Nighthaven is by far and away Bleed's most preferred map. They are very proficient on there, and they've played it a couple of times already. Bleed haven't really given too much away in terms of map pool here, given that they played Labs twice and then they qualified. So they're a very unknown entity at the moment. They're going to pick into Skyscraper, Clubhouse and Oregon, both getting removed there. Thank goodness for that, because it leaves us with an exciting decider should we need it. We'll be headed to Border as the third choice map here in this series.
Yeah, I think this is a really exciting map ban. We've seen both of these teams go up against each other during Invitational, where it was W7M taking it 2 maps to 1. The maps we've seen then was Clubhouse, Oregon, and Border was the decider, which they did get to, and W7M were able to win it 7-3. One thing that we looked at Bleed is their Border was always pretty slow, pretty not great. And obviously W7M 7-3 them on Border last time they played. Like the proof in the pudding, Bleed weren't very good at Border. But one thing that we noticed during the qualifiers was they played Border. Bleed played Border up against Fury, and they looked really good. A massive U-turn from where they were, and that has to be accredited to Leader. Bring him into the team. He's obviously trained them into how to play Border well, and now we see that as a decider. If we get there, which I think is a big probability that we will, that'll be probably one of the best games we'll see, just based on they were really bad at it against this team, and now they're going to go at it again with this big change in the IGLing. Is that going to be the key?
Quite possibly. Consulate and Skyscraper both to get through before then, though. A map that FaZe did play yesterday in Skyscraper. They played that against Into the Breach. It was a scoreline of 7-4. Now, Into the Breach went 3 rounds up on Sky. However, as we know, it can be a very tricky map to attack on, and that's where Into the Breach really faltered yesterday.
Even our game with DZ, it was an even
tricky
split
map there, wasn't it? It was a very even split. So it does go to show that it is possible. But Into the Breach coming up against some obstacle there. FaZe doing a good job on their attacks and their defenses, more importantly. And that, of course, giving them the qualified position yesterday. They played Cafe earlier on. So it's one of those things where I look at it and I think, you know, maybe we're in a situation here where we look at this and we go, you know, W7M, are they trying to read into things a little bit too much? Are they, you know, just letting Bleed run away with things? We'll find out as soon as we get into Consulate.
Have you noticed the Lobben leader theory that I have, the doppelganger?
Oh, this is the doppelganger theory,
that?
isn't it?
Yes, we've actually got two sides of the coin up against each other.
I mean, a little bit, not too much.
No, come on, back me up here.
Not too sure.
I'm telling you that it's like the Flash, and then you've got like the anti-Flash, the evil Flash.
I'm still not convinced, I'll be honest with you. I've actually just got photos of them both up side by side on the screen, and I can't.
You need to get the glasses checked. You need to get the glasses checked.
I've got the glasses on. I've tried half closing my eyes. I don't know if this is one of those memes where you half close your eyes and you see a picture of
I don't believe you. No.
Nesk in the middle of him or something.
No, because you didn't even know that Nade and Handy were twins until I told you. You didn't even recognize that both of those guys looked like each other. And they're literally identical twins.
I mean, you told me that years ago, but I just don't. I don't like look at people and go, "Oh yeah."
Did you never notice? You never look at people. No, come on.
I didn't look at people, but I don't like look at them and go, "Oh, are they related?"
What happens if you meet them in the elevator? Do you just stand there awkwardly?
No, say hello.
Yeah, you don't know their name.
Yeah, but I don't go, "Hiya, mate."
They know your name. They know.
I don't go, "Hiya, Handy. Is that your brother?"
The guy looks exactly like you.
Imagine.
Bomb located by attackers.
Like that story where
start doing that.
It's like that story where there was like these two girls who looked exactly like each other, and they had no idea they were twins because they were like separated. Madness what the stories of twins have.
Oh, they all separated at birth and never realised.
One of them.
Put in the wrong cot.
That's it.
Well, here we go, kicking things off. Consulate, Bleed on the defense, W7M on the attack. Consulate, a lot of it can come down to very explosive plays. And with the bans that have been allowed here, there's quite a lot available. Bleed have gone for that Book ban, which, whilst it's a great ban, you know, Book's a real must-bring operator in a lot of instances. It just leaves so much open for the attackers.
Yeah, the Monty. It's the Monty for me. That's the issue.
Monty, Grim. The Ying was removed by W7M. There is so many tools that you can use here. And that Monty, if allowed to jump in, is just going to bully. Hence the reason why Turdy's going to be playing on the Legion. They're going to be actively trying to give that Monty a couple of things to worry about.
Yeah, again, Legion, really nice operator for dealing with the shields. Whenever they are extremely common, as we know. Always want to try and bring just some form of soft counter to it. Dots. Drops down. They do know it is basement, don't they? I mean, they should. Even though there is this upstairs presence, it looks as though they are kind of attempting a full top floor attack. As though this is the bomb site. And very swiftly, Bleed, they have been forced away out of that position. Whenever that Monty starts pressuring you, the Demo starts tracking you. It's always better just to play safe, and Bleed have went all the way down to the basement, but some players are actually situated looking maybe for a retake up the Visa stairs, Ollie. So Bleed, their main goal of just trying to waste some time has worked, but I think they probably would have liked to burn a little bit more utility because they really didn't get enough out of W7M for my liking anyway.
No, W7M haven't had to spend too much here. But they have had to spend the clock. Ram will now be used to try and rip open this floor, and that's going to make keeping hold of the main wall very difficult indeed. A little bit of a shotgun open there just to give a bit of a rotation, and IQ doing the scanning. Not sure if they did get the hatch or not.
I think it's the only thing they can really go for because they don't have like a big thermite to open up the garage, and Reeves gets caught out on pillar. Just the vertical angles. You have to be really careful about where you stand whenever that flooring starts getting opened up above you, but yeah, Ollie, it's just going to be situated with a hatch drop because that main breach is going to remain how it is.
Great time for the Deathmark to come in. Leader getting caught off-site there. They know that he's not going to be a threat there with that C4 lobbing, however. He's managed to find one. Hoven, he's been on the flank as well, and Leader's going to get punished for it. Another kill coming in here for Hoven. He might actually be able to pick Leader up right now and see if they can retake this, but you're going up against a Monty, and the players from W7M, they've been allowed to get out on the prowl. 2 for lobbing on the round, and it makes a very difficult retake even harder here for Hoven. 18 HP, can hear the players above him. Gumine will go off. It's going to give him a bit of info, but look at the clock, 15 seconds. Not a lot that he's going to be able to do here, and eventually gets picked. Lobbing there with the backstab. W7M keeping things nice and simple there.
Great first round for W7M. Really good opportunity spotting as well. Do you not think the way that they were able to eliminate the player on pillar and then just straight away go, oh, we can just walk in and plant, you know, get the Monty down there. No problems whatsoever. And as soon as that diffuser goes down, whenever all the angles are being held from above, there's very little Bleed can do. So yeah, a very strong performance from W7M right from the get-go, almost just carrying on from how they were playing yesterday.
It does just look like a bit of a continuation, doesn't it? Successful in round number 1 there. It's going to force Bleed into something a little bit different here. Seeing the Azami brought in. And the Tubarao. So maybe a little bit more focus on keeping control of those breaches. Cade's been banned, so the hatch is going to be... I mean, the hatch never really is something that you can keep hold of for too long. You need to actively play upstairs. Cade Electrical isn't going to do too much, given that all the flooring around it is soft and can be destroyed. She said it does require a little bit more of a hold upstairs, but the Tubarao, however, will do something to slow down those tin openers from getting it open. But whilst the shifters, or whilst the focus is shifted, should I say, on the side of Bleed, it's shifted on the side of W7M as well. They've brought a full army to clear this roam game. Jackal Dokubi and a Deimos demo. And then the Nomad to control it all after you've taken that ground. Yeah. It's going to be impossible.
It's a very heavy lineup for hunting those roamers. Bleed just need to be careful of that. Again, keep in mind we are dealing with a bomb site where you can roam upstairs and then very quickly just fall back into the safety of sight if needed. But I think the main issue with Bleed is whenever they got pushed last round, Ollie, they just gave up immediately. They didn't really try and fight for it. They didn't burn enough of the clock for my liking. They didn't get any kills. They didn't disrupt the utility game. They just kind of ran away at the first sign of terror. This is what I want to see, though, from Bleed. Actually take the fight to W7M. Just don't give them the luxury of being able to stand there and take everything from you. Hoven somehow gets a C4 kill, and Strange going back and forth. Hoven misses the flick and will get down through the wall. Volps, that gun skill yesterday was terrifying, and well, Ollie's back on it again.
W7M in a cracking position now. They know that there's somebody out of the way upstairs. Going to be looking to make that rotation from the Deathmark track and give themselves something to work with. Site is now going to be occupied. I think Turd it was that was upstairs has managed to make his way down. Still a minute to play with as well, and with this Deimos, it's just going to be so oppressive. Even the Jackal, if your footprints are still knocking around, you're just going to continue to get tracked. The only hope that Bleed have got at the moment is going to be that C4. Try and prolong this time. Try and grab a kill from it, and there it is. Dash. He's going to fall. 50 seconds and still chance to try and get this plant down. There are some surfaces you can try and hop up onto. Cameras, they're getting caught out. Volts. He's going to be able to cover this as the plant goes down, and there's not a lot that anyone is going to be able to do about it. The Kiba barrier is actually going to work the other way. Surely they're going to hear that move through the barbed wire, but Volps just hops out, gives himself up to Leader. 2 kills for the IGL there. Bish, bash, bosh. Time to disable the diffuser. Brilliant retake there from Bleed.
Oh, there's a moment there where I was thinking, oh no, not like this. Keep a barrier stopping the sightline onto the player with the diffuser. But Volps just panics a little bit. panicking, thinking, oh, you know, he's in the corridor. I can maybe just jump out here and kill him. But no. Jumps in the wrong moment. So W7M, a round which really should have been theirs, just based on utility that Bleed had left, which was none. They had no C4s left. All they could do is just try and play with guns. That door, of course, was barricaded off. I just don't think they had the information. They were probably still thinking that someone was downstairs. I think that's maybe what they were expecting, was somebody flanking up the Visa. But both of them came from Spiral side. They both doubled up.
Because in hindsight, you look at that and you go, from W7M, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go below and try and open up the floor a little bit. They had the shotgun. And they could throw a ram, go downstairs. Yeah, just give themselves a few options.
Perimeter secured.
As it stands, an even game, 1-1. What we like to see, and the top floor being chosen as the third choice site. Not choosing to go back down to the basement just yet. Going to stick to a rotation here. Now, this is the site where you get a few crazy things happening. Mainly because you can kind of just hop in through a window and get a plant down. Any site in Siege where you can hop in through a window and get a plant down, there is potential to see a very quick and fast execute. You're going to be looking at operators exactly like the ones on your screen right now. Amaru to get in there quickly. Grim for the Bees to zone people off. Dokubi, Lion. You can bring Ying if it's available. In this instance, it's going to be banned. I think is never a bad shout, just for that burst of HP and a little bit of benefit when the adrenal surge is going on. That can be helpful as well. So it doesn't necessarily always have to happen quickly in terms of when the round starts, but as soon as the 3-2-1 happens, everything's going to be explosive.
I promise you this, Bleed will be ready for this. I just know they will. I know the IGL, I know Leader. He knows every trick in the book and Consulate. He knows that the only two places that you can really go for the fast plant is either in through the main window and site or through connector. They have the Tachanka. They are ready for this. They've got Goyo canisters. They're going to try and move in for the plant. But no! Reaps has missed his shots, and that means that Lovin has been able to take advantage of that. Mentalist is going to be tucked in. Holding onto the site still. They've eliminated Vaults, but the diffuser's planted in the window. However, a retake is occurring now. Mentalist has been able to find a kill using the fire, but still, this is where the repel game is going to be so strong for W7M. Fox can sit there as happy as he likes, and it's up to Bleed to see if they can try and retake this.
You're going to need to send somebody out of the window or out of the double door down at the bottom, and that is exactly what is being covered right now by Dash. They know this. They know they need to take the challenge. Look at that kill from Hoven. There's not enough time to get up there onto the repel. Or maybe there is. Just about manages it with only a split second to spare. Dash. How's he got away with that one?
A 6-speeded repelled up, Ollie. I've never seen a faster repel in my life.
It's the new repel animation. Well, it's not new anymore, is it? But the recent repel animation.
Look, it all comes down just to Reaps missing the shots. We have not been saying that this competition. Ollie Reaps has been deadly on the trigger. And the one time where it should be a surefire kill, we are essentially catching somebody sat in a corner. He doesn't even have his gun up. And Reaps just misses it, and then that causes all the issues. You know, Bleed were ready for that. They had the Tachanka, they had the Goyos. They know that the way W7 will want to play is going to be fast, trying to get that diffuser down. But in a game where we talk about the strategy, it still comes down to who can hit their shots. And that's really what it comes down to, you know?
It was Lovin hitting that first shot. It opened things up. It allowed him to get the plant down. Real close stuff. Dash going to be pleased with himself for that one. Not the easiest place to get to as well to get the kill. You've got to full commit to that and just send one body to disable the diffuser. I'll be honest, as soon as we saw the gunfight one on the upside down repel, it looked like that was going to be GG, but Dash, instead of taking the gunfight, recognizing all I've got to do is run around the corner, get on repel, and there's not going to be enough time for anyone to do anything. The only thing you could maybe do there is try and send someone out of the window, but even then,
the other guy was outside, like,
it doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to, you're just not in the right position. You're not going to be able to do it. So down to the basement we go. Maverick being brought this time to open that breach up. And as opposed to the Monty that we saw in round number 1, it's going to be a blitz this time from Dots. Looking to maybe
the yellow
move
rush.
A little bit more aggressively here. Bursts through that yellow barricade. He's going to get himself straight in. Sees the player in on the pillar and through the Maverick hole. Lobbin can find himself a freebie. He knows that there's going to be someone upstairs, and we get a drop here from Reaps. There's a desperate attempt at a rotation back down the stairs here. Leader is playing on yellow. Going to be able to shoot out the Nomad. Just waiting for his teammates. They can double up onto this challenge. Revolt successful elsewhere. Reaps will find the kill and immediately gets hit by the air jab. Doubling up on that utility there and securing that flank. Dots in with a piece of the action there to pick up that final kill. W7M not messing around here on Consulate.
You need the timeout. If you're Bleed, if you're Julio, you need the timeout because that round is just... It's inexcusable how Bleed have let that slip. You know, we are dealing with W7M playing a ranked style of Siege where you're just rushing into the site as fast as you can. And W7M are almost hoping that Bleed are just asleep. Unfortunate for them, Bleed are snoozing. That blitz comes in. There is no reaction. The players above have made vertical holes way too late. And even whenever they made the vertical holes, the blitz was planting right below it. And nobody from Bleed killed him. Like, he planted right on pillar, exactly where a hole was open up right above him. And just nothing happened. I'm really happy to see Julio call the timeout because it's needed. Is it nerves? Or Bleed just timid? That's what it feels like.
I don't think we've seen anyone from Bleed hitting serious shots yet.
Oh, 100%.
They're looking a bit cold.
Look like a shell of what we've seen so far.
Obviously, games against Brazil always mean a little bit more for Bleed as well, given that it's Julio stuck behind him.
Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm.
You know, he's grown up in this scene. He's grown up with this style of Siege, and he knows what to expect on game day. Good time to bring the time out. 3 rounds on the attack on Consulate. With only 1 round going toward the defenders, it's definitely time to call that and try and steady the ship. Try and salvage a 3-3 half here. And just try and put a bit of confidence in the players. No one at the minute going positive for Bleed. I don't even feel... I feel like Turd's been invisible, Demo. We haven't even spoken about Turd yet.
Honestly, I think they all have. Reaps
hasn't
missing
had
that
his
shot
moment.
for me.
You know, it's uncharacteristic of this team and what we know them to be capable of.
I know people may be thinking, oh, we're being very critical of Bleed and not giving enough to W7. And I think we're critical of Bleed because what we've seen from this side throughout the competition, they've looked stellar. You know, really, really strong. Beating FaZe was such a massive win for that side. And then to see them not replicate it now, where it really matters in the best of 3, you're almost proving that the haters who were calling them best of 1 merchants, you're proving them right.
But we're not even... We could still class this as a best of 1. Do you know what I mean? It's this one map.
I get that.
It's not even, you know, if it's the mental game of having to play the best of 3, then that's one thing. But we're in map number 1. Now, granted, it wasn't their map choice, and they're not looking too comfortable on it. But that's the nature of a best of 3, right? You've got to win your own map and win the decider.
I mean, the thing with Bleed is, obviously, best 3s have not went well for them, you know, especially recent history. They got double 7-0'd against SSG at the Major in a best of 3, back-to-back 7-0s. But certainly something that maybe living in the head of Bleed, I'm not too sure. Reaps. Here we go. We get a kill. Dots is down. You see W7M have almost took the pedal of the pedal here, Ollie. Has slowed down rightly so for them. They're going to the same rushing. Instead, it's a little bit of a push that they're trying to take both sides. They're now going to go in with the Amaru, but that hasn't worked out for him because the Chanka is there, or the Goya was there. Should I say to try and disable that? And oh my word, Leader dashes across the window. Should have been dead to rights, Ollie, but got away with it. Now he's in a very tricky position that W7M have to deal with.
Balls of steel on Leader there. His biggest vulnerability right now is someone going below and just popping him because they know exactly where he is.
There we go.
Here it is. The shots start to come through. He has to take the challenge on the window because he's going to get done from below if he doesn't. Great play from W7M to immediately deal with that and not waste too much time. Still a 3 versus 3, 45 seconds left. Diffuser in the hands of the Amaru, and we hear it come in, but there's that goo mine that Leader was able to place. Brilliant play from this. I love this from Reaps, dipping himself in below and forcing the player to jump back out the window. Now somebody else can take up this horrible position in behind the CEO desk, hop onto the desk and get themselves into a better position. Can Hoven find the angle? It's extremely narrow. He's going to pick one up onto Dash regardless. Diffuser now on the ground. 15 seconds waiting for the fire to dissipate. Another goo mine to slow down this rush from W7M. And a hop in. Don't waste all your ammo before he comes in. Hoven does manage to pick him up with one of the last bullets in the clip. Bleed. Really put under the pressure there by W7M. There wasn't much of a 3-2-1 execute. It was a lot of mini executes there when they were just trying to get it over the line. But Bleed, they won that war of attrition.
It's like a battlefield. You've got the left flank attacking. You've got the archers and the cliffs almost. You've got everything going on the battlefield.
You can feel this berserkers just running in to hold that position behind CEO desk.
All of a sudden, the horses appeared out of the forest. A flank maneuver. Oh, I mean, a big mess around from the side, honestly, of both teams. We've seen a lot. We've seen almost a kind of bait where the Capitao was trying to almost persuade Bleed that, hey, we're actually attacking admin this side, come and stop us. And then they try and slip in a kind of two-man push with the Amari going straight in through the sight window, was then denied with all the fire that was being brought in. Amari then jumps back out. Then they take a little bit of a stalemate against each other. Killzoo back and forth. Leader made that mad dash. They rotate the Amari with a shotgun to kill Leader. Amari then goes back round, in through the window again. Then we see the drop that you mentioned as well from Reaps to see if he can maybe upset the apple cart and go below and shotgun him. He then gets taken out by another man who's rotated downstairs to kill Reaps. And then it kind of got a little bit blurry. But I think the main gist was Amaru had the diffuser, was still downstairs on piano. And I think it was Hoven walked over to the vertical holes and then killed Amari from them.
Yeah, Hoven played a bit of a blinder there. I mean, that's the player you want in that position. You need the Azami with the Kiba barriers to keep yourself safe from the rappel. And it almost worked better that Leader went there first, so that they then dealt with the player below. And it's like you've got to go there to bait him out to be able to get the kill. And just rely that you're going to be able to get that trade. Last round then, as the sides currently sit, before we're going to change things over. Another big focus on the roam game and a plant already going down extremely early. But look, it's just getting punished left and right. Reaps and Mentalist, they're going to render the diffuser cold on the ground. There will be a kill got back. Make it 2 to level things up here. Another scrappy round, a reattempt at that plant to go down now, and Dudez gets a banging shot over onto Reaps. I think that lobbing came off the plant for a time, and he's actually had to come off it again because there's been nothing done about this vertical game. He's on 12 HP. They've tried to get the plant down twice now. There's a retake attempt from Hoven, but he just got a bit unfortunate with some time in there. The player just dipping behind the cover at the wrong moment.
Hoven. A press now by two players. Takes one with him, but it leaves Leader now in the tricky circumstance of 1v2. I wonder if he has any more cameras up that he can maybe utilize. Look at the HP of Lob and a couple of zaps, and he'll be out for the count. They'll try and nade off the cameras, speaking off them, and it looks as though they've got both of them. Leader actually makes the plunge into piano. Has the LMG, but Lobbin swings with the SMG on such low HP against an LMG. A risky fight, but he makes the play and it works out for him. Wow, I mean, Leader, was it the best opportunity there for him to drop in? Maybe he could have played above all if there's more vertical holes. Don't forget, that's a site where most of it, you could just open up from above. I suppose there is that one blind spot maybe, but still, it's a tricky one just dropping into almost the lion's den in the 1v2.
I think it's the time factor, isn't it? There was so much time remaining, over a minute on the clock, that Leader probably looks at that and goes, I maybe try and drop and catch someone in a drone with someone else covering and see if I can just break it into a 1 versus 1 very quickly and take them by surprise. Maybe they're not going to expect me to move quickly here, given how much time's left. It's a hindsight play, isn't it? You look back at it and you go, maybe not the right thing to do, but in the moment, could have worked out. It's going to give a 4-2 split here for W7M, which by all accounts, is a good showing here on Consulate.
10 seconds left.
Something that's really struck me about W7M is that they are willing to do whatever it takes today. We've seen them play fast, we've seen them play slow, we've seen them take time, we've seen them full commit to things. And that previous round's a great example of the commitment from this team. The teamwork is one layer of it, but then there's a commitment as another layer of it, which whatever is going on, they are fully committed to it, and everyone's trying to make it happen. Ooh. Looks like the committed to spawn peaks this round. Leader, he gets a beauty of a shot over onto Lobbin, but Dash, he's managed to take down the Dokkaebi of Hoven.
Or also displaced there from Dots over the top of the breach, but doesn't get the kill that he was hunting. He was after the player opening the breach, and now that breach is open again. It's only been done with a hard breach gadget, Ollie, so it's not the biggest of holes, but a hole nonetheless. Really focus on trying to get this Monty down into the backside of that basement, coming in through the server room.
Stay behind me.
And Monty's great, Ollie, as we know, and just clearing out rooms in very quick fashion. Will be accompanied by Leader, so they can maybe get themselves in towards construction. So right now for Bleed, they're looking to go for a pincer maneuver here, Ollie. Two players pushing in from the main side in through the garage, and then the other two trying to see if they get a foothold in towards the construction tunnel and really pressure the guys over towards the kitchen.
One of the problems is the game's been given away. Volps, he saw the player cross, and he's been able to call that out. Now, you've always got an inkling that someone could be pushing the backside, but it's been very quickly found out this time, and those smokes are going to do a lot to choke out the time. Reaps, he tries to full send it. He gets himself into pillar, but picks the wrong angle on the 50-50, and the cover wasn't there from the breach. Dots is going to be allowed to pick two here as Volps. He's going to get Leader, and they fall one by one by one. W7M in the right place at the right time, and Bleed looking, I'll be honest, a little bit reckless there. Where was the synergy? If Reaps is pushing into pillar, you need that player more active on the breach. They were both essentially holding the same angle.
Oh, Reaps, you've pulled the trigger way too quick, and his cover's been blown. You need to wait until the Monty and his friend are in position. You needed to wait until they could deal with the players in construction. Sure, there's a smoke breathing down the neck of the Monty, but smoke only has so much gas he can throw out. And as soon as all of the gas is gone, it's very easy then for Monty to just walk up, disable that mirror window, and then they can maybe look to go for that push. But Reaps going before his team was ready. It's that timidness that I mentioned before that just, it feels like that's the case for Bleed here. They look like an outer shell of themselves. But all credit to W7M. You know, that aggressive nature that we've seen them actually produce on Cafe yesterday, Ollie. It's showing here today. You know, Luminosity had an absolute nightmare against it. Lobbin, he's been a standout for me, isn't he? He's in your face the whole time. He fears nothing. He might be the only person in the world who I could say will probably be in a 1v5 and then still stick his head out a window.
Still goes for it, yeah.
Still go for it.
10 and 4. We know that this... It's very difficult to sit here and say that we know that W7M's got the talent and the mechanical skill to go along with that, because Bleed have got it as well. But they just don't look in the server right now. I don't know if they're giving too much respect to W7M or what it is, but this game has quite quickly run away with them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, yeah. Honestly, blink and you miss it, you're 5-2 down in an instant.
Lobbin, open pick onto Reaps. Oh,
Yeah,
look at him go. Dots takes turd down. Not even letting him get into the building at this point. Got Leader trying to push himself up Visa stairs, but he's pretty solo. Mentalist, he's all alone, getting murked by the Evil Eye, and he's going to find himself downed and finished by the barbed wire there. That's a new one for all you people that track stats. Track a barbed wire kill. Enjoy that one. That's going to mess your sheets up. 3 versus 2. Leader does manage to find himself one, but there's over half the round left, and Bleed haven't really done anything aside from get a couple of kills and, well, perish. Where do they go from here?
Oh, look at this. I mean, it's just one after another. W7M can make your round go from bad to worse in an instant. You know, they will leave you no remorse whatsoever. Leader's been able to get a kill back, so it is a 2v2. As you mentioned, what have they got to show for it? They've got very little map control. They don't have the information, that's for a certainty. How will they know where the remaining 2 players are? There's going to be a hefty amount still on the side of W7M of obviously bringing in that Maestro. A few bulletproof cameras are always going to be helpful.
I think there's still an evil eye in sight. Oh, there we go.
Ooh. Oh, they've hacked it, but I think now for W7M, it's just a case of playing safe, using the information, what little information you have. Again, even though that evil eye can be used by the attackers, that's still going to give information to the defenders.
Yeah, and you can try and, you know, stick it up in the air and obstruct the view a little bit as well, if you like. But the time's going to do the rest of the work here. With 30 seconds left to go, we're finally seeing a little bit of a buddy up here from Bleed. But you can see with how they're checking everything that they're not really too sure on what's going on, and there's a heck of a lot for Leader to watch here. Knows there's going to be a player pushing him on the long angle, manages to put him off with a flash grenade. The plant will go down. Now comes down to Hoven to make something happen. W7M, they need to push this as a pair, but he allowed to break it into 1 versus 1s, and he hits his shots. Just when Bleed needed a round to keep W7M off a map point, they find it.
Huge moment for Bleed to keep the minute. You lose that round, you're 6-2 down. Pretty much kiss your dreams of winning Consulate goodbye. But maybe that gives them a little bit of hope. W7M, they'll actually be quite frustrated that they lost that round because they started off so well. The aggressive play that, you know, Bleed just tried to full send in with the blitz just did not work. W7M just being as strong as ever with the gun skill, swinging, hitting their shots. But both of those players, like you mentioned, they maybe should have doubled up with each other. You know, it just seemed very fragmented. Goy was trying to push, but then Maestro wasn't really there to help. You have to remember, whenever that diffuser's being planted, even though it's a 2v2, you have essentially made it into a 1v2 because the guy planting the diffuser isn't going to do anything. He's planting the diffuser.
Yeah. Our Leader had so much to do.
You need to double up on the guy who's trying to cover.
The thing is, you look at that, and Leader didn't even get a kill, but he played it to perfection. Because he stunned out, he was able to, he was active on both angles, he didn't commit to one, he wasn't static, and he gave Hoven the best possible chance of getting that plant down. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me a little bit of a W7M attack. Because of how scrappy it was, because of how relentless it was, that's what we need a little bit more of here from Bleed. They don't want to leave anything in their pocket. They want to leave everything on the server here today. And that's one of those rounds that you look at and you go, yeah, they've given it their all. They've tried absolutely everything, and players have performed in the moment. You can see what it did to the team as well.
It's a big opportunity just for the region as well as APAC. You know, imagine if they win this and they get 3rd to 4th place. You know, that is on equal and to the highest finish APAC's ever had at a tournament. And then they still have a chance to maybe get into the top 2. You never know. And then, you know, be possibly one of the best APAC teams that could happen for them. But they need to try and win the quarterfinals, or else you look fondly and think, yeah, you know, they managed to make it the top 8, but, you know, they won 2 best of 1s and then lost the best of 3 where it really mattered. It's for Bleed just need to try and dig deep and play the best that they ever have done.
I think it's as close to a must-win series as they're going to get. Because if they win this series, then it's it silences the haters a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh,
great pick there from Hoven. Now they seem to be getting on board with things. They're up to date with the program now. They know that they're going to get challenged. They know that.
You say they. I say Hoven. That's what I say.
Well, yeah, to a degree, but you know that W7M are going to play aggressively. That breach is, not sure if it's been attempted.
No, it was opened up. It was opened up as a spawn peak, and then they've now reinforced that with Lobbin going down. Pretty sure it was Lobbin who actually made the impact in the first place. They go for a spawn peak. Then he ran all the way downstairs and obviously made it on that single breach that we had seen. It will be an admin take from Bleed. W7M should be aware of that, and now they're starting to set up accordingly. This is always the danger position. That player in behind Ben the Machine, if it's an Azami, it's very difficult to deal with because she can just keep making that cover again and again and again. But there is a lot of grenades. 6 grenades were brought into this attack, Ollie.
Oh dear.
Excuse me?
That's a little bit poor from Leader. They know that there's a player tucked in there. Dots is going to find Hoven at the same time, and kills are going to start to fly in. 2 versus 3 now. Now we see the Sense gadget come in. That should be enough to give a little bit of cover, but murdered on the angle. Turd, he's having a nightmare. He's going double negative right now. Hello? Just going to place a capital fire arrow and walk straight into it. As the sense gadget dissipates, he's got so many different angles to check. It's going to be impossible to pick the right one. Was that just a misdrone? Was that a miscommunication? Did they not realize that there was still somebody tucked in behind vending machine?
A lot of questions. The Capital has flamed the door off on meeting, which it makes sense if the player you're trying to kill is the guy in vending machine, because obviously that's the door that defenders could swing from, for example. So you flame that off, make sure nobody goes for that angle, and you're just trying to kill that guy in vending machine. The door was flamed, and Leader just full sprints up the stairs almost to that same door, and then dies to the guy in vending machine. I honestly do not know.
I wonder if that was meant to be a smoke, It'd be a bit more of a blunder if they were meant to smoke the door, but I don't know why you would want to smoke it, because then someone could just run through it.
Is it a case of smoking the door, or is it a case of maybe there should have been a sense gadget going in at the same time Leader was pushing up the stairs?
Yeah, potentially.
There's a lot of questions, but a very poorly played round from Bleed.
I don't know why you just don't flash out the player behind vending machine and then fire him.
Yeah, I mean, you also had 2 nades as well. You had 2 nades left.
Yeah.
And at the time, whenever Leader died, there was no keeper barrier on the vending machine. It wasn't recharged.
Map point for Bleed. Map point for W7M, excuse me. This is their own map choice as well. So we are expecting them to do well here, but equally we're expecting a little bit more from Bleed.
I mean, just look at the team performance from both teams. It's really
night and
Hoven
day.
who's been able to keep them in it, 10 kills, but everyone on the side W7M positive, Ollie. And that's always something we look at, the team who is more well-rounded on the day. And also don't forget, they do statistically have the best player in the server right now, Lobin, who's 11-6. A lot of things that stack up against Bleed right now. And they have to play perfect if they want to bring this to overtime, but don't know if I see it happening, Ollie. I think W7M, the way that they've set up, that aggressive tone, being able to disrupt the initial plan for Bleed. I mean, I think just... Bleed look as though they're afraid of dying. That's really what it looks like.
Well, they're doing a lot of dying. Reaps is double negative here. I can't remember the last time we saw Reaps have such a bad game.
Yeah.
He's one of the talisman players on this roster, and if he isn't hitting his shots, it isn't the end of the world, but you need a couple of other people to be hitting their shots as well. The only player hitting the shots is Hoven. And the only shot he's going to get hit by this time is Lobbin. It's just a round that's going to peter out into nothing by the looks of it. No trades, no real activity. People just sort of statically holding angles. Turd going to get taken out on his own. Big mental reset required after this one, I'm afraid. 3 kills for Vops. Is he going to make it 4? No. Eventually gets taken on out, but Lobbin is there. Bosh the ACOG action. He got 2 kills on the round with that thing. A disappointing end there for Bleed, but a fantastic finish from W7M. I'll be honest, it looked like they were playing with the food at some points there, Demo.
So easy. So easy. I mean, we've cast it, a few games here, Ollie, that was pretty one-sided. I think back to Liquid versus Talon. I don't know what it was. That felt like the most one-sided game we've had here. It just men v boys to a big degree.
There was like 2 moments, wasn't there? I think 2 of the 3 rounds that Bleed got were big moments where you're thinking that could gas the team up, that could turn the tide. And then the rest of it, it's W7M all day long. They played fantastically well on that first map. It is a best of 3. There is another map coming at least, and potentially Border, but that all depends on whether Bleed can book their ideas up, because they need to seriously get their heads in the game here.
They need to reset. They need to think about the mental game now. Sack off the strategy. Sack off that element of your game. Focus on yourselves. They're not hitting their shots. Reaps, as you mentioned, who has been a standout. He's been hitting it shot after shot this competition. And he missed some really crucial ones here today.
Yeah. I
think that's what it boils down to. It's just focus on themselves. And this is where the coaches now, they need to step in. They need to try and get this team in the right mind. Is it the pressure? Bleed are a team who I would say came into this competition with no pressure on them whatsoever. It's just, let's see how we do. We made it here. It's a great achievement. We'll see how we can perform. They managed to get the top 8. The mentality for them shouldn't be, oh, we have a chance now to go top 4. The chance is, oh, we got top 8. We've never done that before. Let's just see what happens now. Everything else should be a bonus. It's not that same free-flowing siege that Bleed should be playing with.
No, it's seen here in the highlights as well. You can see there's moments, I mean, you know, players missing shots, players not hitting. This was one of the moments where you look at it and you go, that could be a round, but Dash just played it too well. And that was maybe the closest round that we saw W7M get. Everything else was very clear-cut indeed. This was a shocker for Bleed, at least.
I honestly thought they were going to kick on. I thought they were going to kick on after this round. You really, a big moment like this where you're down in the dumps and then a player on your team has just done that. They keep you in that round.
It got 3-5 at that point, and you start thinking to yourself, well, you know, 4-5 starts to feel really good. 5-5, everything's possible, and then, you know, you take it one round at a time from there, but they weren't able to get anything done. And I think for me, big mental reset. It doesn't look like the same team. They almost do feel a little bit scared in the moment. On the flip side, W7M, you look at it and you look at the way that they're playing and you ask yourself, what is going to stop them? Because
they don't even look phased.
They don't look bothered. They look like they're playing a scrim. I don't know what it is, but how do you get over this mental hurdle? How do you come up against a team like that? I guess Bleed, they've got a couple minutes now to try and figure that out. We're going to get ourselves set up for the next match. We're going to take a couple of minute break, but after that, we'll be back. We'll see you in just a few.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to EWC. We are in day number 3 now, and we are in our playoff stage of the competition. We have got playoffs going off through the entirety of today. 2 best of 3s here on the B stream and 2 best of 3s over on the A stream as well. I'm joined here with Demo, and we are in the midst of covering Bleed versus W7M. W7M map goes to them. It was Consulate, it was their map choice, and I'll be honest, Demo, we've just had a little bit of a chat there during that break. We aren't too hopeful for Bleed. They really need to get themselves in gear because it was a little bit of a beating.
Yeah, it was. Like, W7M are just carrying on that momentum yesterday, where they looked so good against Luminosity. Bleed, who really impressed us during the first day, is a case of maybe having that off day, Ollie, has maybe hindered Bleed. Or they may be a team that would have liked to just keep on playing throughout the competition, which obviously W7M, they had that luxury. They have played now 2 days in a row, this being their 3rd day. It's always another topic of discussion that we have, but you really don't know for sure.
Let's have a look at the scoreboard, and we can see some of the heroes and some of the villains over on Consulate. Of course, there are going to be, I think, maybe 5 villains knocking around, given the performances that we saw. Hoven, in my opinion, the only player with a pulse on the side of Bleed. Everybody else going negative, and some going seriously negative. Turds at 3 and 7 over a 10-round game, only picking up 3 kills is not what we have come to expect from this player. He's flashy, he's cocky, he's confident, he's usually got what it takes, and today he was entirely shut down. Reaps, mechanical skill in spades. We praise this guy for the way that he uses a mouse and the way that he has his sensitivity, the size of his mouse mat, everything. It didn't matter today. It meant nothing. Double negative. On the flip side, W7M, they couldn't really put a foot wrong. The charge was led by Lobbin, but every single player had their moment.
W7M, just look at the stats. It is night and day difference if you look at both of the teams side by side. And yeah, Lobbin obviously head and shoulders above the rest, as I suppose was expected. He was great yesterday. He's usually the player that I'm drawn towards on that side. Obviously, names there like Volps, for example, but I don't know. I just think Lobbin, for me, probably their best player, and he has been, since that team broke through during Atlanta. So yeah, I've been very impressed by W7M. They just look as though they're getting better and better and better every time we watch them. And, they really have cemented themselves as in that top 4 now for Brazil, which, as we know, is always a highly contested area.
It is, and it's nice to see them sort of take that, I guess. Obviously, we're not unfamiliar with saying the name W7M when it comes to talking about a top team, but this isn't the same roster that won SI. But it is nice to see this roster, this group of players, really rubbing shoulders with some of the top teams in the region and saying, yeah, we're here for a reason. You've given Brazil 4 spots. This is why we're going to go out there and we're going to perform. They're doing that already here today against Bleed, but it's a best of 3, and it isn't all over. We do have another map to go to here. It is going to be Bleed's map choice. I just do wonder how they're going to be able to reset that momentum ahead of going into map number 2, Demo.
It comes down to the coaches now. It depends how they want to set up their team. What has Julia been able to say to them? Is it a case of, guys, let's just go in there and play with fun, have that bit of freedom, the way that they like that kind of free flowing siege, and then just see what happens. They need to be, I would say, void of all the pressure, because I think the pressure's gotten to them a little bit. I think they've kind of, seen the stars in their eyes, and it's got a little bit too much for them. They need to kind of keep themselves grounded. And Bleed are a side for me, which I think are always going to perform better whenever they're the underdogs. And there's a lot of teams who are kind of in the similar boat. Whenever you see these underdog runs happen, as soon as teams then think, oh, now we're the favorites, we need to win this game, the pressure's on, that's what gets to them. Teams who go in there playing just for fun, playing to see what happens, are the teams which are most dangerous, and that's where we see teams playing to the best of their abilities.
I think that, whilst I 100% agree with you, I do look at the map, and I look at Skyscraper, and I think to myself, it can be a very technical map. It can be a map that is very difficult to attack on. We've already seen that demonstrated here at EWC. We've been quoting statistics from the Manchester Major, given that that's the most recent Tier 1 siege that we've seen prior to this competition. And Skyscraper had a 61% defender win rate, which is absolutely nuts. So your attacking rounds have got to be on the money. Now, I'm guessing, given that it's Bleed's map choice, that they're going to be starting on the attack, giving the choice over to W7M, and they will likely pick the defense. If they've just come out of a rough Consulate and now they're going into what is probably on paper the hardest map to attack in Siege. This is the hardest map that they could be going into as attackers now. It just doesn't bode well, does it? They've really got to come out there and they've got to have the head switched on.
Yeah, I think they need to go in and just hit the shots more than anything. You know, we need to see them try and battle back against W7M. We don't want them, you know, to see them be scared. W7M are showing a great trait of a top tier team. You know, really, really great team. Teams that will sit there and say, yeah, they can make a grand final. No problem at all. You know, they're our favorites. And the characteristic I'm talking about is knowing whenever the opponent you're against just are not up for it. And I think W7M knew immediately after the first round that Bleed were right here for the taking. And W7M have just almost hit the disaster button and have just unleashed every natural disaster that they could possibly muster up against Bleed. They've hit them with tsunamis, earthquakes, fire, sometimes flames, volcanoes, whatever it is, everything, just to disrupt Bleed even more so. Great characteristic to have, and knowing W7M, they will just keep going. They'll stay in 5th gear. They'll not slow down at all.
Well, we can see the teams just having a final little chat. Coach, of course, can be involved for this prior to the map starting, but as soon as the map starts, that's it. The coach's mic goes up. We see the fist bumps come out, and we're going to be getting ready to get underway with Skyscraper. Julio, he's got to be the vibes man right now. He's got to try and gas that team up. They've had a short break. They've had maybe 10 minutes. What have they been able to muster up in that time? Thermite going to come out as the first ban here from Bleed. Going to put a bit of pressure on that hard breach. And the Deimos. Sorry, the Thermite was the ban from W7M. The Deimos was the ban from Bleed. So maybe giving a little bit of a nod of respect there to W7M. They were very efficient with that Deimos.
Yeah, I think maybe getting under the skin. Maybe some players, maybe Turd has said, no, it needs to go. It needs to go. The Thermite ones is always interesting, and people at home, you may be thinking, oh, why have we went for a Thermite ban? What's that all about? There's like so many other operators that can open up walls. Why Thermite? The reason why is the layout of the exterior walls on this map. The exterior wall outside of Geisha, for example, as you know, it's a single breach. If you place the Thermite charge on the very right-hand side of that reinforcement, not only will it open up that exterior wall, but it will also open up the interior wall, the wall directly beside that breach. So then you get 2 walls with once that leads into drum. Exactly the same can be said for the wall over towards an office, where you place it in the very leftmost double wall, and then you will also open up the wall right beside minibar. So it's a very strong tactic to go for. Nowadays, even if Thermite's up, we will see teams kind of go for the feet holes on the right side of the office wall just to stop that from happening. The same can also be said over towards drum. Some teams just open it anyway. But in this case now, you could maybe risk it, Ollie, and think, oh, we can now fully reinforce walls. We can fully reinforce up the office wall, for example.
Yeah, and they can try and keep control of that area a little bit longer. Of course, there are other hard breaches available. We aren't just Thermite salesmen over here. We don't discriminate.
Remember whenever we used to be salesmen? What was the operator where we tried to sell people?
I think we were selling Maverick, weren't we?
We were selling Maverick. We wouldn't be selling Maverick now. Those stocks have plummeted.
I tell you what, Maverick's on the discount.
It's the equivalent of somebody coming to your door and saying, would you like to buy some Blockbuster?
Maverick's got a yellow sticker on him right now.
Oh.
He is reduced.
Honestly, we feel sorry for anyone who invested in us. Hey, there's probably somebody out there who then took our advice, and for months he's been practicing the Maverick. He's the best Maverick ever. He's forgotten how to do everything else. His whole life is just Maverick, and then now this is what's happened, and he just dies to every C4 that gets tossed at him.
To be fair, we're not responsible for anyone's decisions, and
I don't know if we put the short
from the glory days.
We didn't put the fine print on it. I don't think we did, Ollie. We might be done in a court of law. We might be.
He's benefited from the glory days. Maverick's just he's not in the glory days anymore. Ace is going to be brought as the hard breacher of choice for this round. No secondary hard breach either. Sometimes you will bring secondary hard breach in an attempt to try and open up that VIP wall as well. But already, Reaps is in below. The Book being available this time. The Book is an operator that he loves to play, and it was banned out in the previous map. I believe that he's going to be playing that for a good portion of these attacking rounds, and already they've started to rip open that floor, and There's not very many safe hidey holes for the defenders to occupy. They are already being forced into the fringes of the site. But as we know from Skyscraper, there are so many defensible positions on this map that even if you rip open the floor in the site, it doesn't really matter. You've still got to contend with people in behind Drinks Bar, people inside of Shrine and Dragon. It can always be there's always somewhere else to hide on Sky.
The Azami barrier is also causing a lot of issues, especially for that single window. Typically an avenue that you would see like a Ying, for example, jump in from after you toss in the Candelas, you just follow it through, but obviously that keeper barrier makes things very difficult. We're seeing all three Selmas used on a keeper barrier, soft wall, and just a wooden barricade, Ollie. That's what we've seen be distributed here from Bleed, but not working out too well for them as the kills are starting to rain out for W7M, but still 2 kills back in favor of Bleed. 40 seconds to go. They've lost their Ying. Another down comes in. Leader's actually just patrolling that main breach. All he's swinging for all he's worth, and he's been able to find dots with that pistol that he swung with.
2 versus 2. 20 seconds left to go. Volps on a bit of a tear here. Going to pick himself up a kill onto Turd, and now Leader on the Ash has it all to do. He's got the diffuser and he's got a bit of information here. He knows where the player is, but there's too many angles for him to check. 10 seconds left on the clock. He's got to try and find these kills. He's got no other option right now. And W7M, they can just play ring around the rosy all day long. Shotgun at close range for Volps to lock up round number 1.
Honestly, a bit of misthrown, has to be said. You think about where that player was, just tucked up on that little vaultable area inside of Drum beside that single wall. Yeah, right here, the position from Dash. Did it get thrown down? Maybe it kind of looked as though the Ying had a suspicion he was there, but still able to find that kill. I think W7M just did a good job, but whenever the execute came in, they were able to get the kills traded back and forth. They never allowed Bleed to really have that man advantage.
Not giving Bleed any space is going to be a real key win condition here for W7M. The attacks on Skyscraper do not come easily. Maintaining that pressure throughout the round is going to be the key. For all that there are different positions that you can retreat back to and defend from, the longer you're able to stay out there, the less time Bleed are going to have. And we saw the clock playing a little bit of a factor there in round number 1. Round number 2 will, of course, cause for a site change, but a somewhat similar setup. There'll still be a presence over here in the office side from W7M. Going to be setting up for that roam, and instead of a mirror window, this time they're going to be playing a deployable shield, a couple of head holes, a few reinforcements, and a couple of frost mats for good measure. So plenty to try and wade through there if a office-sided take is going to be on the cards here for Bleed.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This aggression that W7M have shown us all tournament long. Dash, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. And that's a big issue for Bleed considering who they lost. And oh, here we go again. But Turd's ready for it.
Claymore's ready.
Finally, the penny has dropped for Bleed and they've realized that, hang on a minute, these guys just really like jumping out of windows and jumping out of everything they can find. Hey, that ace though from Bleed, losing Mentalist, isn't going to do him a lot of favors. Have to be down to Hoven to see if he can try and open up a wall or two with that blue torch, but still very difficult to do.
Not going to come easy, is it? As we know, the Maverick can be very tricky, especially when there are C4s knocking around. No C4s this time, though. 2 deployable shields being brought. No C4 on the Warden. Turd going to join Reaps in trying to push himself up the stairs, but immediately flash. Look at the timing on that. So unfortunate. And Volps is going to pick Turd up. Reaps is going to be there for the direct trade, but they know exactly where he is now. But hold all the cards for a short period of time here. Toxic Babe canisters going out from Dash to try and stem that flow of attackers. Not a lot of health to speak of on the side of Reaps, and a little bit of a lull now. Maybe a bit of information gathering for Bleed to be done here. There's still plenty of time. And if they just trade off the numbers game and don't separate and give these 1v1s away, it could be onto a round here.
Oven on the window with the diffuser will go for the swing. Is the cover going to be sufficient from his teammates? No, it's not. Dot's just walking through the corridor. Thankfully, Leader is there for the trade-off, but diffuser cold, and Lava's going to know exactly where it is. Has that ACOG with that 9mm, does pack a punch. Pushing up, worrying about that player over towards Blackstairs. A good suspicion because someone is there. He's going to go for the swing and somehow eliminates Reaps. Leader's not going to be there, but Leader clutches up against Lobbin. I mean, Leader, he's almost sold two of his teammates down the river, but he makes up for it, I suppose.
I'll tell you what, it's a good job Leader hit that shot, isn't it?
It would have been public enemy number one if he
really,
didn't.
It really would have been. That would have been an absolute stinker. Because I'm thinking they're just going to play on contact. As soon as he swings, bang, Leader's going to get the kill. Great. As soon as he gets to this point here, he should be dead. Yeah. And you look around and you're like, oh.
He went for the window. Yeah, he jumped in the window.
Leader, like, where you at?
Mm-hmm.
He's lucky as well, because if there'd have been any information that he'd have jumped in that window, we might have just seen a little bit of a rotation downstairs, a bit more of a further time waste, and the round that had done itself. The sixth man would have stepped in there.
Honestly, imagine he jumps in and all of a sudden we hear a clunk.
Oh, God.
Don't forget about that. The frost was up. But thankfully there wasn't. The bit that really interested me that round was, again, I don't know if there was or if there wasn't. Maybe it was destroyed. Was there a Banshee on main stairs?
I don't think so.
There was no barbed wire. There was no barbed wire. Didn't look as though there was, and you have to give credit to Blade. That's good opportunity spotting.
Yeah.
There should have been a Banshee. There should have been something there for the main stairs.
Oh, man, I tell you what. If Reaps hadn't got flashed by his own team, that'd have been a totally different round.
Also, they were flashing a ward in FYI.
Yeah,
for the record.
which, yeah, you like wake up a little bit. Come on.
You know? Well, it wasn't a bad idea from Bleed. Seeing that weakness at A, there's nothing in main stairs. At most, there's going to be one guy holding this from Geisha. Obviously, the idea was flash him out, but as a warden didn't matter anyway. But they were still able to get the trades. I think that was the important thing. They were able to go 1-for-1s.
Sometimes we say all you need is 2 rounds on this map. And Bleed have already picked up 1 inside of the first 3. Slightly different approach required this time, though. There isn't that heavy extension over in the office side, but there is going to be an extension above the site in Karaoke and Geisha.
Sammy and Drum, what fun.
Not somewhere that you want to be, really, is it? That's not what you want to be told is your job to deal with. Just go and deal with that as Army and Drum.
Oh, yeah.
No bother.
I've gone 6, but I think maybe he's hunting for a bulletproof, perhaps, and yeah, managed to nail that. That was Tots' BP coming in. It's off the table. Again!
Ooh, nice shot.
Nash, he's tried to go for the peak, but this time they were ready for it. It looks as though Bleed, they've caught on now, and that kind of magic that WSM are playing with is, they're all out.
It's disappearing, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's still the danger of W7M losing that magic, yet still coming away with rounds because they start to play, air quotes, a little bit more properly. Oh, nice kill there on the drop. It will be immediately traded, though. That was a 1-for-1 trade as well. That must have been a hipfire headshot coming out there. That looks impossible to do. Fortunately for Bleed, it still leaves them with an advantage. They've got utility in the Capitale. They do have the diffuser. It's whether or not they've got the position in at the moment.
Oven's got 2 drones that he can use. He fills both his drones up. That should be enough. The other 2 don't. You can see both of them been shot out. In terms of utility, still got some flashes you can utilize. Of course, the nades from Reap still in pocket. W7M, again, it's the case of trying to see if you can sneak a kill in here or there. They will double up. They know that a push is going to be coming in from delivery, and the shotgun primed and ready from Volps, and the Goomine will give away the location. He missed the first one, but finally gets in the second, and again it comes into a 1v1. Bleed have almost let this round slip. Volps up against Tove, and the HP is going to be ripped.
Shot!
That smoke and Volps, my God, buries him in the mud. W7M have walked away with a round. They had no right winning. That was a 5v3 at a stage for Bleed.
I don't know how Bleed have just given that one away. They've just let everything come down to a 1 versus 1. What a shot from Volps. We said he was on his money yesterday. We said he was on his A game. Same can be said here and now. That round's going to hurt for Bleed. That's one that they should be walking away with. The scoreline should read 2 rounds to Bleed right now. And that could have been a win condition as well. As it stands, they're going to have to work that hard again and a little bit more to pick a round up here on Sky. It's rounds like that you look back on when the series is done and you say, was that the difference? Was that another turning point in momentum? W7M, they've recently lost a round. They lost round number 2. Bleed were starting to look like they might have something about them, and then all of a sudden they fail on the basics again. Demo, they had the time, they had the information, they had the manpower, and they couldn't make it happen. And if they die to a C4 on a spawn peak here, oh goodness me,
there's no way. Not again. Not like this.
there is still a player out there, but I think they're a bit deeper and they maybe wouldn't have been got by it.
You need to have one heck of a shot. And honestly, if he hits that C4, he shouldn't be here. He should be over the Olympics, Ollie, in the shot put competition. Grim and Ying, always fun combination to see, and I always am a little bit bewildered whenever I see it allowed up. I honestly think they are 2 of the strongest operators alongside Monte. I think those 3 in particular are your S-tier attackers. I don't think anyone else really fits in that category. I think those are your 3 strongest.
Bleed haven't really opted for a shield yet, have they? Which is a little bit surprising.
No.
You know, you can bully your way up black with a shield.
They're not the biggest shield team. They're not the biggest shield team. You know, there's certain players in the world who we know are going to be naturally attracted to the shields and can play them very well. And Bleed, they will play it on the odd occasion, but it's not as though they have like a mainstay player that you think, oh, he's great with shields.
Reeps is going to be below, once again trying to rip that floor open and make something happen. It's the same site we saw in round number 1 where it came down to a 1 versus 1 with Leader versus Volps. Seems to have been saying Volps' name a lot, and it's for good reason. He's 5-1 at the minute. W7M, they know the game though. More than happy to just give that space away, and a bit of a run out there, but it's being watched. Leader on the cover. C4 comes out in response though, takes him off the rappel. Candela's still getting sent on through, and for some reason Hoven's down to the pistol in sight. 2 kills come in here for W7M. The plant, the time is almost gone to try and get that down. Just reload the primary, get yourself into position, please. 1 versus 3 now. Dots finishes him off with the shotgun. Another mess of a round. W7M, we know at this point that they're happy to play the retake.
Oh,
you can't just take the site. You've got to kill them on the fringes of the site. If you go into the site, it's a kill box.
Here's the issue. They didn't take enough of the map. They didn't put enough pressure.
They didn't take anything.
Bleed were just going for a full direct, open the wall, walk in and plant. Use the Grim, use the Ying. You really need somebody pressuring in from terrace. You need to have somebody looking to pressure in towards minibar. But they didn't do that. That was the issue. I mean, that C4, though, that kills Leader, that was so important as well, because that removes the player on the rappel who was going to hopefully move in and probably was going to be the person to walk over towards terrace.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
It's a much closer game, we will say that. It's not, it doesn't feel like the same as what Consulate was. Coming down to the minute details, but again, W7M and their gun skill today, Ollie. They are outclassing Bleed in that department. There's no doubt about it.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's got all the characteristics of what could be a very quick series. This.
It is Skyscraper, though. Keep in mind.
It is.
Yeah, you know. Then again, you've got Monty, Ying, and Grim up. Should it be totally?
Well, that's it.
Defender-sided?
You look at it and you go, maps are attacker or defender-sided, but it's always band-dependent. Thermite and Deimos don't really mean too much in the grand scheme of things. Yes, they're nice tools to have, but we've managed without Deimos for, what, 9 years? And Thermite has got other hard breaches that do a very similar job to him. We haven't seen any of the air quote meta operators used to great effect at the moment from Bleed. Mentioned that they're not much of a shield team. We have seen Ying. We haven't seen it used super effectively. We've seen Grim. Has it been used super effectively? I'm not too sure.
Dealing with our bomb site that, again, is seen a little bit more popularity. We move into our bathroom bedroom site. Typically for teams, it is all about holding above. You'll see defenders will move upstairs and open up a whole lot of vertical angles because everywhere in the site can be held from above. Obviously, for the attackers, that's something that they have to try and overcome. However, for the attackers, this time around, it looks to be a little bit more of a horizontal take, where they're looking to push in, stemming that attack in through delivery.
Oh,
no
dear.
way. There's just no way.
Bailiff. We've seen everything today. It's in a barbed wire kill. It's in a bailiff kill. We saw another weird kill the other day. Turd, gonna find one back over onto Volps. A quick hop in here. Straight into the goo mine, but Lobbin there for the trade. Just goes to show how close together W7M are playing. Nothing goes untraded.
Look at Dots.
Oh, they've
Perfect
no
position.
Yeah, they don't know he's in delivery at all. Oh, they do.
Never mind.
Maybe they do. Hovan, we apologize. We had a good idea that he was in there. Nice little pre-fire. It levels things up.
I wonder if they've seen the barrel.
What bleed need right now?
That gun's big. Big barrel on. I wonder maybe if it just crept out and able to take advantage of it. But again, still not a great position, though, for Bleed to be in a 3v3 with no pressure at all in towards that top floor and all those vertical holes that they have to go through. They have to make a choice. Do they try and pressure above or just try and firm it and go for the plant? Looks as though they're going to try and firm the plant, and maybe Hovan can try and give a little bit of cover, but he's having a lot of issues dealing with this player towards the top floor. Mentalist has gone down as he was attempting that defuse. Hovan hatches out Lobbin, but dashes there for the quick trade-off, and Leader 1 HP in a dream. The Legion runs right past him and drops shot. A hatch on peak ollie, as we like to call it, is enough to take him down. W7M with another round.
Round after round, W7M coming out on top here. They're fighting fiercely for access into the building. We haven't seen the timeout yet either. That could just be a mindset thing. That could just be recognizing that, look, we're expecting to struggle on the attack on Sky. We'll take the timeout a little bit later on when we're on our defenses. But at the moment, with the way it's going, there's not going to be many defense rounds going. Not going to be many available for Bleed to do.
Would you like some breaking news? Like a quick update?
An A-stream update?
An A-stream update! The first map has just finished.
Oh, wow.
We're already very fairly through our second map. 8-7 is how it finished, Ollie. Oof. Of course, easy going to overtime. What a surprise.
Standard.
Liquid take the map.
Oh, okay. The copium
what a
starts.
game.
I'm gonna open my bottle of copium right now. Liquid fans are huffing right now.
And don't forget as well, the game that are currently, both games that are being played, the winners of each of those respective matches will play against each other, Ollie.
Ah, so the winner of this plays the winner of that.
Yes, so I mean, as I suppose that you kind of say, as it stands, if Liquid go on to win that series and W7M win this game,
yeah,
then it would be W7M Liquid. And that, of course, would guarantee a Brazilian in the grand final, don't forget.
I mean, are we not at a point where we can guarantee a Brazilian in the grand final? Like, just statistically.
Not over yet.
Statistically, it is so likely. Especially with the fact that both
stats don't matter.
But especially with the fact that both Brazilian teams have won map 1 in their best of 3 series. Like, everything just points towards it being at least one guaranteed Brazilian team in the final.
So, Mentalist, who was struggling for a kill, has decided, I'll hop on the sniper rifle.
I get him on the Cali. He's known for his Cali.
You know, I don't think anyone's known for their Cali.
Bobby Lee Swagger is.
That we just don't see. Not the greatest. Obviously, the gadget's nice, but overall, just, you know, the gun, sniper rifle, big old British sniper rifle, you have to kind of truck around with you. Not the easiest of things to have, and sure, you have the SMG side pistol, but again, not the greatest of guns, is it really, whenever you're going up against some of the other SMGs on defense. We'll see if it works out for him, but at the moment, it's not working out too well for Bleed, because half the round's gone, they've lost their hard breach, and then once again, they have taken very little off the map.
It's losing the hard breach, really, that's killed this round dead in the water, isn't it? Because now it's a single doorway push, single window
You're forced
push.
to the drum side, aren't you?
Yeah, like, really, it just becomes so straightforward for W7M. And they're going to know that that's the case right now. They're going to know that hard breach is lacking. Smokes, they're going to do a lot of the hard work here to try and zone out some of these doorways. And you can just rotate yourself off. I mean, look at even the position that Lobbin's holding right here. Unless he gets droned, it's game over. One thing that Bleed do have is a lot of drones, but they also don't have loads of time. A little bit of a bait here from Volks as well. He's trying to bait for his teammate. I really get the feeling they don't know Lobbin's here. Look at the patience being shown. He gets licked! The turn and burn from Turd. That'll teach you, Lobbin. All of a sudden, a switch has been flicked, and there's a chance for Bleed to come away with something here.
Oh, we've all been there in the ranked game where we think we're being too smart for our own business, but all of a sudden, it's a 2v2 now. Bleed have once again let an advantage slip, and yeah, they really have done as Dot cleans up the remaining two. I have no words. Bleed, whenever they look as though they're finally going to get something moving, W7M just snatch it right back from them.
How do they lose that?
I mean, just Bleed are isolating their gunfights. They're allowing W7M to have these 1v1s rather than these 1v2s that they should be going up against.
Is that the third round they've lost with a man advantage?
It's happened a lot, hasn't it, across the series?
I mean,
seems to be the
series,
trade game.
yeah, but inside of this game.
Yeah, a few times.
Insane. 5-1 half for W7M. Again, put it into perspective, not unusual on Skyscraper, but with the bans we've got and the way that they've won some of those rounds, this could very, very easily be a 3-3 half.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels as though Bleed, they've just gifted 2 rounds over the W7M. Or did you say that W7M have robbed 2 rounds off them?
Well, I don't even know if they've robbed, they've just given it over.
10 seconds left before
W7M haven't even said, give me your wallet. Bleed have just said, here it is.
5 seconds left.
Before he even opens his mouth.
Someone just walks up to you and just give him your wallet.
Must locate and defuse it.
It's not even a robbery at that point, it's just a gift. 5-5. We were excited for this match as well. We were thinking, you know, potential for a bit of overtime, potential for 3 maps. I did. And don't get me wrong, it still could happen. We still could go to a 3rd map, have a max OT, it come down to a 1v1, and everything would be, you know, everyone would remember it as an incredible fixture.
Mm-hmm.
But as it stands, you can just see from the vibes. W7M, you don't often see teams enter a rehost at this point in the game and all just start laughing and leaning back in the chair. They have got no pressure on them whatsoever. They are as light as a feather.
Light as a feather, but they're packing one heck of a punch to go with it.
I'm surprised we've not seen the timeout, you know. Because it's not just been the fact that they've lost rounds because Defend decided, it's that they've lost rounds because they've played badly.
I mean, at this stage, if you're Julio, what more can you say that you already haven't? Like, really, how much more impact can it, like... Yeah.
Maybe they need to hear it again. I don't know.
They've already heard it twice. It's 3 times then. It's going to be the same thing again.
Yeah.
I really don't know. I think this is out of Julio's hands now. I think it is. Coaches can only do so much. You know, they're coaches, not miracle workers. That's what they need. They need a miracle. And I don't mean the player.
That was always fun.
It was.
I just thought, in fact, I've just remembered we've got Furia next.
True.
My mind has literally just gone, Miracle, Furia, we've got that game next. It's going to be coming around a little bit sooner than we thought as well, I think.
It is. It is. We're going to be very ahead of schedule over here on the B stream, whereas the A stream, at this stage, they're behind.
Have they even started Map 2?
No.
Map 2 Cafe in that series, Liquid versus DZ. Liquid winning map number 1. Knowing those 2 teams, it'll be another overtime, probably DZ, and then it'll be an overtime Clubhouse to finish it to decide. DZ do love an overtime. Didn't get one yesterday, though.
No, maybe they should have, because it felt as though they...
I tell you what, if there was a game that... Yeah, if there was a map that Scars should have won it, could have won either Skyscraper or Bank, and I wouldn't have been surprised.
I think people are actually very happy with Scars this competition. I think people have been pleasantly impressed with them. It looks, you know, on the up for Scars rather than on the down, which is where it's kind of been for a while. So I think good feedback, good reaction for Scars, and hopefully see how they do in the next events. You'd expect them to still dominate in their own region as they've been doing that, of course, throughout the past year.
Well,
those existed. Yeah, there was those should be in a museum.
That is a little bit of a throwback. I thought it was like a little, I don't know.
It's like loom bands, isn't it?
That looks like a good fidget spinner, though. I had one like that, but it never spanned that cleanly.
What's he thinking about, eh? What are they all thinking about? What can they do?
Very solemn on the bleed side of things. Difficult as well, because when you're losing a match like this and things aren't going your way, last thing you want is a rehost. Sometimes it can be a good thing, though. Sometimes it can just give you that moment to breathe, take you out of the moment. You look away from your monitor, look around the room and go, right, yeah.
Take it all in.
Enjoy the moment for a minute and then lock yourself back in and say, right, we are winning every single round from here on out.
That's it. They just need to take a deep breath and just go for it. Leave nothing to chance. Just take every opportunity that you can. I think for Blade, they should just go into this now and say, look, no matter what's happened, we've played poor, we know that. Let's just see if we can at least put up a good fight in this second half. I think that's the main thing. Just the overall performance. Let the results go at this stage. Just you know, do it for your fans. Just say, yeah, we went there, we played good Siege. Look at ITB. ITB suffered their loss yesterday, but nobody can say they didn't play well.
No, it's very true. One round at a time then for Bleed. But it's not quite. They've got a 1 round buffer, but still, you don't want to let W7M get onto that 6th round because that's when they are going to start to taste the victory as well as smell it.
Attackers are moving to
W7M on the attack here. Seeing much more of a, air quotes, meta lineup with what they're bringing. They've got the Capital, the Dokkaebi, and the Grim.
Yeah.
Now, we saw some of those more meta operators brought by Bleed, but we didn't see them used to great effect. It was one of the criticisms that we had.
He is struggling with that drone.
He's having a nightmare, isn't he?
Twice he's missed, and now he's just rappel up and throw it. There we go. There we go, Dash. We got there in the end.
No one actually engaged you.
No, because the strategy from Blade is going to be focused around those mirror windows, where you're opening up all of Geisha. You're happy enough to forfeit it because they have to try and go for the mirror window. Those long angles are going to be very potent against them.
A little bit of a drone inside of Exhibition here as well. Not sure if they know that someone's in VIP right now. I'm sure it will get droned, although it does seem like unless somebody else has droned it, Dudes ain't going to catch it. There we go. Eventually it does get found out there, but still not too much that Hoven needs to worry about right now. There's only one player. It's good pressure from W7M, though. They're hitting a lot of different points inside of the map right now. We've got a bit of black stairs pressure coming in as well, and a little bit of a rotate downstairs. Recognizing, yep, there is somebody going to be down here. Going to come head to head right now. I think you can just hear him on the other side of the bar, but he's just going to try and hold on for a moment. Looks like we could be about to see a plank go down as well. This could be fantastic if there's information available upstairs. That C4 just gets shot out. Brilliant trade there. Dash, he's going to find one, and Volp successful on another. It is just textbook Siege. We've got a fantastic view of that as well from the observers. A flawless round, a flawless execute from W7M. Just taking exactly what they needed, baiting out players into trying to deal with that plan from below. Brilliant cover on the window. Match and series point, and I tell you what, they deserve every single ounce of it.
Frank it in, Ollie. because that was a beautiful round of Siege. We've seen some great rounds also. You know, you think about the Liquid Talent game. Liquid were playing some great Siege. I think DZ had some really good ones yesterday. But that, yeah, right up there at the top of the pile. I mean, did you see? He got off. He heard the C4 rip, got off the diffuser, and then hits the C4. Honestly, like, great gun skill to hit that C4, which honestly was a round-defining C4. That goes off and kills the planter. Round's dead from W7M. But then you have to look at Bleed and think, the only thing you have going for yourself to stopping that diffuser going down is one C4. Is that it?
And a Solace below.
Who gets countered by just one lurker sat downstairs.
Yep. Julio looked like he was pretty much talking to leader and leader only there in that tactical timeout.
This is where the pressure comes down to the IGL. Leader being brought in. It's what they brought him in to do. It's what he needs to do. You have to be that focal point. On a team which doesn't have, you know, the craziest of talkers. You know, don't forget, you're also dealing with players from different regions, different nationalities. You know, there's players there who their first language is not English. Reaps, for example, Mentalist, Toven. Obviously, Turd and Leader, thankfully, they share the same first language of both being English, but the other three, it's always still going to be that breakdown, so Leader needs to make it clear to them that they need to play better than this. They need to step up. Not a single one of them got a kill in that last round.
This is what it all comes down to. Round number 8 here. Very early on in Skyscraper, W7M have the chance to secure their place even further in the competition. Get themselves into the semi-finals tomorrow. It'd be a terrible shame for Bleed to bow out, having only picked up 4 rounds in a best of 3. But the way it's currently going, it's looking like it could be a possibility. W7M just taking a bit of time here to set themselves up. And go for a little bit of a Maverick trick as well. It's just beautiful. Everything they do is together. The teamwork and the synergy on this roster is second to none.
Just brilliant, isn't it? Honestly.
It's a joy to watch.
It's a beautiful game. See, whenever the game's played like this, and it's just, it looks so easy, looks so simple. It is a joy to watch.
That's the sort of play that you watch that and you think, right, I'll get myself into ranked. I'll get a couple of mates in and we'll do that. And just
you coordinate that with your boys. Good luck with that.
Good luck, mate. Like, that's practice through hundreds of hours. That's a lovely pick.
This is not going well, is it?
Here? No.
Not going
well.
well.
Where did it go from here? Oh dear.
Another one.
Dots going to be successful there, taking out Reaps. Obviously, we did have a rehost. But neither player on the side of Bleed has had a kill since the rehost. There we go. Leader's going to start things off, but immediately, Volps knows exactly where he is, and Leader's going to start getting pinched from both sides. What a trade! A good shot from Turd, but a fantastic shot from Volps. He's hit a pixel there.
Still advantage for W7M. 3 players alive against the 2 of Bleed that remain. 1 C4 in the pocket of Hoven. Leader already got his kill with his C4 earlier. For W7M, the pace has slowed down just a touch. Just so that they're aware that Leader is looking for a flank. Going to be coming out from the main stairs. A drone will spot him out. It only leaves Hoven by himself in the bomb site, and this is where W7M need to make the decision. Leader tries to spring a trap, but Dudez was so patient and waits for him. Now Hoven in the 1v3 to keep his team in the competition.
20 seconds left to go. You can hear the Selma going off. Not a great position for him to be in here. The stun is going to land, and he's going to be forced out of position. He's got a mirror window working against him now. Second stun comes in. He's got some red pings. He's got a bit of information. Can he find the first? No. Lobbin. Who else to close things out here for W7M and send them into the semi-finals tomorrow? They can turn around and look at the rest of Brazil and go, we did it. Are you going to join us here?
Great performance for W7M from top to finish. some fantastic rounds that I would recommend anyone to go back and have a watch and really study the way W7 play the game, because they understand it at such a high level. I think the teamwork was shining through. I mean, even the gun skill today, Ollie, was immaculate, same as yesterday. This team are lightning quick on the triggers. Like, they really were. Volps has been the standout for me. Like, his aim this competition looks to be back, you know, back to its best. You know, that scrim liquid Volps that we heard so many stories about. That's what it feels like. But Bleed, yeah, very disappointing today. Never really got going, it has to be said. Never really started off strong. Never looked as though they ever had any kind of momentum. They just were struggling a lot, I think, to close out the rounds where they were able to get man advantages, and they just couldn't close it out.
No. It was a disappointing performance, thinking they'll look back at it and maybe be a little bit upset with how it's all played out. I think individually, there's a couple of players that have had a bad day.
Yep.
And when it comes down to the quarterfinals, you can't really afford that. I think it's definitely worth noting that they haven't really played that much Siege here at the competition. Of course, going through inside of day one, 2 best of ones. They played 2 maps today. They played 4 maps. Not a lot of Siege, really, when you start thinking about a competition. W7M on the flip side, they've been sharpening the stone on the wet. They've been sharpening the sword on the whetstone the last couple of days, and they had a best of 3 yesterday. They've got the reps in, and it certainly showed. Better in every single aspect today. The clutch, the teamwork, the gun skill, fully deserved of a semi-final spot.
I think they understood the maps, you know, the game plan, Consulate on attack. Yes, it's going to be very difficult. Go quick. Cheese a couple of rounds almost, I suppose, was kind of the game plan. You go to Skyscraper, again, very clinical, especially with being able to trade off kills. Sure, we didn't see as many attacks from them, but certainly on the defense, they were never really allowing Blade to have control of the round for too long before getting those kills back.
It just felt like it was at any cost, you know, at any expense necessary. We do have an interview. We're going to be joined again here by Lobin. We spoke to Lobin yesterday, and we're going to be speaking to him again here and now. This is getting a little bit of a habit. We are speaking to you after you guys are winning a game. Congratulations on qualifying for the semi-finals. You're the first team to do so, mainly due to because that game was so quick. Tell me what happened.
We are pretty confident on both maps that were picked. Consulate's a map that over and over again teams are trying to go to play against us. It's not been pretty fun for them. And Skyscraper, I think, was the most of is a good map for them, but I think the mood of the game was like completely to our side. We are happy. They were a little bit in shock, I think. Made some mistakes. So I think like in Skyscraper, you make a 5-1 side after like making a 7-3 map. It's really difficult to bring it back.
We noticed that. We noticed that the mood it very quickly turned in your favor. You guys looked like you were having a lot of fun from the get-go. Everything was really going well. The teamwork was there. The vibes were really high on your bench. And we could see it on the player cams. And obviously you can feel it and see it in the room as well. It just looked like Bleed weren't as sharp. You know, do you think that they were a little bit scared, a little bit nervous? Was it a big sort of undertaking coming up against you guys? Or did you just have the confidence from the offset?
Yeah, I think it's the first time they went to a playoffs, like a top 8. So maybe they had a little bit of pressure. I think they were a little scared. Like there's sometimes on defense, like in Consulate, they could have stayed more in their like playing aggro. They would just give the map for us like in very easy way. We didn't struggle so much to get the space in the map. So it was easy to just like do our attacks and then defense, just focus on ourselves. And, you know, I think they were a little scared, maybe.
It definitely felt that way. Obviously, we can't speak for them, but what did you guys get up to yesterday after your win? Because we spoke to you when you won against Luminosity and you qualified through. What did you get up to after that game? Did you go out for some food? Did you enjoy yourselves? Like, what was the team play after that? Any sort of practice?
I had an interview with Stokes and Fresh. They were walking in the car in the event. So
you were in the golf cart with them?
Yeah, it was. So it was
I saw that photo on Twitter. I did see that.
Yeah, so it was pretty much that. Then we go back to hotel, relax a little. We ask for some pizza to eat together, and we just talk a little bit about the maps, just to know like what we would see from like morning. And then today we wake up a little bit early, and then we make all the prep to this game, and yeah, pretty much it.
That sounds great. I would love a little bit of pizza right now. Demo, what have you got?
I'll keep it simple. Liquid or DZ?
Whatever.
Oh, he doesn't care.
You guys can definitely look back proud, and you can watch the rest of the games today and see if your Brazilian brothers will make it further into the competition with you as well. Obviously, we had a Brazilian team in every single playoff game so far today, each of the 4 best of 3s, and there's only 4 spots inside of those semi-finals, so who knows, you'll either be playing against Liquid or DZ. I'm sure you don't care who you get. You've played fantastically today, and we wish you all the best. If you've got anything you want to say to the fans, Lobin, feel free.
Rapaziada, agradecer muito a torcida de novo, né? Agradecer minha família, meus amigos aí, geral, não importa quem seja, amo todo mundo, tá ligado? E a energia tá muito boa, pode confiar, tá ligado? A gente conseguiu se encontrar como um time aí, então, mano, pode confiar que a gente vai trazer muita felicidade pra vocês. And of course, like again, I want to thank everybody outside of Brazil for the support, for the messages, and love to everybody.
Lobin, you played brilliantly. It's been a pleasure to watch. Some of those rounds have genuinely been ones that we will go back and watch because it was just such beautiful siege. I wish you all the best inside of the semi-finals. It's going to be the last time that we speak to you here, regardless of what happens, but we're definitely going to be both be watching home with bated breath. So go and give it your all and enjoy yourself.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, mate. There we go. We hear from Lobin once again. Always great to get an interview with Lobin. I always feel like you get a good little bit of insight into the inner workings of what's going on. Pretty interesting to know they just started, you know, seriously prepping for the match today in the morning. And last night was mainly about, you know, going over, talking about the maps and just really relaxing and enjoying themselves. And that mentality and that attitude definitely comes across in the server.
Yeah, I think confidence is key for that team. I think they understand the job that they need to get done. I don't think they put a lot of pressure on themselves either. I think they keep themselves very grounded. They know they're not world champions yet. They can't sit there and say they're the best. They know they're not. And I think that they do a great job at just being real, you know, kind of bring yourself into the real world and think about the expectations. And I think they're a team that just lives in the moment and they just play that very aggressive style of siege. They want to get in your face. They want to make things difficult for you. And I think that playstyle in this current meta is great to have. Whenever we look at the really strong operators, the utility that we focus on, if you're able to get a spawn peak, which they do a lot, or get an early kill, you kind of disrupt your team from the get-go. And then teams find it really difficult to get back into a round after that happens.
Absolutely. The disruption and the way that they're able to play off the energy in the room was very impressive indeed. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Let's see some of our heroes and some of our villains out of Skyscraper. I'll be honest, it isn't going to look too good on the side of Bleed. Again, a severe lack of kills and players that we expect to be popping off and going crazy, not really doing too much. I think Reaps had 8 kills over the course of the series. Now, again, a very short match, so quite a small sample size, but just look at what some of the players over on W7M are able to do in that same amount of rounds. Dots, not a player that we end up speaking of quite a lot on this roster. He's definitely there and he definitely has his moment, but when you've got Volps and Lobin knocking around, there's not always that many kills to go around. This game he ended up 10-4, Demo.
I mean, even Dude has 2 deaths. The guy just doesn't like to die, it feels like. And yeah, W7M had some great flawless rounds in there also. I think the performance of Skyscraper 7-1, it paints the picture just how good they really have been today. And across the series, look, it's very dominant. It's a decisive win. It's not like one of those 2-0s that we say, oh, it didn't really do the other team credit. This was as clear as that. W7M deserved this game.
MVP, let's have a look and see who it is. It could be anybody. Maybe the MVP is just W7M as a whole because of that fantastic teamwork that we saw them pulling off. But we have, of course, had to pick one single player. And it is going to be Dots. Nice to see him getting the spotlight shone on him. 19-9, Demo. Plus 10.
Look at the cost. Look at the plants as well. 4 plants in a game that didn't really have a whole lot of rounds being played out. I think that's impressive just to kind of see. Especially, I think most of them did come from Consulate. I think there was, 1 plant happened on Skyscraper, and that was the first attack for them. So he was able to get 3 plants across 6 rounds inside a Consulate, which was very impressive to do. And the cost, 89%. He was here, there, and everywhere. Great stamina, always doing something in most of the rounds. So yeah, very well deserved.
W7M are definitely a team that I am going to be keeping a close eye on come those semi-finals, and who knows, maybe the grand finals. They've got a lot of promise here in the competition. It's going to take a good team to beat them. Let's have a look at our upcoming match. We, of course, are going to be running 2 best of 3s here today. We've just finished the first one, and we're going to be getting ready to get underway with our second best of 3. Furia versus SSG. This is the game that we chose as our match of the day. There was only 2 to pick from, and already I feel like we may have picked the right one, just given the result in the first game, Demo.
Don't speak too soon. This could be a 14-0 for all we know.
14-0 to who, though? Who's going to lie down on either of these sides and let anything go 14-0?
Great point. I mean, I
don't think with the way that we've seen them play that's going to happen.
You look at the history of the teams, obviously 2 organizations. Well, maybe not Fury, but obviously the team has in terms of winning trophies. You know, both of them know what that's like. You've got Benja and Faults who have lifted hammers. You've got everyone in Furia who have lifted hammers. So there's a great amount of experience of having that winning mentality. But I'm just excited to almost just see Benja up against Furia again, because obviously that rivalry that Furia had with G2 was a big one. And, you know, Benja beat some of these guys in the grand final.
Absolutely. We're going to get ready for this game. We're going to be back in around 20 minutes. We've got to get the players swapped over, get them all comfortable, and obviously set up the lobby. So we're not going to be too long, but go and grab yourself a drink, and we'll be back in around 20 minutes for our final best of 3 of the day.
Just anyone, I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going, and I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door, and now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. From the time I wake up till I go to sleep, I give all of me, yeah. All fight, never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can't get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. Oh please, I'm busy
Flash Hider is just more consistent, and Muzzle Brake, it's a weird thing with Muzzle Brake where, well, Muzzle Brake only affects the recoil of the first bullet fired in your gun, so a lot of guns with high rate of fire, you'll feel the jarring difference between the first bullet and the next burst of bullets that you fire. So for me, I'm an anchor player, defensive player. I use a lot of SMG-11 and other fast-firing guns like the Vector. So if I use Muzzle Brake on those guns, it just feels really, really weird. So yes, Flash Hider for me.
Flash Hider, of course. It's way better. I've been using it since I started playing.
Flash Hider, no question. It's like on every gun, so.
Vertical grip by a long shot, horizontal grip, I don't know. Whoever uses the horizontal grip either doesn't care about the recoil or just doesn't feel it at all.
Horizontal. I don't think the vertical is that good, especially because when you put in a balance, it has more disadvantages than advantages, I think.
Vertical. Just because the horizontal, you gain a little bit of speed, but it's a one-shot headshot game, so having those pixel-perfect recoil is very, very important.
I think the OG Tachanka, as a long-time player for me, has a special place in my heart. Just because his gadget was really, really bad back then, that is part of his unique identity. That even though it's bad, the community still worshipped him and still trying to make ways to make it work.
It was fun to play the old one, but right now it's way more useful the new one.
Rework, even though the rework's not that great either. I'll say that, but the original one was somehow worse.
Defense, because it's easier.
I enjoy a lot the attack because I think sometimes you can play similar to a chess game, if you move the right pieces on the right times, yeah, you can make a lot of things work.
Attack. Yeah, you have more, you can dictate the pace on attack, which I like, which defense is more, reactionary.
I really enjoy the new Consulate. I think it's, recent times is one of the better designed maps along with Nighthaven Labs. But the old Consulate was a really unique map in the map pool in the past because it is one of those maps that the attackers can play all of the bomb sites from pretty much the outside of the map. And as defenders, you have to adapt to that. I'm
gonna say the new one because I used to enjoy the old one, but I have a couple of bad memories in the old one. I lost a final at SI to NIP.
New Consulate, yeah. Old Consulate, I just always think of now DZ, well actually they were DZ back then. Just playing those DZ type of strategical teams on that map was just a nightmare. You could just attack every bomb site from outside and it was miserable.
Flash Hider on most guns because you have a fully automatic gun, shooting, more bullets being accurate than just the first is better. Muzzle Brake for DMRs and pistols.
It's going to be Flash Hider. Back in the day before the recoil change, I preferred muzzle, but after the recent changes, I use Flash Hider. It just feels better in general.
Flash Hider, because in most of the weapons, Flash Hider is better than Muzzle Brake.
Definitely vertical. Again, after the recoil changes, the recoil is pretty hard, so I'm using vertical grip on the most of the guns.
Vertical grip. Doesn't matter how fast you can move if you can't shoot the other guy.
Vertical grip, because recoil is way better.
I don't play Tachanka really that much, so I'll leave it, I think.
OG Tachanka, just because it's kind of goofier, more fun. But it was definitely worse, but it's more fun.
Oh, Tachanka. No explanation needed.
I think I prefer defending, because when you're attacking, there's so many different stuff you can do, but when you're defense, you can just swing people and...
I'd say attack. Attack's more problem solving. Defense is fun in its own way, but attack is more problem solving. I think when you nail a good attack, it's more rewarding.
As an IGL, attack. Defense is easier, but as an IGL, I can't say defense, bro.
At the start, I wasn't a big fan of new Consulate, but when you played it, you actually realize the map is actually good design, so I prefer the new one.
New Consulate. I think I'm probably biased on that, but it's just because old Consulate, my teams were never good enough to beat the top Consulate teams, so I'm kind of glad it went away. And too many repels.
Old Consulate, because it gives me nostalgia vibes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to day 3 of the playoffs here for EWC Esports World Cup Rainbow Six Siege. My name's XR Troika, joined here by Demo, and we are underway already during today. We have played one best of 3 already. I know it's crazy. It was a super quick series between W7M and Bleed, and now we move on to our second best of 3 of the day. We have got Furia, we have got Space Station Gaming, and I hope, Demo, that we have got a longer series than what we have just seen. Otherwise, it's going to be a very short day here on the B stream, but I'm sure we picked this one as our match of the day. I am sure it is going to deliver.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I feel as though the energy is still as high as whenever we first started, just because we didn't really have to put a whole lot in to that last game. You know, we haven't really screamed or shouted. It's been, I don't know, it feels as though we've been very sad today. You know, it felt like a very sad affair, wasn't it? Where it's just one team getting just kicked around like a football.
It was a little bit like that. I don't know if anyone at home made a prediction. If you did and you predicted that W7M were going to win, then good on you. But if you want to make a prediction on this game, make sure you head over to stcplay.gg. You can get over there and get your predictions in. This one is much more difficult to call, and I honestly don't know which way it goes. Furia, they've looked a little bit shaky as of late. SSG, have they got what it takes with Benja as the new pickup? Is that the spark that they need to see a little bit more success internationally? Only time will tell. We'll find out over the course of the next 3 hours for sure. Let's have a look at the roster for Furia and refamiliarize ourselves with some of the Siege legends that we have playing here today. Felipox, Nade, Herds, KZ, and JV92. Demo, these boys need no introduction.
Do we even need to run through it? I don't think we do. Yeah, every single one of them in their own right does their job to the highest level. Every single one of these players could walk into any team in the world if they wanted to, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're all going to be staying together still for quite a while, unless the wheels really do come off the train, which I think one of them came off during Manchester, and hopefully that'll be the only one that has came off for Furia. I think this is a team where now it's a question of, okay, you finally got beat, you finally suffered a loss. How do you respond to that?
Absolutely. They found out that they are mortal just like everybody else, and that they're still going to have to work hard for every single fixture that is in front of them. We've been following a lot of these players for a long time, way back to sort of 2020 demo when we were in and amongst LATAM and doing those, the Brasileiro games. And obviously the players were all on different teams at that sort of point, and some of those players weren't even knocking around at that point. So it's great to see the highs that they've got to. It is just all about, can they continue it? Of course, they do need an opponent, and their opponent here is going to be Space Station Gaming. They have, of course, made a change. They've brought Benja Master in as a recent import, another EU player going over to NA to see if it is going to be what they need to start getting the job done. Space Station, for me, they impressed me throughout the group stage, throughout the quarterfinals. I think we saw them put in some decent performances demo. Now it really starts to pile that pressure on, though, because this is where they need to start performing.
It is, and against a very difficult team that I don't think anyone wanted to be drawn against. But sadly for SSG, they're the ones who get the short straw and have to go up against the world champions. Honestly, I think if you put this team up against Furia whenever they still had Iconic and Benja wasn't here, I don't even think it's a question who's going to win. I think now with Benja, it gives Space Station a fighting chance. I really do. I think it gives them an opportunity now.
It does. They have a chance, don't they? One thing that I am a little bit worried about is that they've already lost against one Brazilian team. They've already lost against W7M. We've seen how capable that side is already. We've literally just watched them qualify through to the semi-finals of the playoffs. So we know that they're a very capable team. But that's the team that they came up against, and that's the team that they struggled against. If you look and think about who else they've gone up against, they've played Team Cruelty, so another team from a very similar region, from that LATAM region. However, maybe not of the same stamp. It did go 7-5, 7-5, so it was a close game. And then they, of course, beat Team Bliss. So you look at it on paper and you go, have they played the best opponents to get to where they are? Probably not. Is this going to be the hardest game that they've had up to this date? Yes, it absolutely is. This is the toughest game for Space Station so far here at EWC. Now, if you're going to want to win the whole thing, you've got to go through and you've got to beat everyone. So it shouldn't really matter. But it is something worth bearing in mind that this is going to be the toughest competition that they've come up against yet so far in the competition. Yeah, it is. And honestly, even for Furia, I think it's a game that you need to respect. I think it's an opponent that, yes, on the grand scheme of things, hasn't really performed as of recently, really during any of the past majors or invitationals. But obviously now with the addition of a player that has beaten this team before on a different roster, where, he got MVP at that competition as well, you now have to take them a little bit more seriously. So for SSG, they're obviously going to have that trump card, which is going to be Benja. And I know that I'm kind of harking on around him, but he's been a standout player for SSG. He has been that player that we naturally will kind of go to, because he has been so stellar on this new lineup. And it's really, I think, this was a change that's really benefited both the player and the team in this instance, where it gave Benja a breath of fresh air, a brand new environment. He's not stuck with the same, I don't want to say toxicity, but the same problems that obviously G2 have been having for a very long time now. And then for SSG, you're getting a big upgrade in terms of player for player that you're switching out. I think you can afford to speak on Benja a little bit, because he deserves a mention. He's one of the highest rated players in the competition so far. He's 1.39 rated. He's 62 and 39 demo. He's plus 23. So you can talk about him all you like. He's going pretty neutral on the entry, 10-9. But overall, he's having a fantastic performance. 1 kill per round, or over 1 kill per round, should I say. Highest rated player on SSG. One of the highest rated players in the competition overall. And they've actually played a decent amount of games. That's also going up against players that have played only a couple of games and just had really good performances in those best of ones. They played a best of 3, and he's still coming out there as one of the best. So it's definitely worth talking about, and he is one of the bigger members on this SSG roster who's brought in for a reason. Now, of course, with the roster change comes a little bit of difficulty. We were asking Benja the other day, how is he fitting in? Is he, having to adapt to the SSG lifestyle, or is the SSG lifestyle adapting to him? He's having to make those changes and having to fit into a structure, and somewhere that can really affect is in the map veto. This is what we're going to start getting into right now. Consulate Clubhouse, first 2 to be removed. Cafe gone as well, along with Sky. Now down for a pick, and it's Furia's turn. Where are they going to take us for this first choice here? There's plenty available for them. We're going to be going for a bit of chaos. We're going to be going to a border. Yeah, border. Both teams have played it already this competition. SSG were able to beat Bliss 7-4. Furia 8-7 against DZ, almost losing out border. So there's going to be information for both of the coaching and analytical team to have a look at. I think it'll be a great first map to see.
naturally, I just think you always have to go Brazilian, don't you, Ollie? Just Border. It's one of those maps that Brazil really take a fancy to. Oregon. Is this perhaps the final farewell to Oregon before we get that switched out? We will be headed there. So both teams, honestly, just leave it all out there. Any Oregon strat that you've been saving, just use it now. You may as well.
Interesting that we've got Chalet coming through as the decider. That's another map that SSG played the other day against Team Bliss. So if it is required, we will see it. Border is the only map that Furia have played so far at EWC. They haven't played anything else. It's what they played against Into the Breach. It's what they played against Dark Zero. They won it both times. It went to overtime against DZ. But they haven't given anything away whatsoever. As you mentioned, a last hurrah for Oregon. I don't think it's going to be too sorely missed. I think everybody has seen their fair share, but we get one last roll of the dice here. At least for us, it'll probably be the last time that we cast Oregon. Obviously, depending on when it comes in. And I don't actually think it's been played yet, this competition, by anybody. Kind of just going to show how unpopular of a map it has become of late. I've seen a lot of Skyscraper, a lot of Labs, a lot of Border. We've certainly been moving towards some of those more exciting maps to watch.
So whenever we look at the series as a whole, and Furia, last time they had the best of 3, up against Liquid, they lost that. The first time I've actually seen that Titan be dropped on its back. This is where they need to try and get back up and fight for it. Look, SSG, this is the best that they've looked in quite a while, Ollie. You know, we mentioned about them at Manchester. Yes, they kind of stormed their way through the initial kind of group stage, you know, the first phase that they were able to get themselves into, where they swept their opponents aside with very little ease. But then whenever it came into the Swiss, they just could not get a win. They were one of the first teams out. They finished 15th to 16th. So overall for SSG, this is where they need to make a statement and say that, yeah, you know, we're back. You know, even at a stage like SSG, you'd argue where they may be at risk of losing their kind of pedigree inside of NAL. You know, Luminosity, they've kind of been on the come up. Obviously, Sonics, there's another team that have looked good, but have obviously missed out on a few events here and there. So for SSG, I think this was certainly a statement that they need to come with this competition after qualifying for it and prove to why they should still be considered a top team.
I think after Beast Coast didn't qualify for EWC, it just became wide open, didn't it, for NA, as to who are the top teams in NA. And even with Beast Coast winning the major, there's still a bit of a question mark of who are the top teams in NA. I think you've got to give a nod to Dark Zero with what they've been able to do. But again, they're a team that are coming very close and maybe not always getting it over the line. I know that they're playing right now against Liquid, and I'm not entirely sure. I think that Map 2 will have started by this point. I don't know if you've got a little update there, Demo.
Yeah, it's about halfway through. Just see if I can find you the score. I believe, I don't know yet, actually. I think it seems to be like on one of those before the rounds. Before the round kind of shows me the score. I'm not pitch side, sadly, no. I'm focusing on the pre-show this game.
Maybe we could get Fresh in. Maybe we could get Fresh pitch side. That'd be great.
Well, I've seen a few times that they actually cut to him, like sitting on the stage in front of the teams.
Do they?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
He's sitting there with a microphone. Don't exactly know what he's saying. Okay, it looks as though that. Okay, this looks to be another OT on the cards, Ollie.
No surprise.
I think it's currently 6-4 to DZ. But no on DZ. It'll probably end up being 6-6 at some point.
Still a chance for Liquid there to get it over the line, so. We could be, I mean, before this map finishes, we'll find out if SSG are going to be the last hope for NA or not. Looking at what we've got in front of us, a Blitz and a Nomad ban, followed by a Castle. A Nomad ban from SSG. Valkyrie ban as well, so regardless of what happens, there's always going to be some decent attackers left in, and that's certainly the case here.
This is terrifying. Look, Border is my favorite map. I think I know Border pretty darn well. What the bans have caused is especially the Castle one. Castle's phenomenal for Border. Whenever you're dealing with a map where there's a lot of long angles, a lot of doorways that you want to try and cover off to allow you to extend out into different parts of the map and almost make that kind of rat tunnel-esque setup where you're making these rotates, you weave in and out of the rooms, but then also have these castle barricades protecting you as you maneuver around them. Taking out the castle will be a huge wrench, and I'm sure many of the strategies that Furia probably would have liked to have had. So SSG, they've clearly prepped for this quite a lot. So they will have naturally, you would assume, to have practiced strategies on border without castle being on the board. You know, and that's, I think, a great nod to the preparation of the team, where you're actually able to almost have two different lineups of full, you know, their castle can be involved in every single defensive site and border. And the fact that you're then making two sets, one with a castle and one without, you have to give credit to the SSG that they've, you know, went throughout all of the motions just to have that ready in case a situation like this actually arises.
Definitely going to hamper what the defenders are able to do in a map that already the defenders can struggle with in terms of keeping control. It's a map that you've got to almost defend every square inch. Nerds are going to be jumping on the cameras there just at the start to try and figure out if anything's going on. He will get drawn pretty much straight away here, but I don't think he's going to give it up too easily. These east stairs are a very key portion of the map to control. SSG not taking any chances. Belt and braces there with the claymores to be ensuring that there's no funny business, no run outs. Even though the castle isn't there, you've still got the virtual castle barricade of that laser gate.
All quiet at the moment. And SSG are just setting up all of their different players, and oh, it's a big issue, but somehow KZ has been able to eliminate Ashen. He was looking for the run out, knowing that somebody's lurking outside the window. As he runs out, Ashen jumps in. KZ gets detected, but still ends up winning the engagement. Already a very comical first entry.
Bit of a shame to not see that one traded for Leapox. He's retaken the position on these east stairs, and he's found one onto Fultz. Got his sights trained there over onto Passport, and is he going to get the heads up on the book? Easy down for him, and a long range finish with the shotgun. SSG haven't traded anything yet. Everybody's died on their own. There's been no teamwork, no potential for that 1-2 punch.
Oh, SSG, you're getting the best at, based on the positioning from Fury and just knowing the angles that they need to try and line up. Fury has everything covered. They've extended the full way across the top floor. Every inch of it is going to be covered by these Brazilians. SSG now obviously looking around themselves thinking, well, what are we supposed to do? Not a lot as for Leapox. He's just commanding this east stairs with ease, Ollie. Making it look oh so easy. Forrest now in the 1v5. See if he can pad the stats, because there's certainly no chance he's going to be winning this one. This is just nigh impossible for him. It's going to be to take him out. KZ does, just taps away. Quick peeking him around. A flawless that sets down the marker. This Furia, Ollie, they are here to play.
They've planted a flag in the sand right there. 3 kills for Leapox on east stairs. No player, no position being dealt with. You do wonder at times what SSG were even going for there. You know, border, you've got to defend a lot of the map. And as an attacker, you've got to take key positions. But you can do that as a team. And then once that location has been gained, you can then split off and rotate around and do the next part of the job. But it's like SSG tried to win every individual gunfight there. That's not something that you can rely on against any team. Never mind a team like Furia. An ace between Leapox and KZ as well.
First round, just whenever a round like that, you know, happens. For SSG, it's the case of, right, fellas, can we wake up here? Because against a team like Furia as well, Ollie, this isn't, you know, oh, you've let one round slip against somebody else. This is Furia. You've let that round slip in that fashion against the team who we know can literally, you blink your eyes and you've been 7-0.
Yeah, they'll run away.
You know, and I didn't, whenever you said, oh, I don't think that, you know, SSG or Furia will be the same as what Bleed and W7M was. I said, you could have double 14-0s. You don't know. You don't know.
If every round plays out like that, yeah, we double 7-0s. Early days though, and it's all about the response here from SSG. First round, whilst it's important to get it on there, isn't always indicative of what's going to happen throughout the course of the series. And the best teams will be able to adapt as they go. Herd's not getting baited into shooting that Selma off. Happy to let that detonate and use the angle himself, or even just plug it up with the Kiba barricade. I'm going to be some drones going in there as well. Nice way to play that, because as the attacker, you're expecting the Selma to open the wall in a certain way, and you don't really know how the Kiba barricade's been placed. So Herd's still with an upper hand there. These stairs still being held by Philippox. The big vulnerability is Passport, and he's just going to use his Toxic Babe canisters to stop the players from flooding him at the top, but looks like he's going to go for a bit of a rotation here.
Yeah, it feels as though Philippox wants a spot named after him instead of Easter, just be calling it Philippox in the game. Herds open things off with the opening pick, and Philippox, yeah, as easy as you like, finds faults, caught on the drone. Forest will get the first kill for SSG in the game, but needs to find a few more if they want to make this round a success, because Fury have that man advantage, and Philippox has been able to also rotate himself into customs, and it's still been an absolute menace for SSG to deal with.
How's he still alive, by the way? He's just doing what he likes. Starts on East Stairs, rotates through Passport, runs outside, gets detected and picks up a kill, and still isn't traded. He could rotate himself up main stairs. There's loads of options for him right now. And SSG, again, we get to this point in the round and we think, what have they achieved? What have they got for the two bodies that they've lost? Well, they got a kill onto Herds, but apart from that, not much else. They have popped the mirror window, so they can use that as a nice little line of sight to cut off for anyone from digging in a little bit too deep, but it's not a particularly useful part of the bomb site. Warden going to be flashing out there, but we can see that that's JV92, and he's got the glasses activated. He might be about to pick up a second one here. No one gets taken out, but Nade grabs two of his own. A Candela onto a Ying, a lack of information, or just a misplay?
I just don't think that... I mean, they knew somebody was in there, so obviously Candelas go in. But it's a Warden, and Warden's standing in an off-angle position that you're not going to pre-fire or check, really. You can see that immediately the Ying was looking towards half-wall initially. Wasn't looking towards where the Ying actually was, or where the Warden actually was. See that this angle comes around. See Ying immediately looking towards half-wall. But even the trades there just didn't get that final kill. As soon as Twitch was able to pick off the Warden, immediately dead within, a split second. And Furia looking really good, Ollie. Really, really good. SSG looking a little bit shy, it feels like. A little bit disconnected also. We're seeing kills come in, but no kills being received the other way.
Yep. Benja, very quiet. Ashen, super quiet. 2 kills is all they've got. It's a slow start, that's for sure.
And again, same thing. People think, oh, you're being critical again. We literally seen this exact same thing unfold before our eyes only moments ago, Ollie, in our last game, where it started off with one team being just brutal, dominating their opponents in every aspect of the game, and the other team just watching it happen, letting them do it. Lobin mentioned... Go on.
It's all about the energy, isn't it? Lobby mentioned I know what you're going to say. You're going to talk about the vibes and how it's low.
Yeah.
And it looks low from SSG. You can tell and you can see. And a good team will sniff that out. And a good team will easily, exploit that very quickly. And it's the same sort of vibe here. Sometimes when players load into a lobby, you watch a couple of rounds, you can just tell if they're looking a little bit flat. And it's going to take something big happening for SSG to get that momentum. Another opening death. Onto one of your hard beaches as well.
Thankfully, they still do have another one, but again, it's just the principle of it. More kills come in, but still Furia. This is the measure of just how good these guys are. Ben's just been able to move in there, get a kill, immediately dead as soon as he got that kill.
Yeah.
Furia just do not give you any chance of light. You think, oh, we've got the kill. Nope. Straight away, back into the void. Again, for SSG, it just feels very slow. Nobody really wanting to make a move. 4 players who are full HP and great positions. The Dokkaebi call came in from Ashen, but barely misses out on tracing Herds there through the wall, who is now rotated in towards Archives and is still in this roam game. J9O actually upstairs on the top of the dome with the Candelas ready to execute onto the players who could be inside of Office, and that's where Herds is rotated. The second and final Dokkaebi call comes in, but nobody in a position to take advantage of it. And Herds has probably had a look at the timing and said, yeah, it's time to go. And again, Ollie, kills come in, but still, it's actually a trade this time. But Furia always staying one step ahead of their opponents.
And the Candela can come from JV92, but if no one's there for the catch inside of Office, it really doesn't matter. We heard the Candela go off, but nothing happened off the back of it. He can't play off his own Candela there. It's going to take him too long to get into position. Still C4s available here. 3 of them. We've got 1 pre-placed. And it's just a matter of time of waiting for the information to come through. Whether that's a bit of audio, whether there's a bulletproof up there. It looks like there's a BP inside a workshop at the moment, but still the east stair camera is up. There's 25 seconds left, and east stair camera is still alive. Herds is going to find one onto JV92. Tubrau going to slow down the exothermic. I mean, that's just an interaction you never see, because who uses an exothermic to open the floor? You could just shoot it. Oh, it's men against boys. Different level entirely. Furia dominating so far here on Border. Wouldn't be surprised to see attack timeout come out here. And it looks like that's what we're going to get.
Yeah, SSG need to get things under control, and that's where a call out will hopefully help them. But my word, they look terrified. Like, they really look scared of their opponents, which, can you blame them, Ollie? You know, I don't think we're in a position to say that we wouldn't be scared up against Furia.
I wouldn't like to go up against Furia.
I don't think anyone would. Maybe Liquid. Liquid have their number.
Can we not play them at, like, noughts and crosses or something?
No. 2v2. Right, how's this? It's a 2v2. So me and you, who are we picking from Furia? We get to choose the 2 we want to play against.
In Siege?
Yeah.
I
don't want to play against Herds. I don't want to play against KZ.
I don't want to play against Fleepox.
Alright, so then we'll take the other 2.
We take Nade and JV?
Yeah.
Look at us talking about it like it could happen, by the way. Like we're not just going to get slammed.
Never say never.
Maybe we could get Jinxie involved and we could do a little 2v2 tournament.
You don't have any faith in me and my Blitz, no?
Well, maybe would we not ban Blitz, though? Because we don't want them to use it.
No, we'll be using it. We just play Legion. Easy.
What do I play?
What do you usually play?
Whoever's broken.
You take Monty, then.
We're not going to win with a Blitz and a Monty, man. Wake up.
Want to bet? Well, watch this space.
They'll play a Legion and a Clash. We'll be done for.
That's true. Clash is a big issue. Go with that. Clash is a big old issue.
I think we need to give this one a little bit more thought.
We've seen actually some pretty decent Clash gameplay in the competition. You know, we've seen it from DZ yesterday. Very strong in the current meta, Ollie, whenever we talk about how strong the shields are.
Yeah.
You know, Clash is certainly an important one to have. I just think the disadvantage is nobody really wants to play the Clash because it's not the most, oh, let's get some kills with the Clash. You just kind of sit there and look at people.
Yeah, it's not fun. I do like, however, that everyone that is has already played Monty and got a few hours on Monty, they're reaping the rewards of Monty being really good now. Because they've already got, like, the mechanics of it. They know, you know, they know where they can look with the shield. They know what the angles look like. They know where they're exposed to and stuff. And they're now reaping the rewards of all the years of doing the thankless task of the Monty. So that's a little bit of a nice thing for those Monty players out there.
Get rewarded with kills now, don't you?
Yeah.
Look at CC. That's a big issue for SSG. Of course, Azami being open, that's your best room to be in. Inside of CC, you have the big round banana table that you can, of course, set them all up on. Some of the walls over towards Brazil corner also. They'll start to be opened up by the DMR, of course. Rips through them pretty well. Forrest smokes off that opening that was made in the armory wall, but is he aware that it's a Warden, no Wally, who's going to be standing looking at him through the smoke? Bindu gets clogged up again, but like last time, destroyed by that DMR. There's a sniper positioned, holding onto that long angle. Stairs, Benja in position with the skeleton key, looking to root out that player. in towards Armory. They should know he's there. This is a position that JV has played beforehand and actually got some pretty nice kills from it. Still, look at these Cupid barriers, Ollie, just slowing down the time, and that's been a big issue for SSG. The clock is running against them.
Yeah, every second that ticks by is one that goes into the defender's advantage. Benja with a really important job to do here, and you can hear the skeleton key going off, but he's not seeing much value from it just as of yet.
There we go.
Eventually, the pinch comes through. Brilliantly timed. You could see a bit of a crossfire there as well with some shots coming in from the balcony. Finally, we see SSG gain a first kill here. They do a really good job of rooting that player out, but still, the job isn't done just yet. Caught out inside of the goo mine, and Philippox, he's going to get the prediction perfectly there and grabs him as he's jumping out of the window. Can just Toxic Babe off and try and give JV a little bit more cover. JV only needs to survive for a bit longer up there, but Benja, he's woken up. Second kill onto KZ.
Yeah, it was the player inside Armory who actually took up the same mantle as what JV did. See, Forrest actually just trying to go deep in towards Archives and perhaps get a plant down, but the goo mine's going to stop it for the meantime. Ashen looking to just try and walk in towards Armory. The barricade's going to be in his way. Down goes the smoke. A big kill. Benja on a tear. This is exactly who SSG needed to wake up. A great backstab from Ashen, and Forrest cleans it up on the Monty. SSG finally get around. And Benja, he's here to party.
That's why you bring him in. 3 kills. Massive impact. Very, very competent at operating on that book. He's one of his favorite operators. He got himself in below, and you do wonder what the content of that timeout was from call out. Was it just enable Benja to go below, make sure that he's droned, make sure that he's got space? That's certainly what it felt like, which is unusual, especially given that Furia, they've been defending every single inch of the map. So strange that they weren't conscious of him, weren't roaming for him downstairs. Timeout good for a round, which is fantastic for SSG. It's exactly what they needed here. But 1 round isn't going to cut it. There's still a bit of a ways to go, and a good round out of Benja, whilst it's fantastic, SSG aren't going to win the series based off that alone. They're going to need contribution from everybody.
Well, you never know. If Benja goes and drops, 40 kills. Don't think you can argue with that.
Well, just goes and breaks the kill record against Furia. Yeah,
obviously, nobody has ever broken above 27 kills in one map before. 27, of course, is the highest set by Holu. All the way back in OJ Pit. And we've seen that, obviously, rivaled there a few years ago as well. Onigiri back in SI22. Opening pick. SSG were able to get it the last round, but straight back into business as usual. There goes Benja off the board, the player that obviously Fury are going to want to hunt. He's the man where it's almost like the poster is sat right in front of all the Furia players. 20 grand bounty if you kill him.
And with Benja gone, it relies on someone else. Well, yeah, it's not even dead or alive, is it? It's just dead and out the server.
It just feels as though SSG are scared of taking the gunfights against Furia. And they're just almost trying to walk Forrest in just deep into the site. Look at last round. He just tried to walk into Archives and... oh my word. Bolts and upside down rappel gets absolutely nailed. I was like J9O, sorry, should I say. Gets nailed with that DMR and... goodness. Oh my word. Forrest with the pistol.
Hello.
Ashen.
I mean, what is going on? It's blunder after blunder. Ashen might find himself two here. There's a crank round from SSG. They're going for it. Nade. He's going to shut Forrest down. Monty, not very effective when his shield is dropped. Ashen does dodge out of the way of that, but he's just caught in the mix of things there. Just trying to do a little bit too much, and Fultz, for all the time that was going on, it feels like he was in Narnia. 1 minute and 2 kills to find. No chance of reviving his teammate as JV finishes him off. Fultz does get a bullet of damage in onto Nade, but that's about it. And there is still a C4 in JV's pocket. Diffuser cold. It's not going to be an easy one for Fultz.
They've got it. JV92 right behind him. And right now for Fultz, the issue is he has no idea where they are. He has no information. One on metal with a shotgun, which in itself is a big issue. But even if you get past them, then JV92 can just swing from behind that reinforced wall. He's as safe as can be at the moment. And that time is dwindling away for Fultz. Moves in the fountain and immediately gives his position away with that full sprint in. And a great pick. A great swing from JV. Furia. Sure, they lost the last round, but straight back into it with a very clean defense there. It was a little bit scrappy, of course, but I think that's just because the attackers were going a little bit crazy. Especially Ashen with that SMG. But still, Furia get it over the line.
I think Ashen with the SMG, he didn't do a bad job. I think he just overcooked a little bit. I think he overheated. He needed to just take a step back there and recognize he'd gotten 2 kills and just be like, right, I've got 2 kills. We've got CC control. Let's just chill. Take a second.
Recognize your gun. You've got an SMG. You're not going to be taking those medium gunfights.
Not only can you not take medium, but you can't take very many back-to-back-to-back engagements.
He was almost running out of ammo.
Well, yeah. And then you look at Forrest on the other side of things, and you think, all right, he dropped the shield to try and catch someone. If they weren't looking at him fair enough, and he didn't die from that. But then he still dies from the player inside of Office.
Office, I think, yeah.
You just think, get your shield back up, realize what you've got. Let's shift a bit of attention around. Let's go around to Armory Wall. Let's help Fultz out a little bit and see what we can make happen there. A little bit of an overheat from SSG. And Furia happy to take the round because of it.
Of course, this is our second and final game of the day. Stream A is still going with that first series, Ollie. It went to map 3. DZ being able to take Cafe, and that leaves him with Clubhouse, which he just kicked off. So, of course, we're very ahead of schedule. DZ and Liquid leaving it all out on the server. Ashen, a great little sneaky kill, just jumps in, finds an unsuspecting player, and that's what I mentioned with Border, all those rat holes that you can make. You actually open up a lot of long angles, and perhaps that's where you would want a little bit more safety, perhaps with a castle. Who knows? Maybe that would have been a good thing for Furia to have. It's not going to be the case, of course, for SSG. They've done their prep work and have went for that ban. But at the same time, Ollie, Fury have been able to take 4 defenses. So how much does that castle ban really came into an effect?
It's not mad at all, has it? And if anything, it's probably going to hurt SSG more when they get on the defense.
Exactly.
Because Fury are just going to go, well, who cares?
They'll
we'll play around it.
They will. You know, Fury, we see the way they set up crossfires, Ollie. And the way that they focus on one player and they just make it so you can't breathe. They're incredible at it. And them and BDS, of course, are the 2 top teams that can do that. They see a weakness and they just go for it.
They have lost herds, and with it, the Wamai. So any of those discs that we're going to generate over time, it's going to be no longer. Fultz. Does he realize that there's a player there? Yes, he does. Great kill over onto Nade. Got to play it in behind the half wall as well, and that's valuable information right now. He now knows where 2 players are, and because of that, Benja can start to get the plant down. It's not all the time we see Benja getting the plant down and getting in, but he's managed to sneak in out of nowhere. None of the defenders seemingly aware of his position right now. Not only has he got the plant down, but he's gotten away with it as well. We can look down from half wall for Leapox, but the plant hasn't gone down there, pal. Going to be a big retake on the cards here as Ashen. He grabs KZ on his retreat back to site. JV92 is going to be the next to fall, and Fleapox has got a long old road ahead of him. Out of nowhere, SSG pull a flawless round out.
Yeah, don't really know what the setup was from Furia. You're holding the Vent and Workshop bomb site, as we can see. Naturally, a lot of teams will hold upstairs. We have the mirror windows that they've set up. They've been trying to hold security, hold in towards Armory. But the only issue with the lineup is, 1, there is no information. There's not even a bulletproof on the side of Furia. And then 2, they've reinforced the workshop hatch, but then have not made any holes in the floor to accompany that. So it's so easy for SSG to drone the site, see that hatch is reinforced, there's no vertical angles, and then walk in and plant. It's a very shoddy setup from Furia, I have to be honest.
Yeah. And yeah, Fury just kind of took their eye off the ball there. And SSG saw a great opportunity. You've got to give credit to Benja in that situation. He was the one that got in and got the plant down.
Benja planting? What? Hang on a minute.
I know.
Maybe that's where G2 went wrong.
We're going to have to call him something else if he carries on with that.
SSG have been able to unlock the full potential of Benja, which is he can plant.
Maybe this is part of the system that he's fitting into.
Oh yeah, Benja's been flown halfway across the world to plant for SSG.
Yeah, to press F.
I don't think that was in the contract negotiation. I don't think Benja was aware of that. You will have to plant Benja.
Little does he know he's going to be forced to play the Brede role.
It wasn't the 8 a.m. Running that he had to do, or the cold light jump-ins early in the morning.
The distractions. They were the in the contract there were always a few distractions. There's a few red herrings. So you put the 8 a.m. run first, put the cold plunges in second, put a few more things in, and then underneath it all, it's like, and you will plant, by the way.
What have they done to my boy? What have they done? We've massacred him. Anywho, Furia now, they have the attacks to come. This is going to be their first time attacking here on border in this game. SSG have set up accordingly with, of course, that extension over towards CCTV room. Nami, ever present, of course, can keep on making that deployable cover. It will be destroyed, though. Hertz knows that he's here, but waiting almost for Benja to peek into him, but Benja himself is honestly hoping Hertz is peeking into him. Both of them don't want to move. Both of them want each other just to walk in to the angles. This is a stalemate if I've ever seen one.
Oh, what a shot there from Hertz. He's able to eventually catch Benja out. Patience paying off there. Unfortunate for Benja to peek that, because he really doesn't need to do anything as the defender. He can just keep replacing that cover and play that life all day long, but giving that location up, it's going to weaken the hold inside of CCTV considerably. And it should open up that side of the map a little bit.
Good lineup right now. For Furia, Forest able to grab that kill on the KZ, who was unsuspecting somebody would be playing aggressively on that wall, but in Furia fashion, they don't let that man advantage away from them for too long, as they got it right back into their favor. Erds playing off the information that the Monty's been able to feed them. He's now hunting for that Melusi, and Ash actually gets the better off him. Nade unextending, looking to go aggressive. He's got Ashen up against the ropes. He's able to land the pistol kills. Ashen falls, and J90, oh my word, he can't see anything, but still somehow finds Philippox. But on a 1v2 against the Deimos and a Monty, two operators which are extremely good in the 1v1 scenarios. Oh, almost a blunder from Nade, but JV is able to pick up the kill. Almost being gifted a Monty at his doorstep there, J90. But unfortunately doesn't get the kill, but I still feel as though JV would have had the kill nonetheless, Ollie.
I don't know how Nade lived that round. I'm going to be honest with you. He is on 105 HP right now, so he's got full HP. But there was this like little punch scenario where you just think, oh, could have been a headshot. He's left on 9. Real close stuff. Tell you what, good aggression from Furia, though. They were throwing everything at Ashen. Something that happened in the heat of the moment, and it really had very little consequence onto getting the kill onto Ashen, but he got deathmarked by Deimos. JV92 just out of nowhere is just like, I'm just going to do whatever I can to assist my team over there. The only thing that I can do, even though we've got Nade literally looking at him, is just throw a deathmark on him and just something else for him to continue to worry about. Nade played it fantastically on the Monty as well. Obviously, sometimes you do have to de-shield on the Monty. You do have to win that pistol engagement. And when there's a lot of other distraction going on at the time, you can do that. Furia is successful on their first round of the attack here. And the big difference for me, Demo, is they're going to be using the Monty, and it looks like they're going to be using it every single round.
Yeah, I mean, SSU were doing the same, but you'd definitely say the way that the Monty was used in that round for Furia, it was take control of the map, but more importantly, feed information. And sure, Force might have been feeding information, but SSU just didn't really want to take those gunfights. That's what it felt like. We mentioned that, you know, that timid nature that SSG had kind of portrayed in their opening few rounds. So for Furia now, they will have another attack, this time on a different bomb site. Straight into Bathroom and Tellers is where SSG will choose to go to. And look at the pacing already. JV92 has opened up that double wall in the waiting room, and now he's holding almost the crosses the rest of the team try and push in. A C4 will nail 2. Forest baits in Furia to say that, hey, there's no rotating the wall. We can just jump in and plant. But no, they want you to jump in because they have the head holes above. You can toss the C4s through and in, and 2 kills come in favor of SSG, and that has certainly killed the round for the meantime for Furia. They're going to need to try and recalibrate their systems and get them back online.
They need to find some magic here. Herds has already picked up 2, so that could do a lot of the hard work. Fultz will be there with the direct trade, though. JV92 is still not really moved from his position, and he's in a good spot to do something about it. Takes Benja down, levels things up 2 versus 2. A lot of pressure now comes down onto Forest, and with the plant starting to go down, you can hear the C4 ripped, but it's going to be short. JV, his position in this round has been fantastic, and he continues to chalk kills up. This player's allowed to get outside. It's over. JV92. A stellar round from him.
Oh, remember we were saying if we had to choose 2 to do a little competition against Ollie?
Yeah,
said,
can we change?
We'll take Nade and JV92. I'm not sure now. I don't know.
I'm telling you, there's no one that you'd want to go up against.
They are just so
How
good,
can
aren't
you
they?
get a
They
double
really are.
C4 kill like that, where you kill the Monty and you kill the player on rappel? That should be the round dead. Unbelievable, the mental fortitude. I mean, for Fury, it just feels like another day at the office, though, doesn't it? That's the scariest thing.
Like, I've no words. I'm actually lost for words. I really don't know what to say. First time you've probably seen me stumped. Because you know, you have a lot of issues with trying to shut me up. I think everyone does. Just whack Fury in front of me and just watch me crumble.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be a good map if Furia do win this and they play W7M tomorrow. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves there. There's potentially 2 maps of a best of 3 to be played here, but you've got to be somewhat realistic with what we're seeing at the moment.
Oh, you have to be. You have to be.
You know, I know that there's going to be SSG fans out there and neutral fans that maybe don't like hearing this.
Just NA. They don't want to see Fury do well. I don't think... at some points, it does feel as though everyone wants Fury to lose because I suppose they're the big dogs. You know, everyone was cheering for Liquid to beat Fury. Everyone in the world was hoping that Fury would lose. And it happened to SI as well. Everyone was hoping that FaZe would beat them. Well, that's just the way it is. Whenever you're the top team, people don't want to see you stay at the top for long. Look, G2 went through it. Of course they did. G2 still go through it.
Ooh. This is a rough round for Furia, isn't it?
What happened? Everyone's dead. 40 seconds gone.
I think it was just it was an aggressive round from the off. JV92 kicked things off. And from that point onwards, I think SSG are just playing a little bit angry now. This is how they need to play, though. I want to see him play with this passion. It's almost too late bringing this out when Fury are on a map point, because are you going to be able to do it for the next 4 rounds in a row? That could be quite a tall order. JV, the star of the show in the previous round. Left with 4 kills to find here. J90 is fairly low. Forest, around half HP. But it isn't going to be enough. Fultz. He's going to be able to do the business there. Looks like Fultz has got a little bit of a tech issue as well. Going to get the admins involved to sort that one out quickly. But a quick round from SSG. That's the passion. It's almost like they're scared to play with that. It's like they can't play like that from the start. They can only play like that when the match point is against them and there's nothing to lose almost.
Yeah, 100%.
But if they came out and played every single round like that, Fury would be sat there wondering. They'd be thinking, blooming heck, they're playing a bit like us here. It really does feel like there's a bit too much respect being given.
Mm. Still think Fury have enough buffer rounds, don't they?
And that's the problem. When you start doing it,
they just get the one.
That's it. When you start doing it when it's 6-2, it feels like it's too late because all Fury needs to do is get lucky once.
It's let's say you're racing your opponent. Let's say it's a 1200 meter hurdle. you've only started running whenever he's already at 800 meters.
Why have you picked the 1200-meter hurdle?
I have no idea.
Honestly, I was waiting for that analogy. I could tell it was going to be a weird one because you picked 1200-meter hurdle. Is that even in the Olympics?
Let's have a look. Honestly, it's great to know that the internet exists.
Because that's like I would say 1200 is like a medium.
Hurdles. Is it? What actually is there?
Medium
is there
to long, isn't it?
Hurdles?
I think there's 800-meter hurdles.
Is it? It's the because they do it as the 110, don't they? The 110 meters is the hurdles, don't they?
Yeah, because I don't think they can do 100 because it wouldn't make. I don't know if the spacing would be right or something.
Look, at the end of the day, I wouldn't say I'm the most known person for talking about my Olympic history in terms of how many competitions there are.
Track and field, not a speciality.
I have no idea.
You're not a big fan of the old track and field?
I like Johnny Peacock. He's very good.
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
He's long jumper. Was it triple jump? One of the two.
Jumps into sand pits.
Yep.
Stick to siege demo.
Stick to siege.
That's all I'll say.
Is that a podcast? Do you have pattern ups on that? maybe it's a new podcast idea for us all. Stick to siege.
Where we just talk about things that make people realise we should actually stick to siege.
Yeah.
Like the 1200-meter hurdles.
That's it. Which we don't even know is a real thing.
Oh, I can tell you, it can't be, can it? Definitely not. Well, tech issues aside, we're back into the game here. Fault seems to be all fixed, ready to go. Felt like a bit of an audio issue given the headset coming off and stuff of that nature, but we will never know. But the good thing is that everybody is back in the server, and Fury are still on a map point here. With a chance at taking things, we saw a very explosive round from SSG in round number 9. They were not giving access to the building away for free. And for a change, we're picking up that opening kill and a little bit more. It was a lot down to J90, sorry. This round, however, a little bit quieter. We're about to approach the minute mark and we're still yet to have an engagement.
As for Furia, they're just going to try and slow the pace down and I think just try and get it done now, but that's a great little bit of aggression from Forest. Able to take out one before Nade is getting the trade back, but still Forest. It's a 1-for-1. It's a good trade, and especially considering that Benja has found his kill with a C4. It puts SSG in a very good position. Another one for Benja. KV90 looks like he just lagged out of the server there for a moment. He stood still. This is looking much better for SSG. Fleapox is jumping in, but he loses an engagement. Trade off from Nade, but falls with a shotgun, swings around. SSG with a bit of life now.
They found it, haven't they? They found something within them. The momentum from that previous round has carried on through. It wasn't as aggressive at the start. It took till around the midway point till we got an engagement. But we see that aggression. We see that flair. Yes, sure, the jump outs traded 1-for-1, but Benja was successful with a C4. And then the kills just kept on flooding in. This is what we want to see from Space Station. They have that potential to be an aggressive team. They have a potential to be a nightmare. I feel like they were far too timid on their attacks, and thankfully for them, they're starting to show a little bit of that fire, a little bit of that passion. Timeout being called for Furia here. Obviously, can see that there is a window of opportunity for SSG to get this one over the line and want to try and snub that out as quickly as possible. Still on a map point, so they don't need to reinvent the wheel. They just need to play a good round of Siege to secure this first map of border.
2 more rounds is what they need to take it to OT, and they'll be then question marking Furia, thinking, what on earth have they been doing? You know, to be so close just to lock out the first map in really good fashion and set a good pace for the remainder of the series. He's got to slip away. You're thinking, Furia, is this Furia? Is this G2 perhaps playing for them? I don't know.
No way. Not with the way they played the first 6 rounds.
Don't think G2 could play like that?
Round 11. I'm going to be defending upstairs inside of Armory. Could be a good opportunity for Fury to get one over here. Not bringing the Monty this time, though. I've seen quite a lot of success on Monty. Nade's done a great job of playing that op. Instead, they're going to be going for Slightly different approach. Nade going to be on the ace this time. A bit more focus on the hard breach potentially. Trying to get those walls open. I like how SSG are just vying for a bit of control there. Action. Not giving that line of sight away for free. Not allowing that cut through security from the hop up outside. Oh, just. That's either a professional or a little bit lucky. I'm not sure which.
Signed up for the shot put. Telling you. You could take gold with that.
Opening kill this time for Furia. Jane, I know he's been a real aggressive player on this defense, and Herds looks like he's on a bit of a tear. It could be a Herds round that we're about to see. And look at him go. JV, he's going to collect that kill onto Ashen. We've not seen 50 seconds and already 3 kills. Forest playing below on the Echo. Might have that information. The Yokai drones might be out there, but he's about to enter a very dangerous territory right now. Rooted in place by the Lion scan. It looks like he knows that someone's up there on the balcony. He at least knows that there's going to be someone at the top of these stairs, but doesn't react in time. Herds with 3. JV to close it out. A flawless for Furia. You just get the impression that these boys can pull it out of the can whenever they need.
Yeah, they took their time, but still a win's a win for them. And I understand SSG were able to pull 2 rounds back to get their 4th round, but still Furia done all of the heavy lifting during the first half. SSG just not up to snuff during the opening of the game. Like, I mean, these first 2 rounds especially were so dominant for Furia.
Yeah.
You know, Philippe locks and that East Stairs was a big issue for them. They couldn't really lock him down well. It's a menace. But look, SSG, order doesn't go their way, which again, we kind of favor Furia. Brazilian map, Furia love that map. SSG, they still have their map choice to go to, but it is Oregon Ollie. And is that a map that you would say would unfavor Furia? I'd say no.
No, quite the opposite. You've got that level of structure that they like to play around. They're great in the chaos. They're great on a map like Border. But with their style of play, it also really lends itself to structured maps. And that's what Oregon comes down to a lot of the time. It's crazy to think that Furia have got to this point in the competition, 1 map away from the semi-finals, and all they've played and all they've won is Border. They've played it 3 times, and they're 1 map away from going to semis tomorrow. Insane from them, really. And it just stamps down and further, doesn't it? It says, look, don't take us to Border. It might go to overtime. It might be a whitewash. It might be a decent game. Doesn't matter. Dominant on the map. And very well deserved of the win here of map number 1. But it is not over. This, of course, is a best of 3. And SSG do have an opportunity here to try and turn things around. Although I don't know how well it is going to go. It's like going from one end to the other. It's a little bit like Whiplash with what we're about to do, because we're going to go from Border straight into an Oregon. And that demo, it's like chalk and cheese.
I mean, I think for Oregon, it comes down to how well you can trade off kills, how well you can just gun in the server, and just the overall team play. Right up Furia's street. You know, Furia don't really need to think too hard about playing Oregon because it's a very simple map to play. We know that. So there shouldn't be a change of pace from Furia. There needs to be a change of pace from SSG. That's who we're going to look at. That's who's going to have the pressure on them.
Absolutely. We're going to take a very short break. Once we get that second map underway, we will be back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day number 3 here of EWC Rainbow Six Siege. We are in the playoffs right now, and we have got a banger series ahead of us. We've got Furia versus SSG. We've already seen map 1, which was Border, and now we are going to be headed on into map number 2, which is going to be Oregon. SSG didn't look too hot on Border. They had their moments. We saw a decent amount of aggression in a couple of rounds, but overall, it was nowhere near enough to stand up to the might that was Furia on that map demo.
Yeah, Furia just straight from the get-go, ferocious in how they wanted to go around playing those defenses. They didn't really give SSG any breathing room at all. It was a big struggle for SSG just to find any form of footing inside of the map.
I think we will be able to see that if we look at the scoreboard as well, just the sheer difference and maybe a little bit of a top-sided performance or a top-heavy performance from SSG. Ashen there, 8 and 9, Forest 7 and 8, Benja 7 and 8. People struggling for that positive KD on the side of SSG. On the flip side, JV92 +8, Herds +2. A lot of players plus on the side of Furia. Philippox and KZ not having the greatest showings, but having impact where it matters. For me, that tells part of the story, but for the other part demo, it's got to be down to the teamwork.
Yeah, the team play just seemed a little bit disjointed, a little bit disconnected. Furia, obviously the opposite of that. Whenever somebody on their team died, there was a kill going back in favor of Furia almost immediately. SSG just didn't really have that, and that is usually a bit of a difference maker in terms of who's going to be taking the map or not. So yeah, for SSG, they need to try and play together more. They need to try and keep Furia at bay, and you know, even if Furia are very good at getting the trades, you just need to trade them right back in. You know, just you have to keep trading with Furia, just keep it going and hope that you can win your gunfights. But look, of course I say that, I know it's incredibly difficult to do, Ollie, just because it's Furia at the end of the day.
It is, and what do you do against a team like Furia? You're always going to struggle. You're going to have to come out with something new, and you're going to have to bring your very best Siege. And sometimes that's going to be a little bit difficult to do, especially if you've just picked up somebody like Benja and you're trying to work them into the roster. Not only is it a new roster pickup, but it's a cross-region roster pickup as well. So it's not even like they've been rubbing shoulders together, scrimming, playing ranked, or doing other things of that nature. They're just going to have seen them at an international event and liked what they've seen, hence the pickup, but it's not like they're very familiar with that playstyle. So it is going to take a little bit of adjustment from SSG. It's great that they've got this far. There's still potential for them to go further, but it all comes down to Oregon as to how it is going to play out. And for me, I think it's a map that really does suit Furia quite well. We haven't seen Oregon yet so far at EWC. It isn't a popular map. It is a map that's actually on its way out, so it could be one of the last times we ever get to see it, Demo.
Yeah, it might be our last cast on Oregon, believe it or not, Ollie, because this is our last cast off the tournament, is this series. So yeah, I would say, Ollie, on good authority, this is probably our farewell to Oregon. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely. We'll try and give you a little bit of an update as to what's going on over on the A stream as well. They are still
being played. Still
believe
going
it or
at it.
not, in map number 1 of their day today. So they're going to have a long old day in Riyadh. Obviously, it is DZ versus Liquid. It has gone to map number 3, and we are currently in a tactical pause. So it really is anybody's over there. They've been going back and forth. There's been overtimes. There's been a little bit of everything, and neither team is leaving anything on the line. Quite the opposite to the day that we've had so far, Demo, where we've seen W7M and Bleed and a little bit of a stompy game there. Border, wouldn't necessarily call it a stomp, but it was definitely convincing from Furia.
SSG, the team backs up against the wall. They need to try and take us into map number 3, or else the tournament's done for them. Again, for SSG, look, I think it's been a big improvement from recent results. Obviously, for Fury, I think it's different mentalities, isn't it? You know, SSG coming to this competition, it's not more about the results. It's about seeing how well they can mesh with Benja and see if there's an improvement from where they were. For Fury, it's winning the competition. You know, that's where we're at.
That's what it comes down to. There is a longer plan at play here for Furia. They've won just about everything else. They're going to want an EWC trophy to add to their trophy cabinet. Grim going to be the first removal here by Furia as we enter on into Oregon. Where are SSG going to go? You get the impression the castle ban hurt them a little bit on the border.
Maybe.
I don't think it would have been decisive. I'm not sure it would have changed the score that much, but it could have had an impact. They're going to start with a Ying removal. Go for a Fenrir. I'm very shocked, you know, despite the nerf, Fenrir is still seeing a good ban rate.
I think pretty good bans. I think expected, isn't it? I think on the surface of Oregon, again, it comes down to a lot of chaos. You know, all as much as we talk about, you know, gun skill will see you, you know, a win on Oregon and the way you can trade kills back and forth. Look, there's some really strong operators, especially for like the basement execute, which is still the strongest defense for the defenders in the entire game, is going to be the Oregon basement, as we know. So removing operators like Ying and Grim, really difficult then for the attackers to break that.
Yeah, some key removals there. I'm honestly quite surprised not to see the shield taken out. I know that SSG will play a shield, but Fury are a bit better with it. And obviously, it's not a circumstance where you're going to get both the Monty and the Blitz banned, because that would require 2 ban slots, or the other team having a very similar idea. And I don't think that that's a strategy that Fury really want to give up, but a little bit surprising there from SSG. We'll have to, of course, see how it does play out. I'm not sure if we're in a bit of a rehost here as we're just watching the player admins make sure everything is all tickety-boo on all of the screens. I don't believe we've gone into game just as of yet.
Maybe a pause, just sorting some stuff out. Obviously, we see the bans. But let's see how Oregon plays out. I think Fenrir and Azami, no surprise. Hey, one operator who we just never see banned anymore, Ollie, obviously, is the Solus. After the nerf that she received. You know, when was the last time we actually seen a Solus ban? You know, even just Solus played period, it's very rare. You know, the changes where the radius is reduced, no longer you can't hunt drones in the prep phase, which I think was a massive hit also. Whenever we were watching, you know, me and you both watched it, you know, live at Manchester over the, they were showing the changes. You'd think, okay, that's good for Solus. And then they changed, oh, okay. And then another change just kept coming, you know, there was just nerf after nerf after nerf for Solus. Like, she really got ran into the ground, and we just don't see her anymore now.
We've seen it played a couple of times, but it's not something that we're seeing anywhere near as much as we have previously. And it does make a lot of sense. It was very oppressive in the drone phase, that's for sure. Speaking of the prep phase, round number 1 awaits us, and we are well and truly in the game now. Fury starting off on the defense here, so if things weren't bad enough for SSG, they're going to be giving the defense away to Fury on their map choice here. It is another reason why you maybe don't see too many Oregons, because you know that you're going to be giving away that extremely strong start inside. It will require a lot of coordination to get it done here. Quite a funky lineup. Blitz, Amaru. Amaru typically used to get quick control here inside of tower, and a pre-placed drone that Ashen is looking out for will be being checked, and it allows Ashen to get a nice early entry point relatively safely with JV92. Benja, he got in there before Ashen did.
Oh, they've tried to just get a quick kill running down the stairs, but Furia are too smart to be tripped up by a play like that. Ashen gets honestly a recoil kill. Let's be honest, the recoil of the gun led him to a headshot. At least he gets the kill back. But still, you've lost the Dokkaebi, an operator you would love to have for those executes onto that basement. You have the Blitz and Foresters on the other side of the map, where you would expect him to be over towards blue alongside Bolts right now, but it's not going to be the case. I'm not too sure what SSG the idea of the attack is, especially considering, Ollie, that they have, you know, zilch in terms of the hard breach. They have nothing. No hatches are going to be opened up. Like, how do you win a round like that? I'll be honest with you, you don't.
And if Furia get a sniff of that, they're very quickly going to reinforce up elbow as well. You can already see it's kind of on the mind. JV just going to be playing tucked on that elbow as the utility does start to get thrown in, but he's playing Warden. He's not going to be worried about a flashbang or two. Philippox, he's going to find himself J9. He's going to get a little team kill in the mix, but it's still not the worst outcome. Biggest problem is that he hasn't got a lot of HP to speak of, but it isn't even 2 versus 2. Spoke about how JV92 as the Warden, but he still lost the engagement there. There are going to be Vulcan canisters, which Ashen will need to be very cautious of here. Quick diffuser juggle and trying to make something happen, but that is a narrow angle, and it's one as old as time. Nade on the flank. Furia got a little bit close, but they still never really looked too stressed.
Oh. What happened? Like, obviously, the initial opening wasn't the idea from SSG, where they wanted to send Benja and Ashen straight down to the tower stairs. Look, I think a big blunder, TK and Forrest there. Forrest is alive. They win that. 100% of the time they win that. So even I think Fury were quite fortunate, which, strange to say, considering how actually weak the lineup of SSG was. You know, not a hard breacher in sight. Hatches were always going to remain shut. Like you mentioned, they could have reinforced up elbow. Just came down to the minute details. You know, a blunder from SSG, and it upsets the strategy, the plan of attack. So Furia, they take the first round, but it was, I suppose, pretty fortunate for them.
I mean, it goes into why that's such a good sight for the defenders, right? Because even though it got to a 3 versus 2, it very easily gets leveled out, and it's still so difficult to try and attack. SSG, honestly, for my money, they got lucky to get that far. They didn't bring a hard breacher. They didn't open anything. They just had gunfights. Yeah, gunfights will get you so far, but, I mean, come on. When do you see a successful basement attack without a hard breach? Not very often.
Not as well. I've seen 3 hard breachers, and he still struggled to get that round over the board. So, yeah, no surprises. But we move to top floor now. SSG in their lineup. They've got the hard breach this time. They have the ace being brought in. Also got the Capital. Suppose you do need some form of kind of removal. Clearing away strong positions. Ying and Grim would be great for that, but Capital, I suppose, can try and do a job. They're trying to play very quick, aren't they, SSG? You're trying to take a lot of space in a very short amount of time to almost just try and cheese a kill against Fury if they can.
It's probably not a bad strategy, really, try and catch Fury off guard. We know that if you try and fight into whatever it is that Fury have got set up, you're going to have a hard time of things. So sometimes trying to catch him out could be a good strategy. IQ now just going to be able to walk up these white stairs, but we'll of course have the barbed wire at the top, which is going to be the big giveaway. And then if that barbed wire gets triggered, guess what? You got a clash facing you. Nade, the resident shield player on Furia. Going to be rocking the clash this time. Dokubi call coming out as well. It's going to give a bit of information away, and enough for Benja to find an opening pick from, but it isn't an opening pick for long. KZ is immediately there with the trade. The breach will get opened over into games. A very risky run across as Fultz on the upside down. Repel's going to punish KZ for trying to reposition. Capital bolts now go through, and Fultz has picked up his second, neutralizing the clash. JV with the direct trade, and the diffuser going deep inside of the site. Bit of a rotation now, just coming out of Oil Pit as Forrest with the kit gets the kill and is going to start planting that diffuser. JV92 has had a couple of kills already, but full white flash. Can he use this breach to his advantage right now? He likely knows that the plant has gone down inside of kids. The reinforced wall at the top of white is going to help him somewhat, but he doesn't know which way to look. And J90 started off with a good round and finished even better, picking that final kill.
I have to highlight Forrest and his movement in that round. Look, they smoked out a lot of the sites, smoked out the feet holes, smoked a little bit deep, almost onto the kids' door. Forrest just runs, just keeps on running through the site, gets himself in towards attic. And that positioning is really crucial to eliminate that player inside of kids. They know there's a guy in kids. That player in kids, the last thing he's going to be expecting is to get killed from Attic, because that is one area that SSG were not interested in. SSG weren't even interested in going towards Armory. It all stemmed from White Stairs and that big window. So it was such a free kill for Forrest just to maneuver his way around the site and pick up that kill. So yeah, all credit to Forrest. Really good game sense there.
I like this SSG. I like the SSG that plays a little bit more risk-takey. In some ways, they looked a little bit like BDS in that last round with the calculated risks that they were taking. Let's see how long they can keep that going for. We're seeing early success on Oregon is always key. Especially on that top floor site. That's going to be one of your primary sites that's available to you as an attacker. You can almost right off the basement. Very difficult to pick up rounds there, but that top floor, opportunities as we've just seen. This time they're going to be bringing an equally oppressive lineup. Strange to see that Forrest has gone for the Monty this time, having seen Nade already play the Clash. It's like those two have danced around each other in the night. Nade almost predicting the Monty in round number 2 and playing the Clash for it, and then not seeing it in round number 3. Or not thinking it's going to be there in round number 3 and then not picking the Clash. The Clash would have been nice to have here as a bit of a counter for that Monty. You've still got the Legion, which of course is going to be a bit of a pain. That opening pick onto Ashen. Track Stingers. Not necessarily brought for the flank here demo, more brought for that denial of sound. When they're going off, you can't hear too much.
Oh, Leapbox has attempted a swing in the big window, but Forrest in a prime time position to feed that information. Will he be aggressed onto? That is the question. Is he really worried about these players coming down towards White? And he gets caught out. Benja lurking down in towards the kitchen corridors. Diffuser was attempted there by the Monty. Another full White will occur. Herds is able to find the kill. And oh no, Forrest has been down. The Monty is bleeding out. False has been able to find a kill from that upside down rappel once more. That's going to leave Nade in a 1v2 essentially. I don't think that Monty will be in a good position to get picked up. One player in the big window. The other player now moving in towards White. He will finish off that Monty. Does he know the positioning? Smoke will cut off that line of sight as he tries to pre-fire onto the big window, but Jane, I know, just has to look at him tapping through the wall. SSG with another successful top floor attack.
Good stuff there from SSG. Getting in and amongst things nice and early. They didn't get the opening pick that round, but it really didn't deter them. The pressure from that big window just proving a little bit too much to handle. I was just thinking, Demo, with the way that we're seeing SSG play this round, or play this map, it kind of makes a lot of sense. Because if you just picked up a player like Benja, why would you go through learning Oregon? Do you know what I mean? If Oregon's going, there's no way that SSG are going to be bothered learning it. Like, why have they picked it here? Are they just running around?
You say learning Oregon. I think everyone has known Oregon for the past 3 years. I'll be honest with you.
Everybody knows how to play Oregon, granted.
You just play Oregon just the way you want to play it. Oh, you want to do? Oh yeah, sure. We'll do for this play. We'll go for this. You know, they'll all understand the game.
It's a lot less prescribed than Benja fitting into a new system on a different map, right? Where they've maybe already got ideas or ways that they want to play it. It's just something I thought about.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Anywho, back to the basement. The round that was successful for Furia here the first time. SSG, the biggest issue that we noticed, Ollie, was just the lack of hard breach. Opening up the hatches was just not an option for them, and even to an extent, you see the operators that they've brought, they can only open up one hatch. Have to use 2 Selmas on a hatch to open up, of course. So, a little bit confused, but maybe they want to try and bring in the Selmas to move in towards the meeting, and Benja! Ho, ho, ho! Here we go! Benja! Flying through meeting! Rips through those Furia roamers! And Furia left stunned! My God, we built him up in the pre-match, Ollie, and for good reason.
Well, he's delivering so far. Picking himself up another. On for a quad, on for an ace now. Had it not been for Benja, this round will be in the dirt. JV92 got a lot to do. Ashen, he's going to secure that final kill, but it doesn't matter in the slightest.
Hang on a minute. Did you see Benja smile? We haven't seen Benja smile. We haven't seen him smile since he lifted a hammer.
Not only did he smile, but he also got the fist bump and the shoulder tap. That's a sign from the coach that you've done a good job.
Oh. I mean, Fury, you've been here before. Whenever Benja's popping off. Gonna take a little bit of a timeout now, Ollie. Because, I mean, they've just dropped an Oregon basement defense, don't forget. So for SSG, all the momentum's in their favor. It's 3 rounds in a row. Fury need to do something to salvage this because it's not looking too good.
No, it's not. You're expected to win your rounds on the defense. Fury have come out with a lightning quick play style on border. And then have looked really flat-footed on Oregon. And the lightning quick play style has been really from Benja. And the rest of SSG. J9O's had his moments. Ashen as well. This is the siege that SSG are capable of. I like it. I want to see more of it. Is the timeout for Fury going to be enough? They're expected to win downstairs in the basement. They struggled in round number 4. Are they trying to hide the Cade, I wonder? JV92 hasn't moved yet. He's got himself tucked into the corner. I don't know how much the hard breach really matters, given that SSG really haven't been looking to bring that hard breach at all. They're not really worried about the hatch. The way they won that previous round was just getting 2 kills in meeting and Benja opening things up.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Seems as though JV92 has been able to keep himself under the radar. That Cade Electroclaw will slow things down, but 4 tin openers. Maybe was a bit more of an intention to get that open this time. Well, there it is. They know about the Cade.
Take their time now, SSG, because obviously with that timeout being called, you maybe expect a playstyle shift perhaps from Fury. Maybe the coach is saying, just go at them. You know, don't be afraid. Play a little bit more aggressive perhaps. So I think SSG been very wise to bring in those operators who are very good at kind of delaying that aggressive nature that Fury could provide. You know, Deimos and Jackal, you can ping them out, keep them at bay. Obviously, Blitz is going to be great as well, just to stand there in front of them, keep them back. SSG have slowed the pace right on down. Hopefully for Furia, they are looking just to try and play in the site. Play the crosses that they can, but where the Ashen has already slipped his way in towards the washing machine. There should be enough traps. You've got the Banshees, of course, and also the Boomine scattered amongst the floor and the walls. It's all quiet right now for SSG. I mean, it's become a little bit more typical of what we expect to see on the Oregon basement attacks.
Benja's still in a prime position there. And one of his favorites, an oldie but a goldie, on the sledge. Gonna look to try and nade out in toward Freezer.
Any up nades?
No up nades anymore. It's not a phrase I've heard
said
for
he
a
was
while
finished
either.
after that. Benja said he was finished after that.
Did he? The Tajanka going to do a good job of zoning off these players now, and he can fire those canisters out in toward Blue Bunker. Ashen caught out in the goo mine. JV92 nade. They're both going to start kicking things off. Furia, they've just said, you're going to have to come into our lines of fire here. They bunkered down on the basement, and it worked out for them.
Oh, Legion. So strong, those goo mines. I mean, even Ashen, who was on that lurk for so long, walked into a goo mine, and he actually had it in his foot for at least 7 or 8 seconds. You know, he had taken a lot of damage just off the goo mine in a hole. But yeah, Furia just played the utility well, zoned them out. That's where you would expect to see, you know, the defense really shine, is just based off the lack of operators available for SSG. You know, no Ying, no Grim. That makes that basement very difficult to attack. But really now for Fury, it's not the case of winning your basement defenses, which is the only site that they've actually been able to defend. They lost one, of course, but more importantly, they lost the 2 top floors whenever they went there. They won't be going for top floor now. They will instead head to the tertiary bomb site. We go to our meeting and kitchen defense.
Left before insertion.
Chance for Fury to salvage a 3-3 round here. Or 3-3 half, should I say.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Quick update on the game that's going on over on the A stream. I think it's finally finished, Demo. Liquid successful over there. Another Brazilian team in the semi-finals.
Oh, Brazilian team in the grand finals now as well because of that.
Yeah, guaranteed.
Located.
Our Fury are going to be joining them. Or SSG. NA's last hope. Gonna book that trend. KZ there. Brilliant kill onto Action. Just running at windows as soon as they're opened. And not done there. Looking for more, but gets greedy and punished by Fultz.
KZ. Just chancing it there. Fultz, who played pretty well so far in this game of Oregon. He's been getting kills here and there, really set his team up for success. Minute gone. The idea from SSU, it feels like, is going to be the kitchen attack. You open up that kitchen wall and you get a nice area to plant in behind the kitchen pillar, which of course will be a bit of a blind spot for the defenders to try and stop you. But to do so, you're going to need to, first of all, take above. You need to make sure nobody's going to be playing on the hatch. For SSG now will turn their attention are going to be those roamers. They have the Capital again in possession to see if they can smoke off some of the sightlines and get their way into the big window. Philippox has went for a play. Barely misses ahead of Benja. Both exchange damage onto each other. But it's Philippox who comes out the better end of it.
Philippox making it happen there. Capital fire arrows coming in. They're going to start to deal a little bit of damage there. No could be called, just forcing a bit of a shift for these players on the side of Furia. Maybe look and see if there's anyone outside on that kid's rappel, seeing if they can get anything happening there. Herds going to take Benja down. It gives the advantage over to Furia right now. Moving in, the Thorn Trap. He's going to have to push deep to avoid the damage on that one. Whilst this top floor has now been called as clear, there's still a bit of a job to do here. There's still that small problem of getting control of that attic. The hatch hasn't actually been opened here. Maybe looking for a bit of a hot drop, but there's a chance at a retake. If they go for this, the sound that causes is going to allow Herds to make that move, and he's just going to play this patiently. His teammate going to win the battle on site, or going to lose the battle, sorry. J90 successful there. Another Thorn Trap you can hear going off in the distance. The plant now starting to be attempted, but it's Herds on the flank. Picks up one onto Forest. Can he stop that plant from going down? Nade, he joins in on the action as well. The diffuser being attempted again, but desperately so. Only one player left alive. J90 gets a nice kill, I can imagine, through the angle on the hatch, but it isn't going to be enough.
Oh, very close round. Furia needed that one also to at least salvage something in this half of Oregon. SSG so close. You've seen the idea. Hot drop the hatch. Try and double up on the player in the bomb site. They did that. But then we've seen that player in Big Tower. That was the big issue for them. They were not able to get the plant down because that hatch then was retaken from above. And then Fury have the man advantage and they just double up on that last player. Again, comes down to a 1v1, but never really in doubt to see Nade lose that engagement. So ends as an equal half. Still good for SSG. Still a very good half to get 3 rounds on the attack. Especially considering the bans. Done a great job, so pressure towards Furia. That's where it shifts to. SSG, don't forget, 1 map down. They need to win Oregon to take us into Chalet. So I suppose the pressure is still with them to make this happen. Furia want to make it into that semi-final and join the rest of Brazil. And I don't know, maybe all the Brazilian teams, Ollie, perhaps met in secret and said, guys, we need to win all of our games, and then we guarantee a winner.
But then what? We're just going to get Brazil versus Brazil versus Brazil.
And the thing is as well, you can, honestly, if that meeting was to happen, you can imagine it almost like a Godfather-esque meeting. You know, the four fathers from the Crown families have all met. You've got Don Nesk.
Who's sat at the head of the table?
Oh, well, you've got Don Nesk, obviously. Yeah. I think that's a no-brainer. I would say Don Herds, you know, with his chains.
Yeah.
You know, the richest of them all. The richest of them all, of course.
Cameraman.
Yeah, cameraman, apparently. No, he's officiating the meeting. He's only there in official business.
Right.
He was actually forced out. He was forced out.
Who else have we got? We need a few more.
Hey, Volps. Volps is sat there. Him and Nesk maybe don't get on well.
Cyber or Souls?
I think Souls.
I think Souls has got more of a look about him, hasn't he?
More of a presence.
I can imagine him with a load of,
type, isn't he?
I can imagine him with a load of chains on and like a grill.
And he doesn't speak. Well, if he needs somebody whacked, he just raises his eyebrow, and that man's now dead. You know, that's it. He puts the hat on him.
Well, Cyber's just the dog. You let him off the leash.
He's the janitor. He's the janitor. He cleans up the mess. Oh. It's weird. It's weird where your brain goes to, isn't it? Sometimes it's very creative.
Look at the position that Fultz has got himself in here.
Oh.
He's been found out right now. Surely he's going to be dead. Oh no. Oh. JV, a blunder. And Fultz with the shotgun takes Nade down. A bit of a mess and a costly removal of that player. Furia get it done. It costs them dearly though. They lose the Monty. And they lose the IQ. Now, losing the IQ is neither really here nor there. It's more that you've lost Herds and the firepower that he brings.
Oh, no words about what just happened. I mean, Fultz should have been dead to rights, but somehow he's taken two people with him to the grave where it only should have been him being sent to the graveyard. This is a very good position for SSG to be in now. Two players off the board. All of this utility that they have to wade through. Furia, the time is not with them either. 40 seconds left. Goyos are still going to be up. Even a Kapkan or two might be lurking in and around the site too. A bit of a dampener on the spirits of Furia. They are going to need to play fast and furious. See if they can get this one over the line, but I really don't see it happening.
Not going to be an easy one, especially with how little time is remaining here. JV92 going to fall for Leapox. He'll find one, but SSG lock things out. A lot of that round can be attested to Fultz and what he was able to achieve in the early part.
No surprises.
Slow. I mean, it's mistakes, isn't it? And we don't tend to see very many mistakes from Furia.
No, that is, yeah, a round that you just never see from a team of this caliber. You know, a TK into then a Monty just losing the bottle almost and just sprinting at somebody. Very, very strange for Furia, and that's kind of where you lose it. Oregon's very a demanding site where you need to have everything kind of go your way if you want to attempt to win that as the attackers. Like, you need to just play perfectly almost, because one mistake and it's going to be costly on the whole round. And we've seen a great example of that. At top floor, site that Furia struggled with. They played here twice and they lost it twice. So I wonder if SSG may be having the same kind of issues. They themselves have also brought in a clash similar to Furia, where they were attempting that operator into the lineup. Didn't really work out for them. See what idea that SSGF came up with.
Locate and defuse a bomb. Fuse it.
Lineup from Furia. Capital makes an appearance. That's what both teams have kind of locked in for. The lack of the Ying or the Grim. You need to find something to disrupt those power positions, and Capital can fill that role.
A little bit of early damage there in onto the clash.
Where that came from?
I think it was underneath the barricade or something.
Oh no, maybe just clipped a little bit. Something happened. I don't know.
Oh, Forrest is doing his de-shielding antics again. Gonna be careful with that one. It only takes one stray bullet. Of KZ getting himself into armory as well. There's not a lot that Herds can do really right now. Can try and bait the clash out and see if there's a teammate that's in position to do something about it, but he's not going to be able to remove that mute jammer or that electrification, which is required now for step number 2. You can have armory control all you like, but that clash needs to be dealt with. from below is always a good option as well with the book and that skeleton key, and that lion scan's going to come in trying to root that clash in place and get a little bit of damage in onto him, but not able to land a finishing blow.
He's getting shot as well from the other player upstairs trying to support that clash. Leapok seems to be really, really careful. We've seen Benja at a lineup. He's still there with the C4 in his hand, prone, waiting to see if he can pick off somebody in towards that armory corridor. Just going to hold it for the meantime. KZ is not pushed up into that location. Now he will, and surely information is going to be fed for Benja to fire the C4, and it will connect. Great bit of teamwork from Benja and Forest. All Benja needed was the green light. The signal to go for it. Oh, the clash again up close and personal now, and Herds is in one heck of a position to be. Benja swings off the information. Forest put in a great shift as the clash to feed kills over to Benja. Now Furia are down and out. They are 2 men behind, and they still have the clash to deal with.
Not going to be easy, especially when Benja is really rocking and rolling now. Skeleton key drawn for this close range engagement. It's going to be shotgun versus shotgun. The clash just comes in to body block for the time being, and these 2 players on this side are firmly locked out right now. JV92 eventually shuts Benja down, and Forrest gives himself away. He walks through the edge. I mean, mustn't have been able to hear that. There's 25 seconds left, and it's 3 versus 3. There is a glimmer of hope here. There's no information for Furia to be going off, and they're going to get caught chasing shadows. 2 kills come in. Nade is able to drag one back. 1 versus 1, 11 seconds. Final defender at the bottom of these white stairs. Fultz just needs to keep himself alive. Doesn't have a C4. Can start to try and bait for that plant to go down. He can hear the plant has been attempted, and is just going to wait and play it beautifully. You got to hold your nerve in that sort of situation. You got to really wait for the clock to do a lot of the work for you. And Fultz did just that, but it came down to the wire.
Oh, it did, but really it shouldn't have. You know, SSG were in great shape. You know, leading with 2 kills and still having the clash, but Forrest just overextends himself. Look, straight into the air jab, of course, but thankfully Fultz is cool, calm, and collected in that situation. Makes it happen. SSG now breaking away with the lead. Furia on the back foot even more so now. Remember, they've already used the timeout, Ollie. They used it during their defensive half. So they don't have an opportunity to try and slow the pace down and chat about what they want to do. It has to be here and now. Of course, SSG, they still have their timeout that they can utilize if they need it. Now, it only depends if Furia pull, you know, maybe 2 rounds back, and that's where you'd call the timeout. But at the moment, SSG, they're moving forward and they're showing no signs of slowing down. They did something that Furia couldn't do, and that was defend the top floor.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds.
SSG a couple of rounds away from taking this map and giving us a real series on our hands.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
It's exciting stuff.
I'm reloading.
I feel like it's wide open for him to take Furia. I don't know where they turn from this point. Benja's on 16 kills, 5 deaths. There's not a lot that's getting in his way. Sometimes all it takes is a player to have a life game.
Oh, yeah.
And a series can be back on.
Seen it all before. Benja had a fair few of them whenever he was able to win SI23, of course. If Benja's back to his old ways, if he's back to his best, there's a lot of issues, not just in this competition, but going forward for really the whole world. Oh, Herds.
Oh, dear.
Speaking of Benja, he's just put him to bed. He's tucked him in.
Great pick from Herds. Nice use of the Oster Shield to give him a bit of deployable cover as well.
Why does Benja challenge that, though? Why is he...
yeah.
You know,
I mean, he's doing well, isn't he? Maybe a bit overconfident.
Perhaps. That's what I was expecting. Also, I like the addition of the Monty alongside the Ossa. You know, obviously the Ossa's going to be there to get the plant down because it's a very open bomb site, as we know. But the Monty's going to be used more for just the presence of being able to block down the green stairs. You know, he can just stand in front of green door and it just shuts down that kind of flank option that obviously defenders would like to go for.
Bandit Trick not going to do too much against a Maverick. Especially if JV starts to try and get a couple of holes in that wall. Just needs to be cautious though, and he can't do this on his own. Probably going to be waiting for some support. Maybe even wants the Monty to come in as well. Get an exothermic pre-placed, remove the ability for that Bandit to move in and make the trick, and you can just see a couple of pixels there, but Felipox taking his time, and it's going to be JV to pick not only one, but two. Ashen lines up with him as well. Oh, this is beautiful from Furia. The Monty's lads push in, but they're going to get downed at the moment. That's going to be the diffuser carrier. J9O. He's done a little bit of magic, but he's got a lot more to do. He's got so much information, but look at the pressure. The plant is going to start to go down. The revive's coming out as well. Furia, they didn't care about that bulletproof camera. They knew they could operate. They knew they could get it done.
Oh, wow. What a round. I mean, it really stemmed from just 2 kills appearing from Attic. I honestly don't know how he got the kills. How JV was able to line up 2 kills to the Maverick is beyond me. The SDG had been able to give that to him. Very difficult there from J9O to do anything in that scenario. So many bodies that he had to try and fight through, and he just couldn't find any of them. Furia, I mean, they do break the tertiary bomb site, but this is the next round. This is the make or break for me. I think whoever takes this round, Ollie, probably takes the map. I think if Furia get back into it and it's 5-5 and they break the basement, then yeah, they'll be in good standing, but obviously SSG then. They win this round, and 6-4, they have the match point.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, it feels like a big round, doesn't it? Especially with it being a basement defense.
5 seconds remaining.
This is where it starts to get pretty real.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
We're going to need to see some good siege from Fury as well, because they've struggled on this basement defense so far. Not bringing them onto this time. And also SSG, they don't have that hold upstairs from Fultz. It would make a lot of sense for SSG to lightly roam, lightly have some presence upstairs, and then very quickly drop themselves back. Try and get rid of a few drones, maybe try and take a gunfight, but really not look to give too much away. Enough Herds, he's in a prime position here. On the IQ that he plays so often. Feels like it's going to be a slower round, demo.
Yeah, it does. Just sat up from Furia. They don't want to jump the gun. It's almost as though Furia have almost leaped forward, haven't they? Compared to how the rest of the series has went. Compared at the border where it was just pretty easy, pretty laid back for Furia, just business as usual. SSG are really making them work for Oregon right now. Furia seem locked in. A C4 gets blown prematurely. Player on top of Laundry has to retreat now, so one bit of utility has been burned up. An important one is that C4s are always an issue for the attackers. There's only one left, and that's going to be Ashen C4 remaining. After round gone, it looks as though that Fury have been able to sweep away any roamers. They've done the drum work well. Forrest has actually found Herds. I wonder where that came from. Don't exactly know.
Again, you do get the feeling that it's going to be a bit more pressure surrounding this round. We're going to see the hatch opened with around a minute left to go. JV92 going to start to make his way down these laundry stairs, looking to try and cut off. Not sure if he knows there's a player hopped up to his right, just behind that secondary doorway. He's really just looking to catch players out as they try and reposition, and when they realize where that push is coming from, that should give him a bit of info that he's got a player over toward his right, but he does need to be careful of elbow as well. Goyo canister going to get popped, and there's a lot of denial here for SSG to really run out this clock. They've still got Toxic Babe canisters. They're going to have to try and firm it and push all the way through, but it's not going to be easy, and the kills start to flood in. This is surely a map point, if ever you've seen one, in a flawless round for SSG. Really leaning into those natural defenses down in the basement.
Great hold. I mean, expected. Mentioned before, if you want to win that basement attack, you need to play perfectly. And losing that opening pick, I still don't know where that was from. It just left Fury in a very difficult circumstance. Just even that extra man makes all the difference, but not a big lot of utility either. It's not as though that Fury could just explode into the site. They took their time and it didn't pay off. So SSG only needs one more round. They get that top floor now, Ollie. This was a success for them. It was a close success, don't forget. They should have won it in better fashion than what they did, but still a round win is a round win. And Furia just seemed very, I want to say plain, Ollie.
Yeah, they've not got that killer instinct right now, have they?
Feels like I'm eating ready salted crisps.
Nothing bad. There's nothing bad with a good bag of ready salted.
I know, but it's just compared to Thai sweet chili sensations. Oh! You see what I mean? That's the difference.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think very many people are going to know what they are, but they're basically like... How would you even describe them? They're like chili flavored crisps.
Sweet chili. Yeah.
It's like sweet chili, though.
Look, if you're from the UK, you'll be sitting there.
From the UK, you know.
You will be. Yeah.
I think it's the age old, isn't it? Who's standing up on Fury and saying we're winning this map? No one, really.
I mean, they're all in and around the same, aren't they? Like,
it's a good team performance, but it's
ahead.
It's not enough. Not at the minute. There's been some good individual moments. But when you're going up against Benja and J90, both topping above double-digit kills.
Oh, yeah.
This is a nice little play. I love the top of the stairs being left open for the Oryx or whoever it is that's going to be playing in and around there. Gives so much flexibility.
Oh, he's dead.
Doesn't realise that the player inside of Armory and maybe floats a little bit too close to the sun there.
I'm surprised he stayed alive for that long. You know, I thought he was going to be dead a lot sooner than that, but still, it kills the kill for Furia. That gives them the armory control as well as the bedroom control, of course. Leapok stationed in the same position as what he was previously downstairs in Classroom, looking to use that skeleton key from below. There's somebody knocking about downstairs, though, at C4. Benja again with these lineups. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me, and that was certainly the case for Furia because they've let it happen again. Fleepox will find faults below. Mentioned before, there's a player roaming around downstairs. And Benj is also now dropped down the attic hatch, I believe, and went straight through lobby. Nobody's watching it because Fleepox left his position. J90 also takes a bit of a swing into Trophy. Ends up with a kill, and this has completely been turned on its head.
Crazy to think that all it takes is Benja to have another pop-off round here. For Leapox, the next victim for him, and JV92. It's all down to you now to keep your team in it and to keep it a clean 2-0, but it's not to be. Forest, he'll secure the last. And off the back of a huge team performance and good individual play from both J90 and Benja, SSG, they've taken us to a third map.
That's more like it. That's the SSG that we should have seen. Ashen, there we go, the mouse moving. We can only imagine what's coming out of it. He's pointing the Benja. I mean, that's the player. He's just... Benja's back, isn't he? He is back. Just that play, the confidence that he has, the C4 kill again, and then just drops down the hatch. Takes advantage of Felipox leaving his post. Yes, important flank. J90 as well, obviously has to be mentioned. The consistency from that guy, Ollie, is second to none. We've mentioned this before, but how good he is. So SSG, a great opportunity now to kick on, and this is where I'm going to bring up your point. You always say, Ollie, the team that wins the second map in the series usually goes on to win the third one.
Absolutely. There's a lot of pressure now.
I think if you kind of look at Chalet now, it's going to be a little bit of a different change of pace compared to Oregon. Oregon, as we know, was all about the kind of team play that we had. Chalet, still think it has a level of team play, but certainly the kind of backstab and rat plays you can go for in Chalet is going to be and abundant for both sides to take advantage of. We're on through the highlights. I mean, a few close rounds. I think Furia were fortunate enough to even get 3 defenses, it felt like at some points, but again, struggling a lot in the basement. SSG just looked like the tighter unit throughout Oregon.
I think that's what it ultimately comes down to, isn't it? We were saying that we were a bit unsure maybe on who this map favored. Does it favor Furia because it has a little bit of structure and it has something that they can play around, but we didn't see that structure coming out in spades. They did seem to tend to do well in and amongst the chaos. And then there were rounds that you just can credit purely off the back of Benja and J9O's performance. How many times have we Benja getting 3 kills, you know, 4 kills? He had a quad in 1 round. Certainly overperformed. And sometimes you need that, especially when you're 1-0 down in a series. It's coming down to that age-old win your own map and win the decider. And the best of 3 will be yours. And that seems to be the strategy that SSG are going for at the moment. Chalet as our decider here today will be where we decide which team is getting sent on through. And Demo, I honestly can't call it at this point because you look at it and you think Chalet's always been a good map for Brazilian sides. It fits into that playstyle quite nicely. We know that Furia are good at the map. However, SSG, they've got that momentum and maybe they've just got that little bit of magic within them at the moment and it's given them a little bit of something more to play for. We're going to hit a short break. After that, we'll be back with our 3rd and final map of the day.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليته يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Hello everybody and welcome back to EWC day number 3. We are well and truly underway with the playoffs now, and we are going to be going into our third and final map in this series. Our final series of the day, in fact, Furia versus SSG. We've already seen them each take a map. We saw Furia successful on Border. We saw SSG successful on Oregon. And honestly, we don't know which way this one's going to go, but I myself, and I'm sure you are too, Demo, are happy it's at least going to 3 maps.
Yeah, Chalet as well. We haven't had the luxury of casting a Chalet here over on this stream, Ollie. And again, I think by expectations, you would expect Furia to be the favored side, just based on their history with Chalet. They're a very strong Chalet team, always really have been. So SSG, again, it almost feels as though they've conquered one mountain. Now they need to conquer another.
Yeah, it's not too easy. It's not as just easy as just winning one map in a best of 3. You're going to have to win 2. Let's have a look at the scoreboard for the previous map of Oregon, because there is a certain player that popped off just a little bit more than everybody else. Of course, we are going to be talking about Benja here. He went +7, 13 and 6. J90 not too far behind him, 13 and 7. And J90 also hitting 100% cost, so you could argue he maybe did a little bit more, Demo.
Oh, he did everything. Every single round, he was able to make an impact. And that is just second to none. Again, I keep mentioning about consistency. That kind of sums it up. You know, 100% cost. It's very rare you will see that. I think is it maybe the first 100% cost we've had this whole competition? It might be.
Certainly in an 11-round game. You know, if we've seen a shorter game, it's a lot easier to hit 100% cost, right? But if you're hitting 100% cost in a game that's 11 rounds, you're doing something right. You're doing something exceptionally well. And I think for me, I would weight that a little bit higher in the rating. Obviously, it seems as though entry and general KD, even though it's only 1, has a bit higher weighting in that entry, in that rating statistic than cost alone. But J90 certainly proving his worth there. Obviously, a bit of a lack of performance, maybe a bit lower down the board, but they didn't really need it. If you've got a couple of players that are going to be hitting double digits, 26 kills between them, there's only so many to go around. On the flip side, 45% cost for Herds, low costs on both Felipox and JV92, and not very many people positive. It paints a bit of a picture, doesn't it? And it tells you the story of the map, and the story being that Furia really struggled once they got onto the attacking side, and there were a couple of rounds that they were able to get away with, but ultimately it was an SSG day through and through on Oregon.
Look at the kills. Pretty mid for Furia. That's what it was, just a mid performance. Wasn't horrendous, but it wasn't exactly great. That's just the difference. But for Furia now, it's about resetting, isn't it? Going again. A team where, I mean, making these kind of long distances in the series there, more than well-rounded for Ollie. Think back to the SA Grand Final.
Oh,
they had some marathoner on that day.
And that's it, the mental strength that they showed on that day. You can never count this team out from that point onwards. You've always got to give them the credit. This time they've got a whole map to go at. It's just a best of 1 at this point. It's a best of 1 on Chalet. That's what they'll be telling themselves going into it. Confident in their own ability on the map. I'm sure confident on their own ability inside of the server. as we head on in. Fury going to be starting off on the attack here. SSG starting things off on the defense. We've seen a good variety in bans, not only in this series demo, but across the games that we've watched here for EWC overall.
A ying bang. What a shocker. The other one's going to be. I mean, shields. Obviously, both teams have kind of favored the shields. Really shied away from it. Is that the first time we've seen a bit of chat, Ollie? I think it might be. Oh, the Blitz ban. We see a shield ban. It is the Blitz. Herds is having none of it. Herds ain't replying.
Very difficult to look at map preferences for this map and or this series because of how little Siege has been played since Manchester, and basically due to both these two teams' performance in Manchester as well. But Chalet and Border, both of these two teams, it's their top preference map. Chalet top preference for Furia, Border second, and SSG it's the other way around. But there's a very small sample size. It's been banned against them quite a lot, but they've only played the map a handful of times at the major. So it is difficult to get a good read, and especially considering that SSG have made a roster change since then as well. It's tough to say which team the map favors going into it. But that's the beauty of things. We get to sit here for the next hour or so and watch, see which team wants it more, because this is where it all matters. This is what it comes down to. These two teams playing for a spot in the playoffs tomorrow. They've both seen success on maps earlier on in the afternoon. And now it's all down to Chalet. A Blitz mute ban, a Fenrir Ying ban. Mute ban's a funny one. We don't really get a mute ban too often, Demo.
No. Mute is an interesting one, but a bit of a sleeper ban because it is very influential. I mean, you think about Mute and the impact that he can have. Being able to disable a hefty amount of gadgetry. You know, obviously it stops the drones, but think about all the other things it stops. You can place some walls to stop hard breachers. You think about Dokkaebi and how prevalent she has been. The fact that you can just deny that immediately is great as well. A whole bunch of different things. Opening kill. Favor off Furia. Herds is going to have a very long angle shot from the top of the watchtower. Finds Ashen. My word, you wonder how Ashen has actually fell for that one.
Well, he's stuck to the bulletproofs and the cameras for the time being until they eventually get destroyed. Nice early opening pick for Furia, and it kind of shows that maybe they're going to come out of here with a slightly different pace to the pace we saw on Oregon. It was their attacks that struggled on Oregon. Their attacks on Border were fantastic. I think I'd see all too many of them. But from what we saw, it was good. Their attacks here going to have that same level of bite. Herds second kill on the round, using the Gon 6 to dispatch that player. Eventually will get finished from the hatch. He was deep in behind enemy lines there when you consider that the site was downstairs. Benja, he's already lined up one and he's looking for a second here, but he's going to get taken out there by KZ. SSG falling like flies. Half the round and a 1 versus 3 demo.
Not a great start for SSG. Bolts up against the wall now, and yeah, just gets slaughtered. That crossfire established, and that is the way that Fury have wanted to start things off. They're very happy with that round, and again, asserts their dominance. Kick things off right, so all credit to them. They've been very impressive whenever they have won their rounds in that fashion. For SSG again, is it the case if they were afraid of taking the engagements there? Felt as though they gave a lot of control over to Fury almost instantaneously.
Yeah.
Maybe is it one of those rounds where it's like, right, we literally lost Ashen immediately. You know, if Ashen stays alive there, that round is a player differently. Might be a way that SSG want to look at that. But they have thought, nah, just sack it off. Just next rotation.
Yeah, I don't really know, to be honest. I don't know what Ashen would have really done. He was on the Malusi, so after he's placed his gadget, he's not impactful in that sort of a way, in a utility sense. So I don't really know what they would have necessarily done too differently. I think it was the fact that they'd lost Ashen and then they lost the second opening pick as well. And as soon as you're 3 versus 5, that's when it starts to get real tricky. And you're kind of relying on attackers to start making mistakes there. They're going to stick to the rotation, though. Downstairs into bar and gaming. Not bringing the mirror. Mirror is often used for this site. Instead, just going to rock with the Azami. The Azami can still be a real difficult thing to deal with. Bit of early aggression there as well. Forest not shying away from that challenge on the window. Showing that they will meet W7M at the boundary to the building.
Furia just probing for that first pick, aren't they? Almost immediately into the round. They want to try and give themselves that immediate advantage. SSG have done a great job at just staying alive. Keep themselves healthy. Not allowing Furia to have that opening kill. Leapox, that's good information to see. Okay, nobody's in lobby. A bit of barbed wire to stop me running up the stairs, but for the most part, it seems to be pretty empty. Good information to try and feed through to the rest of his entry players that just be careful if they're not playing in and around fireplace and in towards lobby, then they'll probably maybe in towards your piano perhaps. That's certainly a position that Benja is playing. You're very close to that double door. Oh, bullets flying past his head, and he was able to dodge it, but Ashen was not. He gets caught in the rebound. Opening kill again in favor of Furia.
Just about the halfway point of the round now, a little bit past it. Ashen, second time in a row, he's been caught out first. Fultz will respond nice and early this time though, and SSG aren't going to go down too many too soon. Lion scan going to root people in place, but it's not going to stop Fultz from taking the Lion out. He's also got a nasty angle. What? Look at that. Oh. Hertz finds one, but Fultz, he's going to collect his third right now. Nade. Is anyone going to be able to stop him this round? No. Benja puts a stop to things before anyone's given a chance. Another fist bump and a shoulder tap for Benja. Callout's really favouring him. Favourite child, do you reckon, Demo?
Oh, was he the favourite child for Fabian and G2? I probably would have said yes as well. Seems to be the coaches take a favour into him. I mean, Fultz just knows the angle so well. I mean, that was really impressive. Dug his team out of a hole because they weren't in great shape until those two kills swung an advantage of SSG. Furia let the round drop. Bear in mind, Chalet usually seen as a bomb site, or not a bomb site, a map that you would like to fancy the attackers in.
Discovered the location of a bomb.
4-2 splits would be a very good scoreline. Furia here to get on their attacking side. SSG, again, another shift in bomb sites. Not wanting to stray in towards that top floor. Instead they choose to the basement this time. No wall denial though. That's maybe the only thing I'd look at in terms of the lineup.
10 seconds.
So Cade is open, Bandit is there, Tabaro also.
5 seconds left.
Not interested in it.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, op selection looking a bit strange. You're going to give the walls away pretty much for free. Then the walls are going to get opened. It's kind of just a mini game. It's a formality that you sort of go around as an attacker. But giving that away, it just frees the attackers up to do other things. Maybe the other things is sitting as striker on top of the outpost outside and seeing if you can snag a kill of anyone rotating on that top floor. Who knows? We can see that. I don't think Herds is going to get any success there. It obviously depends on how long he wants to commit to it and how long he wants to hold the angle. But no one there immediately.
Furia, the way they set up, it's they're trying to pressure as many points as they can and then almost filter the kind of terrified roamers into those cross lines that are being held. Very deep angles. The SSG haven't felt the pressure just yet. We've got a few roamers upstairs. Oyo canister already being popped. Probably down to the Twitch drones, of course. And oh, a great swing from Benja. Sprayed it off, however. But J90 with 2. Furia in the mud. 2v4 for them to deal with. Birds, that wall's reinforced, buddy. You can't go that way. AZ now looking to try and assist his teammate. But again, the damage has been done. J90, I have no idea where he found those 2 kills. He'll take them nonetheless.
Diffuser at cold outside main breach as well. I don't think we're going to see any diffuser action this round, round number 3. Instead, it's a bit of a drone, see what you can find, and are you able to get in and make anything happen? Default camera being open isn't going to help KZ at all right now, especially seeing that his only remaining teammate has just perished as well. Send the bees out, stop anybody from pushing up and see if there's anything he can find vertically, but SSG shouldn't be losing from this position. 50 seconds. 4 bodies to find. He'll give himself up there at the bottom of the stair. There's a Banshee that's going to activate as soon as he moves down, and he's just going to get double swung, isn't he, from that blue door. He's got a player behind the filing cabinet as well. SSG showing great patience here. I do always like to see teams playing that mental game and really guaranteeing that final kill at no cost of their own.
Another good round from SSG. Furia not having the run of form as what they had on Border. Oregon was a little bit slow, and SSG, after losing that initial round, came back at them with 2 rounds of their own. Furia, pressure is on. You've already gave away those 2 rounds in the defense that typically we expect to see. Anyway, we go down to that kitchen site. This is where Fury won, of course, and SSG kind of confirmed that, yeah, top floor, it ain't for us, which I would agree with. I think top floor is very difficult to defend. You open up the breach as the attackers and just plant in a blind position. Have the cover from the windows. Horrendous situation for the defenders to be in, where you almost have to just hope that people miss shots to defend the top floor. Instead, they will opt for the kitchen. Main thing about kitchen, though, is just remember that upstairs, there's a lot of vertical angles that you can make. Especially if you look in towards the hatch as well, it drops straight in towards kitchen. Sometimes it's used as almost like an escape hatch for the defenders as they feel pressured upstairs. But looking at the SSG lineup, you would expect to see them hold above. You have the Izami coming in, which is going to be great for that library side of things. You can just kind of hunker down and deny access to that side of the map. Ashen on the visual, though. No Boss G, which has been the recurring theme we've seen from this competition. Teddy is the K1A.
Boring. Remake the round. Remake it with the Boss G. Nade going to take Benja down. Benja on another one of his trademarks, the Mozzie. This time not seeing too much value. Benja probably loving the mute ban. It gives him a bit of an excuse to play one of his favorites. Herd's going to take Ashen down as well. Sometimes Furia just come out and they just pick up kills seemingly out of nowhere. But that's 2 kills that they've found from outside to in the first minute of the round, and now they've got all the time in the world to do whatever they want. They can spend a bit of time in the Rotero drone, they can remove some Kiba barricades, gather a little bit more information. There's another Kiba that's going to go. It's going to force J90 to replace it. Knows there's likely going to be someone on the window. This is a dangerous point in the round for Furia where they can just sit and hold an angle for a little bit whilst people gather a bit of info.
Furia wants you to be on the back foot, and they can just start circling you, setting up these crossfires, picking up kills here and there, and that's exactly what they're doing. Herds the 2 more, makes it his 3rd in the round. 1 more kill, that's all they need. Forest last man up. A 1v5. Are you gonna find any? None whatsoever. A flawless for Fury to get them back on track. That's another round for that kitchen defense. Not working out for SSG. You wonder now for SSG, it's a case of, are you ever going to try and attempt that top floor? Or will you now just go back to the 2 sites that you previously had gotten? You know, that's just bar unlocked for them. They can go there. And of course, the basement, the round after. But no, kitchen just, it's not it for SSG right now.
Maybe they just move off it for a time. See if they can find a bit of success elsewhere. Not always the end of the world. You are going to find a site that you're not going to be able to defend. Both teams are floating very dangerously here with the way that it's going evens. Fury on the flip side are looking down and saying, well, it's Chalet. We shouldn't really be losing any more rounds. SSG can be looking at it and go, every round we win from this point out just gives us a bit of an easier time when we get onto our attacks ourselves.
5 seconds remaining.
Nice and close to start things off here in our decider map. A lot has really come down to that opening pick. I know Ashen, he struggled with it a little bit. 0 and 3 at the minute. SSG will be going for a bit more of an aggressive hold on that snow balcony though. Deployable shield and a clash.
We're actually going to see the Chalet have an impact. Surely we must. Come on. Perfect operator to go up against the Clash, who right now is playing an aggressive position just on that walkway. Surely you just kind of rotate the Chalet over, double up with a teammate, and just get a free kill. That should be as simple as it is. The shield as well. A shield into a shield, Ollie. Is that the meta?
You just don't want to know, do you? I'd see that in rank here. Just go, we'll go the other side.
Go, solar take, guys.
Solar take. It's a solar take.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And again, solar take's viable because Grim's up. You know, Ying's gone, sure, but we know the Grim, you just fire them in. If anyone's in the stairs, they're going to get rooted out. Someone plays in behind the pillar, just beside the bathroom door. Again, same principle. So again, it really shouldn't be too many issues for them, but they are going to try and go for the default attack, moving in towards that office side. The wall needs to get opened up first, though. You get the Chalet in to remove the Cade Claw, but got it. Yes, they have. So Cade has not actually placed it correctly. You can actually place the Cade Claw right above on one of the beams, and the Chalet will not actually catch it. So this little thing there's a bit of tech for that. It will be frozen out for the meantime, but I still don't think that matters. I think the wall will go off nonetheless. 2 Thermite charges just to make sure it will happen. And oh, Benja, where are you going? You're just feeding Herds more and more kills. He's been on a rampage. 10 and 3 right now for Herds and Forest. Oh, look where you are. Again, Forest, another 1v5. Are you going to give him the ace? No, Nade's going to take that off him. What on earth has just happened?
Brilliant distraction tactic there. There was a lot of focus on keeping that wall closed. We had Benja on the 2-brow. We had the Cade in play as well. You'd think with the Chalet it would be a little bit more oppressive for the Clash, but Chalet left, the Clash left as one of the last alive. Herds. He's hit some great shots here. So simple. Just sitting on the ivy door and picking up kill after kill. Where was the player in behind the piano? Where was the double push? Where was the challenge and the swing? It really seemed as though SSG just fell asleep at the wheel for a fraction of a second there, and it's cost them a round.
This is the case of they've fallen asleep or his Herd's woken up. Because now we're in a situation where this guy has just chained 7 kills in 2 rounds, Ollie. I mean, yeah, like, come on. At that stage, you have to start saying, all of a sudden, one man is just tearing SSG. Just tearing through him.
10 seconds remaining.
Look at the kill spread in this lobby.
5 seconds to insert.
SSG 3, 2, 0, 3, 4. Furia 1, 1, 3, 2, 11.
A little bit one-sided, a little bit top-heavy.
Is he gonna get more? Oh, nobody's home. Very patient. Very patient on the angles now, I must admit. Seeing if he can try and find a kill, and almost does, as Ashen is in bedroom, but is aware that somebody is on the rappel. Ashen is a bit of a lone roamer right now. Nobody's in any real radius to try and help him out, and maybe cut off now as Herds has moved towards that trophy window. It will stop the escape from Ashen, and the phone call comes in. He's still upstairs. Somebody now has walked in towards office, and do they hear the phone buzzing? Do they hear it going off? Benj has found one. Oh, I don't think Ashen knows. I don't think he knows that the Ram has already moved in pretty deep. And yeah, Ashen should be dead the rights, and he will be, but he was able to take Philly Pox down before that.
All even at 3-3, though. Ooh. Oh, great peek there from Fultz. Might not be done there. Gets away with his life. Forrest gonna be able to trade out onto KZ as well, and Nade is left with it all to do. Looking like we're going to see that 3-3 half, which by all accounts is a good performance from SSG. Can't count Nade out just yet, though. How's the kit? Does he have any information? Banshee. Just going to play into the defender side of things. He can open the hatch. But again, it just reminds me so much of a couple of rounds ago. We're going to see that patience from SSG now. Not going to want to peek until the last second. Going to try and pre-fire and really commit to these angles. But the Banshee, again, going to be a big indicator there. And SSG, they are like statues right now. The Frostmat under that window he needs to be cautious of as well. That'd be a terrible way for this round to end.
Oh.
But ultimately, he's just waiting for SSG to make a mistake, and I don't think it's a mistake they're going to make right now.
Matter of time, isn't it? He's just... Nothing's been gifted to him at all. To take down a Banshee, and he has been able to find one, but 20 seconds to go. He should know the positions now. He's faked out the smoke, but it should just be an easy trade. One, and
oh my
almost. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Almost there for Nade.
That's a sigh of relief if you're call out. Or anyone on SSG for that matter. Far too close for comfort there. Just a reminder, by the way, Demo. That's the player that we said we would like to go in a 2 versus 2 against.
Well, yeah, look, there was 2 of us there. He wouldn't have killed us, so yeah, it's fine. What's the issue?
I'll have to be the one that's getting shot, though.
That was being you. You were being cast out there as baiting you.
Yeah. An equal game, 3-3. This is exactly what we want for a best of 3 decider, to see who's going to go through into the semi-finals and who's going to go home.
I need to take a deep breath. What I need to have a deep breath right now, because boy oh boy, it's getting tense. I mean, that round on a whole, it was very strange to see Fury just struggle with a roam game.
Yeah.
Considering that you have operators like Dokkaebi on board. I don't know, SSG just kept them on their toes and just kept fighting back, and yeah, they're able to win their gunfights. The Fury on the defense. I mean, Fury haven't looked too hot on the attacks. Like, I think their defense has certainly looked really good today. I think they'll be happy to see this side switch. SSG. The Monty is going to be brought in, of course, from Forest. No surprise there. He was playing that a lot on Border and, of course, Oregon. Seems to be the comfort pick, which, again, you can't blame him. A great operator. Takes a lot of ground very quickly. Of course, can go aggressive and get kills if needed.
This is that time of the round where SSG are looking for that outside to in kill. See if Fury are going to give him anything for free. Fury at the moment seems to be very well tucked. Not giving too much away at all. Defended into Barring Games. We'll have a little presence upstairs inside of Library. Certainly got a bit of utility up there. I'm not sure if anyone's actively in that spot right now. Good amount of information here. Knowing that Nade is going to be on that Yokai at the moment. Could be a chance for a hop in. The Yokai stun's going to come out, but so does a Nade. Fultz, he's going to find him. The plant is now on. Shield on the back. What a grenade. The timing on that. Fultz, he can do no wrong right now. The plant's been confirmed, but the double push is going to secure the kill onto Forest. Lion Scan's going to root people in place. The advantage still for SSG right now as Action. He's on the backstab. He's going to find one. KZ picks up 2, but there's 2 more for him to find. 25 seconds left to go. Another Lion Scan. Can't risk moving. He's got information, though, and he's got the clock against him, so he needs to get active. He needs to do something, but he's currently peeking on the wrong side. He's going to jump out, draw for the Deagle. He's essentially just padding his stats right now, and Fultz isn't going to lose that one either. 3 kills, 2 grenade kills, Demo. And this is post-nerf. When was the last time we saw 2 nade kills?
Oh, very long time ago. Very long time ago. My goodness. I mean, SSG, fair play to them. They went for it. It was a viable strategy. Just get yourself in there. And I think, obviously, whenever you have the shield available, it allows you to go for plays like that. Forrest just being able to jump in, denies that initial few shots. The nade, obviously, was just creme de la creme, wasn't it?
Oh, there was the nade onto JV92 for me. Because the thing is, Fultz throws that nade. If he gets a kill, it's a bonus. But ideally, he's just trying to give himself one less angle to watch. Because a player is less likely to run through a grenade. But I think JV was just too committed at the point that he realized there was a nade there. Or he tried to run through it. I don't know which one it was. But he just gets blown up regardless. All came off the back of that information as well. The fact that nade was on the yokai, faffing around on the echo, trying to position cameras, just doing things that site players do. You flick cameras at the start of the round. But because they had that drone inside of stock, they were able to gain that information and very quickly act off it. It's exciting Siege, and I love to see it. It's opportunistic. It's not something that you can recreate. You've just got to rely on the synergy that you have as a team and the confidence that someone's making the right call.
So, SSG kicking things off well in the attack. Laying down the marker. Furia need to respond now. Their response, of course, is going to be with a basement defense, which already ain't looking too good. The floor's already open. The Ram just tossed straight in through the window, and this from Benja may be looking for a bit of a crouch down the stairs. I wonder if there's going to be anything in his way. Maybe a bit of barbed wire, similar to what's just happened to Forrest there in the blue stairs. For Benji, he's hold on to that angle. That will look towards that rotate. Middle of the site. The biggest issue that Forrest will deal with is just where the clash is. Clash is a perfect counter to the Monty, as we know, and Benja has started his approach now. He's been able to find one on the JV92 as Monty has rotated down in towards Snowmobile. So Nade isn't going to be a big lot of help here. Needs to try and get in and see if he can stop that Monty from pushing in. And Nade, see if he can try and find a player on that pillar. Benja just patrolling those vertical holes. I wonder where everyone else from SSG is, because right now all we've seen is really the Monty and Sled combo, Ollie.
Yeah, it's been a little bit quiet, hasn't it? Especially on the Furia front. Monty versus the Clash. There's only one winner in that one. Gonna have to try and find that Clash vertically. Otherwise, it is going to be a nightmare. A no-go for the Monty. Benja going to find another kill there. Over onto KZ, and Herd's forced to use a bit of his utility to stay alive there. Felipox gets a very important kill there. There was a Dokkaebi call going out. I'm surprised Benja didn't hear him there. Nade needs to try and make this clash work. The Monty is going to start to bear down on him, and this is where Monty has the advantage. Once you're waiting for that charge to replenish, there's not a lot that you can do. Forced into the corner and taken out by J90, who picks up the final 2. The SMG deadly in his hands. He's had a stellar series so far, and it looks like he's not finished yet.
Oh, Benja and J90. What a pair. Honestly, these two today have been on fire. Wow, wow, wow. SSG, they've played their game plan extremely well. They have seen that Fury have just essentially forfeited all of the map control over. We'll take that. We'll be straight in, opening up all the vertical holes. Like you mentioned, Ollie, the Clash. There's a set timer in the taser. You just can't sit there the entire time. I think SSG, they have a big belief in me. Nash and just... He's just happy, isn't he? He doesn't care if he doesn't get the kills. As long as they're winning, they're winning.
But that's the team mentality, isn't it? It's one of the stronger things about SSG as a side is not only the contribution in-game and the way they play together, but whenever I've been at an event, I've never seen any of them on their own. They're always walking around in a gang. They're always walking around together. They do a lot of things together, and it's one way of doing things, right? It's not a strategy that works for everyone. You've got to get the right people in the team to make that work. the
They'll have to
commitment
buy
from them
into it,
today
don't
has been
they?
fantastic. They've got to. You got to believe in it. You can't just go into that system and be like, oh, I'm not going to buy in. You know, you've got to full send it.
Yeah.
When you do
And I mean,
things happen.
obviously Benja. Yeah, give credit to him. You know, 8 AM runs aren't for everyone. I know, not for me. Definitely not for me. So credit to him. Speaking of Ashen, he hasn't had the greatest series. He hasn't. He's been more or less negative throughout the whole entire time, but he doesn't care. He really does not care. J9O and Benja and even False has really stepped up. They're all coming alive and they're doing the work. I mean, Forrest for me, like, he's my unsung hero of the competition. He really is. You know, the role he plays is a role very close to my heart that I play in my sacks. It's not an easy one. I understand the pain. I understand what he has to go through. And I have nothing but respect for the guy. I really do.
We're just looking across there at the bottom. See JV92, sorry. It's getting a bit weird with all the J's and the 9s, but JV92 on Furia 1 and 6. Think about the impact that player had on a map like Border. Furia currently staring down the barrel of defeat. Are they going to be the first Brazilian team not to make it into the semis?
Out of all of them, would you have said that would have been the team not to make it?
Exactly.
I don't think so.
You know? And for SSG, they're looking at really starting to fly this flag for NA. Still a couple of rounds to go, though.
Here comes Forrest again. Just using that Monty. Gather that information. Benja's outside the double door with him. But he's came up against the Great Wall of Chalet, it seems like. That fireplace is going to be denied for him. Easy has that mirror window. He will try and step in front of it. Try and get the upper edge of the player out in the library balcony. 2 kills from Furia. Surely that'll be enough to see them through. I say that though, Forrest has been able to find Philippox by himself. Isolate that kill and take advantage of it, but still a lot of work to be done. And with 40 seconds, you know, library control is still in favor of Furia. This is going to be really difficult for SSG.
Forrest is doing laps right now. Solo roam clear on the Monty. Nipped outside to pick the diffuser up. And still with a bit of work left to do. Fultz, bit of a crouch walk up library stairs now. Doesn't look like they're working off too much information. There was a drone at his feet. I can only imagine that KZ must have been misdrone there. JV92 picks up his 2nd kill in the series. And Ashen left all alone. We've already spoken about how his performance has been a little bit substandard here on Chalet. And he was left with a lot to do there. Furia come away with a round when they need it the most. That's going to take us into a 5-4 game in favor of SSG. An incredibly close series. And I've got a feeling we might be going to an overtime in this one.
It's getting there. Steadily it is heading towards OT. I think it's fitting for a game of this caliber, which has been so back and forth. SSG, attack not working for them. Just weren't able to get their kills the same way that they'd done previously. Certainly Furia were more tight-knit that time around. It was a good hold. They seen the objective that they wanted to go for, and they executed it well. We head to our kitchen site. This was an area that SSG struggled with. Wonder if Furia might suffer the same, or if Furia, they've cracked the code. They know exactly how they want to defend kitchen. Look at the lineup, though, from SSG. The Grim immediately comes in. I mean, it's a full switch-up, full 5-man change. Actually sacked off the Monty in its entirety. I would say maybe Solar take, based on what I'm looking at. You know, a Brava to maybe hack away any bits of utility that could be lurking towards Solar and just fire the Grims in. That would be my understanding, my thought process.
Yeah, potentially. You've got some Banshees that you could hack, but I don't know. I don't feel like there's loads for the Brava to go on. Yeah, you can get a default cam or you can get the Banshees, but I don't know. Realistically, is there anything that Brava's going to see a lot of value out? Maybe I'll eat my words. Maybe it'll be round defining.
Well, I think you will, and it could be, because this West main rat push is now in effect with Ashen hacking it out.
Look at the positioning here from JV92. He's got himself quite deep. Not sure how much support he's got where he is at the moment. Benja, he'll start things off, though. Immediately traded out, though. Herds on that Warden. Not too much of a loss for this round. There's not going to be anything that's going to concern him too much. Maybe a couple of smoke grenades, but
that's it, yeah.
Nothing that's going to really slow things down too much.
No
That
way.
will do, however. A great kill from Nade. We've mentioned that Ashton hasn't really had much to do in the series. That's one of the engagements you really need him to win.
Yeah, he needed to do better there. Look, he hacked the Banshee. It was free real estate for him to walk up. The Grim was well placed to spot out the player inside a kitchen. But he just couldn't win the engagement against the guy in Solar Stairs, which actually was not tagged by the bees whatsoever. Just right on the frame of it. So Furia have the man advantage. SSG look a little bit lost now. They don't really know what they want to do. Their initial idea was to hack away that Banshee, have the Grim clear away trophy in kitchen, and then gift dash him with just a myriad of free kills, but it hasn't worked out like that. Only one set of Grims left for Forest, and he will dish it out now in towards Solar Stairs, and oh, that Great Wall is back again. Jane, I know, has to try and mag dump into it. He is assisted by Fault, so at the moment, both of them are a Thatcher and Ace. Surely the wall could be opened up, but instead they're going to go for the option of trying to open up the long angle onto Office, knowing there's a guy in Piano, just shuts off immediately. What were they thinking? SSG, a massive blunder, and okay, Zeeg a little bit ahead of himself, has gifted a kill over the J90, but and still having that extra man. I suppose he could go for it, but maybe they might come in to regret that, as Forest is by himself, single-handedly taking control of Solar Stairs. A 2v2. Looking at the health, Forest is pretty low, and against that TCSG who just ripped through with ease. It's going to be difficult for them, and it is. SSG drop another round, and Furia equal things up, 5 rounds apiece.
You can tell we're getting to the sharp end of a series when you start seeing rounds like that and the amount of mistakes that we saw in that round.
Stamina.
It really is, isn't it? It starts to come down to stamina.
Frame switching off.
Little things that you wouldn't dream of doing in the first map of a series when you're nice and fresh and you're all ready for it. And then when you get into the trenches and you forget the plan and you're just going through the motions, you're acting off instinct. Those mistakes start to come through. And that's definitely what we saw there from SSG and, honestly, to a degree, from W7M. They were in the driver's seat there and they let it slip down to a 2 versus 2. And there was a time where I was thinking, this could be SSG's all day long. They've now let Furia catch up. And that could be a crucial error here. Because Furia do seem to start taking things in their stride a little bit more. It only seems like a couple of rounds ago, Demo, I was commenting on JV92, and now he was 1-6. Now he's 5-6. He's picked up some really crucial kills. He got 2 in the last round to secure it. And he's picked up a couple in round number 9 as well. SSG, they're looking like they're starting to run out of ideas here. And that's not a good sign when they need 2 more to take it.
Round 11. Who will have the advantage of having that match point? Who will at least guarantee themselves an OT? Line up from SSG. Monty comes back into play. I think a good decision. Something that has been working well for them. Not so much whenever they don't bring it. Certainly see the difference in pace, I think, from SSG more than anything. I think Monty gives them a lot of confidence in terms of how they can sweep through a map. Benja cooled off ever so slightly these past few rounds, and oh no, speaking of the Monty, it's the first to go. Something you don't want to see happen for SSG, but it's happened. Forest off the board. No SSG without almost the dog in front of them who would sniff out the enemies. It's gone. It's been retired.
Unlucky who
Where do
picks
they
up the
find
kill.
them now? Oh.
JV. Again, he's started to come alive since getting on this defense side. Not always got the easiest jobs of things on the attack, and on the defense, he's shining. Felipox is going to take 2 out before Ashen eventually captures him. But again, it just feels like another round that's dead in the water. SSG, out of ideas. No gas left in the tank. What is it? Falling by the wayside here, 1 by 1. Minute 20 left, and J90, for the series that he's had, he's played fantastic, but even this is a big ask. Furia, match and series point now. We know that this team's got the stamina, Demo.
Oh boy, do they.
Incredibly strong mental. And they're showing us now that it's just another day in the office. Tactical timeout has been called. I can only imagine. This is from Call Out. This is from the side of SSG to try and steady the ship a little bit and salvage an overtime here. And it would be salvaging at this point. SSG have been on 5 rounds for the longest time.
Furia, just in a matter of instances, can just turn the game around, just turn it on its head. Look, they did it in the grand final in the final map. You almost think they're dead and buried, and all of a sudden the fist has just appeared through the coffin. And they've got up and walked away. SSG, has the game gone from them now? Has that big snowball that Fury have been able to build, is it too much for them to stop? This has to be impactful from Call Out. It has to be. This could be their final round here at the competition for Furia. They want to join the rest of Brazil and party their way all the way to that grand final. Oh, this is tense now.
I mean, you say it's tense, but there's players laughing. Herds is sat there having a bit of a chuckle. These guys look locked in. Speaking of the rest of Brazil, quick update. I know we're getting to the most important part of this fixture, but Phase 4 BDS 1. Current map, Nighthaven.
No, not like this.
Well, you say not like this, but it could be looking like a good day for Brazil.
A brilliant day for Brazil.
It's very
early.
early,
Days like this. I haven't seen days like this since 2021.
It's very, very early indeed. At least over in that series. This series, however, we're at the end. We're either going to go to 12, or we're either going to go to 13 rounds, or beyond. SSG, have you got it in you to pull an overtime out here? You've just had a tactical timeout from Call Out. That opening pick has been something that you've struggled with. And Furia do seem to have found another gear in the last few rounds. As soon as it's polarized, as soon as it's contextualized that they need to win this map, they seem to have stepped it up. It's now on SSG to find a response.
See if they can keep the Monty alive this time. That was a big issue, losing Forest right off the rip. Main information kind of machine that SSG deploy. A nice little drone there from Forest. Will spot one player inside of Kitchen, so they are aware that Fury are trying to hold from below, and of course the impact of holding from below just means that teams kind of have to push you out, because a lot of that bomb site is destructible from below. So a C4 down there can certainly cause a lot of issues. I mean, this is very quintessential of Fury. This is how they like to set up the top 4 in Chalet, with that wall being opened up on the double breach. And extend yourself in towards jungle also. A couple of swings. And see if they can isolate that player on the balcony, but not going to be the case. Benja just keeps himself alive and has done his job. He's opened up the wall.
Maybe even got a little bit unlucky not to get any damage off, or at least a kill onto the player that swung him as well. Benja in such a dangerous position now, though, because whilst he's a known, there is always the question mark of, has he moved off? Do we re-peak it? And for Furia, it's all about digging in and not giving away any of those opportunities. They've done a great job of staying alive so far. Now it's time for the Monty. Forest going to try and push himself up those fireplace stairs. Benja will be opening from below and seeing if there's anyone there ready to deny, or any C4s that will be present. Monty should be able to get himself into position now, but you don't really want to start thinking about a plant just yet.
Yeah, still a few things you need to think about. How much denial do Fury actually have? And on the surface of it, they have one C4, and that's all she has. That is it. That's the only thing Fury have. Instead, it looks as though Wally, their win condition is going to be the flank, and right now Philippe could be on for one. He's actually pre-placed the C4, and it's a bait as Benja has gone down, and this may cause a lot of issues for SSG. They have to respond to this, and they'll do so. Action with 2 kills. Another one comes up blue, though. An onslaught of a retake. It has ended up as a 1v2, and SSG are going to win it out and send us to overtime.
Close stuff down to the wire. I thought with the Philippox flank, it was going to be perfect. The C4, if it had got a kill or not, it was a brilliant cover for him running up those stairs. see him pick the kill up here. And I mean, it's been a long series, Demo. We commented on how Ashen really hasn't had chance to shine. I think he did his job and more there in that round. Brilliant stuff to take it into an overtime. The call-out timeout was successful. And now it is in the lap of the gods. There's no call-out available, no timeout available for either team. And Fury are going to be on the defense.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
How does that bode based off the splits that we've seen? Honestly, I don't think it matters. It's been such a close game.
Oh. I think it'd be a fool to say it matters.
SSG have really stepped it up on the attack when it matters. They found a round, but to put it into perspective, it was the first round that they'd gotten on the attack for a long time.
10 seconds to go.
3-3 splits on both sides.
5 seconds left before insertion.
They have had their fair share of struggles, as did Furia, when it came to the attacking rounds. This round could be defined by something as simple as a spawn peek, something simple as a misplay on that opening engagement.
Even a missed shot, Ollie.
Yeah, exactly.
Happens.
The margins are so small.
No matter what you say about SSG, the improvement from where they were is thorough. You know, like I said during the pregame, I don't think a team where you had Iconic instead of Benja would have put up this kind of a fight against Furia. You know, Benja has gave you, honestly, a big percentage. Yeah, obviously still, I think a lot of people would still favor Furia in this series. Of course they would, but not as clear cut as maybe what you would think. And right now, SSG are trying to defy the odds as they have started off a lightning fast strike. Ashen straight into business, however, can only do so much. He does get caught out. A lot of crossfires being established from Fury, puts the pressure on him, and he does walk into one of them. Forrest, here he comes, trying to just barge his way through Office and clear out these rovers. Two of them line up for J90. The power of Forrest, who scares them into submission. And from the top rope, J90 hits them with an elbow to the gut. Herds looks around him, and there's none to help. He has to do it all himself now. Against 3 SSG players. Against a Monty, for goodness sake. Half the round still to go, all the time in the world, and J90. Incredible stuff from this guy. My word, SSG, 2 rounds in a row. Now they lead 7 rounds to 6.
They take the lead off the back of J90. It's almost as if Benja's come into this roster and it's created a nice bit of friendly competition between them both, because both of them have been popping off all series long. It's back and forth. It's J90, then it's Benja, then it's J90 again. But that was pure class. And again, you look at the player that enabled it all, and it's Forrest. No one remembers the Monty demo. Everyone remembers the player that got 2 kills. But the unsung hero is Forrest through and through. Applies the pressure, fearlessly gets up in the faces of the defenders. Not an easy task.
If you think about a machine, he is the central mechanism. He's the big cog in the machine. If he goes out, the little cogs can't turn. He's the guy for me. He just makes it tick. SSG, 1 round from having one of the biggest wins that they've had, Ollie, in years, it feels like, as well.
Yeah. Oh, it's defining. I mean, regardless of the result here,
defining moment.
This is a defining moment for SSG because they've made a recent addition, a recent change, in a time where it's felt turbulent. It's felt like they've not been able to find the right fit. The iconic pickup didn't last for very long. And it's great to see them playing good Siege.
It lasted 3 months, didn't it?
Exactly. Well, you know, it didn't last from one competition to the next.
No.
So that tells you how it went.
5 seconds left. Bomb located by
And now look at him. 1 round away from a semi-final spot here at EWC against none other than Furia, our current 6 Invitational champions. who've been going through their own fair share of trials and tribulations. And now we're on the attack for the first time in what feels like forever in such an important round.
Benja looking to get aggressive. Trying to give his team an immediate head start. However, Ashen has tried the same and it hasn't worked. Herds. Happened a few times where Herds has got the first pick onto Ashen this series. And it happens once more. Benja also needs to be careful. There's a couple of windows being opened up around him and players lurking on the other side of that, and Benja now takes the opportunity to get back to site, losing Ashen. I mean, this is where Benja has to make the decision. Does he go back to site? Or does he try and get a kill back for his side? This is where he has to try and make a play.
It's not an easy decision to make either, because on one side, if you get a kill, you might win the round. On the other side, if you die, you've almost cemented the loss. Philippe Hox, he's going to take Benja down, and is that going to be the round-defining kill right there? Fultz will find one back. Minute 40 left on the clock. Half HP on J90. Can see the Monty. Going to be a drone coming at his feet now as well. Not that it's required. That Monty is going to be able to call pretty much everything in. J90 is waiting for a little bit of assistance. He manages to sideswipe the Monty, but Herds is there with the refrag. Most importantly, still, you've lost a key piece of the puzzle there as Furia. And just because you've gained that kill doesn't mean that the round is said and done. You've still got Forrest and Fultz to try and get through here.
Still 2 Thermite charges in the pocket. 3 Selma charges in the pocket. I mean, all these walls are still reinforced up. And there is just tons of hard breach left on the side of Furia. They have opened up now Snowmobile, and looks so Nade will remain there to see if he can add another angle of the attack. And Fultz knows that the player has already snuck into Trench, but gets pre-fired off the game. Sure, Nade is down, but that doesn't matter. The other 2 players have done their job, and the diffuser will be planted, and Herds gives the cover. He has been the star in the lineup for Furia in this map, and he takes us all the way to round 15. Here we go.
I looked at Forrest's kit there, and he had 2 sets of barbed wire on him. I'm not saying that C4 would have made a difference, but it would have been something nice to have. The opening pick proving so crucial once again, and some brilliant team play around the refrags for Furia. A lot of pressure now for SSG. They've been through a bit of an emotional roller coaster already in this series. Of course, losing map number 1. Strong performance on Oregon. Fairly mixed performance, honestly, on Chalet. There's been great sides. There's been great rounds for both sides. You just think going into round 15, suffering a defeat down there on the basement defense, you do start to wonder. Will the sides switch again, as they do in overtime every single round, and it's now the turn of Furia to get themselves onto the defense. And for SSG to show us what they've got. Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be slow? Are we going to feel the pressure with the movements of the players in the server? Or are they going to float with confidence? Time will tell.
19 kills for Herds, by the way. 1 off the 20 bomb. I think it's very doable for him. As soon as he get 1 kill in the round, and you'd expect that to happen. SSG have their 11 Monty in hand again. Furia. Impressive setup that they have with bringing in the mirror windows, the Azami in towards Library. It's looking good for them. The initial setup, it's worked before, but oh dear. The Twitch drone is being successful. Ollie. Down goes the mirror window. Also done a great job picking that apart. Now SSG have a really strong advantage if they choose to go for the Library, because it's not as well held as what it probably would be, of course.
Selma going to come through now to try and open the wall up as well. Oh, it's actually for the Kiba barricade. Big focus on the Kiba barricades, especially with Ash getting rid of that one as well, trying to displace the player at the top of Fireplace. A quick replacement of that Kiba barricade. It will, however, be destroyed. KZ He's going to open the account with a kill onto Forest. That's your Monty gone. Never a good sign.
Maybe it. We see what happened before whenever they lose Forest immediately. They start to slow down. They don't really know where they want to go. So somebody has to step up. Somebody has to do something. Benja is locked in the ash. Will that be enough? Another kill in favor of Furia. Faults off the board. Ashen now running aimlessly through the corridors, chasing a player in blue there. It's not going to work out for him. Urd gets his 20 bomb, make that 21. And Benja up against, you would say, his old foes, his nemesis for a large period during 2023. Has to make it happen now for his new team. 4 players to find. 45 seconds on the clock. All he needs to get to work.
Doesn't even find the first. Herds, he's going to shut him down, and that's going to be Furia locked in to the semi-finals. We get a little bit of shouting. We get a little bit of pointing. An emotional game. Maximum overtime. All 3 maps. Both teams leaving nothing off the server. Giving it their all. And Furia coming out on top here. Joining, dare I say it, the rest of Brazil in the semi-finals. SSG, you came so close. You played some fantastic Siege, and I'm very, very impressed, especially given a recent roster change with what they've been able to achieve here in Riyadh.
Yes. What do you say? They're inevitable. Honestly, for a period, I think it was over 5-3, SSG were winning. I almost kind of thought, yeah, I think Furia kind of look a little bit dumb now, but just out of nowhere, they find the energy, and I think it just shows the stamina. You know, this team has been there, done that. The experience that they have is invaluable at this level. Still low for SSG. No matter what you can say about them, yes, it's a loss. But I must say, they put in one heck of a performance. I'm gutted to see them go out.
Yeah.
Like, I really thought there was moments there where you had confidence and faith that they could beat Furia. They could put on a show for us.
Oh, absolutely.
It just wasn't meant to be here today. Just wasn't meant to be.
You've got to look at it for what it is, and I think what SSG have been able to achieve, they can hold their heads high, and they'll go toe-to-toe with a lot of teams all over the world with the performance that they've given us today, and they would get rounds, and they would get maps, and they would get wins. They've played some brilliant Siege. We've seen a nice level of pacing from them. We've seen an ability to play fast. We've seen an ability to play slow and patiently. We've seen some great opportunity spotting. And a good all-round performance. I don't think there's anyone that's really drastically underperformed. You could maybe get really nitpicky and start pointing the finger at a couple of people, but I don't think that it was series-defining. And overall, you look at what Benja's been able to do, you look at what J9O's been able to do. Without them two, they'd have been nowhere near in this series, but that's why they've got those players on the roster, and that's why they have someone like Forest that is there to enable them. Fultz has had some fantastic moments as well. Ashen, okay, maybe not the greatest series, maybe not one to remember, but he still played his part when it mattered.
I mean, you also have to look at Herds. 21 kills, all he ends up on. I mean, come on, even at that stage, it's one of those, how do you stop that guy? You know, how do you beat a guy who's just winning every engagement? You know, a number of things that you look in the grand scheme of things, you just think, yeah, that gives Fury the edge. You know, an individual performance which has just been head and shoulders above the rest. The experience to just go the distance, to go all the way, have that never say die attitude, which we have seen countless times from Furia. He almost built like a case that just seems unwinnable then for SSG, but still for SSG, look, it's a learning experience. They should be very happy. You know, whenever we had the chance to speak to Fultz, remember we said to him, you know, how's it been? How's this competition been for you guys? And he says, this competition, it's not really about the results, it's about the performance.
Yeah.
I think the performance should be looked very brightly upon for SSG.
Oh, they can take so much away from what they've been able to achieve there in Riyadh. I know they had a bit of a longer boot camp there as well to get used to the sort of time zone changes and to get used to the environment and the climate and all that sort of stuff. And I'm sure they've had a great time there. They've definitely played some fantastic Siege, and they can be very proud. There's a lot that they can go away and work on off the back of this performance. I think we've got Felipox on the line from Furia. Let's get him on and have a quick chat with another one of our semi-finalists. Felipox, fantastic result there today. It was a great game to watch. It certainly gave the viewers a lot to go through there. A maximum overtime win for you in the end on Chalet. you've got to breathe a sigh of relief after that fixture.
Yeah, that's exactly the feeling right now. Feeling of relief. It was so difficult, that match. They were playing like, I think in the second map, they knew how to play against us. Like they started playing so aggressive, like so out of timing. Like we wasn't expecting like the time they would do this stuff, and we kind of didn't know what to do against them, like playing like that. So it was a really crazy match, and I'm glad that we got the win.
You guys really had to dig deep, and especially in that second map, as you say, Benja and J9O, they were just going absolutely crazy. We were really pleased to see SSG playing quite aggressively on Oregon. Were you kind of surprised at the map being brought in? Because obviously we know now that Oregon, it's not going to be in the pool for much longer. So we weren't really expecting to see it all too much here at this competition. What were your thoughts when you saw Oregon come through?
Yeah, we were expecting Oregon. Because we know that it's not a very good map for us, so we knew that they were going to see that and likely pick. So we prepared against them, but they, like I said, they started doing very aggressive takes, and we weren't prepared for that. And we just like I don't know how to say in English. In Portuguese, entrar na roda. It's like we started playing their game. Like we couldn't do our game. So yeah, and then for the third map, I think we put ourselves together, and it was that beautiful match that you guys saw.
Absolutely. Demo, have you got anything for Fleapox?
For me, Fleapox, obviously Manchester. We finally seen you guys lose, which we thought was impossible. Obviously, Liquid proved that not to be the case. This is obviously going to be an event where we needed to see you guys respond. You know, every great team in the world, you have a bit of an upset, you have a bit of a blip, and you immediately bounce back. Do you feel as though that the team you've not dropped any momentum, even though you had that loss in Manchester? It just looks as though you're back playing the way that we've seen you at the past two majors and obviously Invitational.
Yeah, like I said in the last interview, the defeat that we had in Manchester, it was really tough for us. And after that, we knew that we had a lot of things to improve. And I think right now we are really prepared to win this tournament. I think this match against SSG is going to make us better for the rest of the tournament because they showed a few weaknesses that we have, and now we have time to prepare for that. And yeah.
Fleapox, I've got to ask you a question because we're at a situation now where there's potential for 4 Brazilian teams to be in the semi-finals. Now, me and Demo were talking about it on the cast. Did you guys get together in Brazil and just say, look, let's all play really well, let's all make it into the semi-finals, and then we guarantee a Brazilian winner? Because it's starting to become a little bit of a joke, I'm going to be honest with you. I know that the FaZe and BDS game is going on right now, but so far we've got yourselves, we've got Liquid, and we've got W7M. It's looking all Brazil, mate. What's going on?
Brazil is being very good for a long time. It's been the best region in Siege for a long time. I think we can say like for 2 years now, maybe more. And I think it's just a culture that we built there, like the screaming culture, like the players, the tier 2 players from there. And it's very good what we are building in Brazil, and the results are showing that.
They really are, and you're obviously doing a great job there, and all the Brazilian teams are doing a great job in sort of fostering that and creating such a competitive environment. As a T2 player in Brazil, it's going to be very difficult to come up with the quality that's out there at the moment. Out of the teams that are already qualified, obviously we know that you'll be going on to play W7M now in this fixture. That's obviously going to be, I'm not going to say a grudge match, but obviously that's your old org that you're going to be going up against, so there's going to be a little bit of extra pressure maybe on that game.
Aren't we going to play the winner of FaZe versus BDS?
I'm not too sure. I thought it was going to be the...
correct.
We were.
It's going to be the winner of FaZe BDS.
They play FaZe BDS. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Out of FaZe and BDS, then who do you want to play?
I don't pick. I don't pick my enemies.
Perfect.
Let's see who wins, and then we prepare.
Brilliant. Well, Fleapox, I'm going to let you go now. If you've got anything you want to say to the fans in Portuguese, feel free.
Obrigado aí todo mundo que tá sempre acompanhando, da Fúria, sei que vocês estão vendo aí no office, torcendo por nós. Hoje a gente testou o coração de vocês aí, mas graças a Deus deu bom. E vamos pra cima conquistar esse campeonato. Obrigado minha família também que tá sempre vendo. E tamo junto demais e é isso. Dia de Fúria.
Felipox, thank you so much indeed. It's the last time you're going to speak to us in demo because we are done after today. But I know that we both wish you the very best for the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Best of luck out there. Take it easy. See you later. Well, there we go. We heard it from Felipox himself once again. A tough game, and I think that they were very cognizant of that in the interview demo. They recognized that SSG played very well. They said, you know, and you heard it from them themselves, they didn't really know how to deal with the counterplay from SSG, particularly on that Oregon, and it kind of took them by surprise.
I have a feeling that might be Furia's toughest game. I have an inkling now. I think that the way that game's went and the way he's described it, I just feel as though whoever they get in the semi-finals, I think they might sweep them. And then it gets to the grand final. Again, I just think they might sweep from here.
It goes back to familiar opponent.
It feels like that.
Yeah, it goes back to that familiar opponent territory, doesn't it? Of like, these are the teams that you play in all the time, and this is, you know, what you're expecting to see. We got a play of the day that we are going to bring up on the screen right now, and we can see just exactly what that was. I think it's going to go from the top of the day. Of course, we started off the day with Bleed W7M. And we entered on into Furia SSG. This border map, demo, it feels like such a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, where were we at this? I don't even know what time it was that we were going through border, of course, and it was scrappy. It was a very scrappy game, of course, and I mean, I think this was probably your play today, wasn't it? I think this is the one.
I love this
for you.
And to be fair, it was either that or the W7M attack on VIP door on Skyscraper. That was probably one of my favorites as well, because it was just poetry in motion. There's a couple of really good points from the day that you could really go back and have a look at and sort of try and highlight and see if you can take it out into your own games. Obviously, these are the best teams in the world, and this is what we expect them to do. We expect them to be up there. Let's have a look at the scoreboard, and we can see just exactly how that previous game finished up. Obviously, we have not quite gotten near to the kill record demo, but we certainly got closer than we have done to it with Herds. He had a fantastic performance over on Chalet, netting himself, I think, was it 21 or 22 kills he ended up on?
Yeah, 21.
You can't, I mean, it's a maximum overtime game, so he's got the most potential. He's had the most opportunity there to get a good number of kills, but he's still done a fantastic job in getting them. Obviously, it isn't always all about the kills. There can be some impactful kills. There can be some impactless kills. But when it comes down to a maximum overtime game, you're always going to be looking toward your talisman players to try and pull it out of the bag. And that was certainly the case for Herds over on over on Chalet. I think more so on some of the earlier maps, you know, you could look at it and you could say, I think, you know, JV92 for me was a fantastic player over on Border, and it's going to be very difficult to pick an MVP, but we've got to choose somebody. Given the way that the stats are calculated, I would wager that it is probably going to be Herds. Kills do weigh quite heavily into the rating system that we are going to be using, and it is, of course, going to be Herds. 38 to 26 plus 12 and a 73% cost.
Yeah, strong performance. Obviously, Chalet, he was the game changer. If it wasn't for him, they probably wouldn't have won that. They probably would have been out. Yeah, that's what it comes down to, that individual performance where one guy is just steps up to the plate. He wins every engagement he goes into. So yeah, all credit to Herds. All credit to him. But again, for SSG, you have to give a nod, honestly, to J9O, I think. I know Benja had his moments, but just the consistency for J9O today as well was incredible.
You know, both of them played quite well. I think we're always going to be a little bit biased toward Benja just because European guy. But, you know, J9O, you can't take away from what he did there. And he did stand high and above the rest. We're going to have a quick look at the playoff graphic. Obviously, there is still another game in progress currently on stream A, but we are finished for the day here on the B stream. So let's recap what we have seen so far. Team Liquid played against Dark Zero. That was a long, drawn-out affair. A 2-1 win for Dark Zero in the end. Plenty of overtimes in there as well, and it really came down to the wire. Bleed versus W7M feels like a long time ago demo, but we started off our day with that game. W7M took a very convincing 2-0 win over Bleed. Bleed still struggling at best of threes at international events. That then means that we've got Team Liquid versus W7M, and obviously we've just watched Furia qualify against Space Station. and we are yet to see who is going to win out of BDS and FaZe. I believe that they are still going to be in map number 1. So get yourself over to the A stream, because for the B stream, that's it. We are finished. Demo, it's been a pleasure covering these games with you over the last couple of days. I know that we've had a lot of fun doing it, and thank you very much for jumping on the mic with me. Thank you very much to our production team for making it all possible, and everybody out there in Riyadh, EWC Rainbow Six Siege. It has been a pleasure here on the B stream. We're going to send you over to the A stream now, and I'm sure that we will see you at an event very soon.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. Thought I was dead, just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm my demand. Failure's not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's been many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they